At the risk of going full Talcott already, an hour and 20 in, pretty sure that's you. I don't have issues with anybody on here. They have issues with me.
I don't know.
That's you.
See?
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know what the issue is. I just want to speak my
Thinking
mind.
mental, emotional illness. That's what I normally find. Folks are mentally, emotionally, spiritually ill, and they project that onto me because I spoke something at one point about what I experienced with them, and they just can't let it go, and they cycle and spin and have to like burn me down.
That's you.
Okay. You can't do that. That's you after I already did it. Tigsy, I already took all the power out of that situation. I already did the that's you on you first. You can't do it back. It doesn't even work when you try that. So good try.
Yeah.
You got to know how and when to use the that's you. You can't just throw it around willy nilly.
I don't get it, man. Seems manufactured.
Oh, it's not manufactured. I mean, I think that folks like what happened was folks saw the Valdez interaction, another interaction, and they go, this guy's a really loving, caring, truthful, honorable, whatever person. And they grossly underestimated my bitterness and resentment with the human species as a whole. It was grossly underestimated. So it's not a manufactured experience for me to come on here and just kind of let it fly and just air my general discontent, not only with myself, but with other human beings here who are probably doing little to nothing to change our life and experience. Does that any of that make sense? I don't have to manufacture any kind of drama or gossip like folks do about me because I'm generally discontent when I look at it, when I choose to look at it and focus on it, which at this time is as much of a limited endeavor as possible, because the other side of that is it's maddening, right? But that's kind of what I come on here to do. It's a bit of all things. Part of it is like a catharsis or a venting session, and so then directly or indirectly, all the individuals who are part of this experience get drawn into that whirlpool because they are in fact human beings, just like I am. And turns out we like have a list of failings and weaknesses, and just discrepancies in our thoughts, emotions, actions, reactions, responses. So yeah, make of that what you will. I don't have to really manufacture anything when I look out or look in, and at times, if not now, see the just errant disgrace and dysfunction that is taking place. Now, maybe that's just my morbid conspiratorial theorizing mind.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I'm really your enemy. So I don't know what the problem is. I mean,
I don't have a problem with you.
you say that, but
It's almost like you want. It's almost like you and others want me to have problems with you, so much so you make problems with me. I don't have a problem with you or anyone else on here.
I don't have a problem with you either, personally. I mean, I may disagree with some shit you say, but that's all right. That's normal.
Yeah, that's really all you have going on is at times I'm looking at folks who are experiencing with them, and then I'm speaking on what it is that my presumption, assumption, or firsthand experience indicates. And then it's either rebutted and shown to be untrue, or folks double down and embarrass themselves more by showing what I said is true while projecting the opposing view onto me. So it's again, we're back to all the videos that I play for intros that pretty much accurately describe the human condition and the various aspects of self and what it looks like and how it acts out, and seemingly what happens to the collective when it goes misunderstood and unreconciled. I don't think any of us are outside of that purview or outside of that process. I think there's just varying degrees of perception and recognition and understanding of what's taking place inside and outside of self.
Yeah, I mean, I must be crazy. It sure felt like there was some animosity towards me earlier when I was having technical difficulties, of course, so I couldn't respond, but I couldn't even really hear what you were saying. I just caught bits and pieces of it. So I don't know. It's weird. I find this common thing where people like to talk about me, but not to me about the problems, and because I don't really think
what
there's
was
a
I
problem.
saying? Well, you said you couldn't hear what I was saying. So how did you interpret that I was talking about you and had a problem with you, but now won't address it with you? Am I someone who typically will not go straight at people on here?
Yeah, I heard you say you've repeated this narrative that you wish I would hold you to, or hold myself to the same standard I hold you to, or whatever. And
Oh yeah, that was the slow state situation. You hang with slow state and other people and don't hold them to the same standard you hold me. I completely forgot about that. I'm not denying that I said that, and nor do I see that as me having a problem with you. I'm just telling you what I experience. If I'm off, then you just tell me where I'm off. Doesn't mean I'm walking around with this like problem for Mitchell. I just go, well, this is something Mitchell does. And if I experience with him or have to accept him for whom what he is, then this potentially is going to be one of the things he does. And I don't have a problem with that. Just because I'm aware of something or speak what I'm aware of does not necessarily mean I hold a negative sentiment about it.
so, yeah, I mean, Flow State's his own man. I don't know why you are doing this tribalism with that situation.
That's the thing. I'm not. They're doing it. This is my point. You're lacking discernment, it seems, because they're all doing it to me. I'm not doing it. They all found me here, then went off to make their own areas, put up walls, and say, Paulie's the out guy, the enemy. Yeah. They're all doing it to me. I'm not doing tribalism. I don't have the tribe. I'm my own man. They're not their own men and women. They are doing tribalism because they need 10 to 12 people at a time to make up their group and their conference. I don't need that, nor is it how I've come into this, nor is it where I really shine, to be fair, because that's from the audience. The audience says, we prefer you just get up there and talk like you did from the beginning, even if you do an hour or two and leave. We're really not big on the panel deal. Turns out. Right?
Is the audience a monolithic group?
Again, no, but I'm just saying that certain folks who are probably more credible than other folks have said that you with a limited few folks on panel is a better experience than a slow state or a Jack Talcott fuckfest, which is what the broadcast became at some point. Just 10 to 12 fucking people up here at a time, hooting, hollering, yelling, screaming, cycling, doing drama, gossip, and me having to be some mediator or daddy or just turn it into a fucking circus show for the people watching. So at some point, I kind of got over it, you know? It's not really what I came into this for.
I don't even know what you're talking about, like a fuck fest.
I'm talking about the group dynamics and the tribalism that you brought up. You're saying I'm doing tribalism when they're all doing it to me and with each other. They're the ones running in the groups. They're the ones setting group narratives. They're the ones going around to other channels and sectors, spreading fucking gossip and drama. They're the ones bringing up arrest records. They're the ones saying I'm this, that, and the third. I'm only speaking on what my firsthand experience is with them. They're setting whole types of narratives, libel and slander with all groups of people because they just don't like me.
And you guys aren't doing similar, if not the same?
No, I'm not. I'm not just saying a bunch of lies and things I know are not true because I don't like folks. I lost respect for people who have shown they're dishonorable in bad faith and dissolute. There's a difference. One is libel and slander. One is ego-based. The other is a spiritual, metaphysical concept of speaking into reality what we want to be true in a positive sense or observing the negative. Those folks don't want to manifest with me a destiny. They've already decided they don't like me. I'm the out guy, and they're going to use me as content and hate on me and then spin narratives off the back of it because they don't have shit to offer because they're not me. That's the sad reality of it. Well, all the folks that I see potential with, who I've let be around me and be part of this broadcast, have only used it to shit on me because they can't seem to rise to an occasion while putting me down.
Well, I've offered an abundance of evidence to rebut what you just claimed, and the narrative you continue to put forth, that you don't lie, you don't speak things that you want to be true, versus what's actually true.
Rather not do this with you like we regularly do. You're claiming I have a problem with you. I don't. You have a problem with me just like them. You're claiming I'm doing tribalism when I'm not going against anybody. I show up a whole bunch of places and then they want to gangbang me and lie and do the rest of the games. So again, like, when are you just going to call it as it is and see it for what it is?
I don't see it like that.
You and many other folks have had issues and feelings with me from almost day one, and you can't let it go and put it aside, and you keep projecting onto me. I'm the one with the issues and problems. I don't even need you folks here, let alone have a problem with you. Yet many of you don't go away, won't go away, and won't stop talking about me and making videos about me. So who's the one with the problem?
You.
There you go. Makes sense. Totally see how you could come to that conclusion.
Yeah, you're the one complaining about it. You make videos about me. You use my content. You bitch about me. You know, that's...
So I make videos about you now?
Yeah.
That's you. You do 2 to 3 hour videos all about me, using my full name. I don't do that. No, it's not me. Yeah. You're delusional.
Yeah, it is you.
You come up in conversation here and there because of experiences we've had with you, and experiences that are concurrently happening.
How is that different with anyone else?
Would you rather me not cover your videos of you and the cops with 2 people watching on your side? Would you?
I don't want anything to.
Okay, then I'll see you later. Get the fuck out. I won't cover your content or anything on your channel. I don't need you here. See how easy that was? See how easy that was? See how quickly we can come to resolution? Sorry that I rebroadcast your videos I thought you wanted the world to see. Sorry that I was supporting you in your endeavor, in a sense, and also being entertained by it because you're a clown on the ground. That's fine. I'm not mad at it. I think it's great if that's what you're into. So I didn't know. I was confused again. You're right. So I'm done with you. You don't have to come back here anymore. I'm not going to rebroadcast any of your crap, and I'm not going to talk about you at all. You may come up in conversation because we've had experiences with you. That's not me doing whole broadcasts about you. That's what I think you'd want me to do, is do a whole broadcast about you. And because I'm not doing it, you're going to say I'm doing that so that I do that. You're all the same. You all play the same childlike broken games, power games, value games, double standard hypocrisy games. Thoughts, Timmy, Brian, before we move on? I got a stack of breaking slave news. Better off I just come on here, stick to the formality, because when I do open panel and I let these folks up, it's just complete mental, emotional, spiritual illness. And I never really get down to anything. And I'm cool with that too. I can let it hang out there. We can be out there. It's probably best I just come on, do the 2 to 3 hours, stick to 2 to 3 kind of formalities. If folks are into it, cool. If not, they go somewhere else. Because I just don't see resolution with any of these folks coming for them or with me.
Yeah, this admittedly, like, this is why I was late today. I was just like, I was sitting there, and I was just sitting there and going, yeah, I can't do 3 to 5 hours of madness every single day. I mean, like, obviously there's so much gems and value, et cetera, et cetera. That's why I fuck with you. But man, yeah, it's I don't have the mercy or stamina that you do, but at some point, like 600 days in a row, it's like, and it's not specific to Mitchell. It's just,
yeah, it's a generalized sentiment, and then it starts to cause me, which is always a good thing, to pause and reflect on who and what I am and what's emanating from me that's calling this in. Are these folks a reflection of who and what I am, or are they a reflection of what I'm supposed to be bringing here? Like, are they me on the highest level and on the lowest level need what I have or who and what I am? Or are they a 1-for-1 reflection of me and my insanity and madness? It's rather shocking when you understand the holographic nature of this simulation. Seemingly, you start to pause and reflect more often. What is this indicating about me, if not consciously, subconsciously? Right. And I believe I get it, because this is all aspects of self. And a lot of these folks identify with aspects of who and what I am, either consciously or subconsciously, because we all seem to have these qualities or lack thereof, just varying degrees. That's why I say I'm pretty equitable about my assessment of myself. I want to believe that I'm pretty objective in the self-analysis, right? It's why I kind of do the bit and the mocking of I am Jack Talcott, he is me. It's a bit non-bit. Because 3/4 of my life, I have been him in a sense. I want to believe that I had more awareness and that I knew what was going on in the room and could read the room in reality. I'm not so sure that was the case. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, I'd like to say something different, but I'm not so sure it was that was the reality.
Yeah, I mean the boundaries are needed. In my experience, it's after a while, like I'm seeing folks that are like a bit 5 years, 10 years in the past of my same journey, and then they want to kind of fight me while I'm talking to them. But sometimes maybe it's just better one-way communication, right? Like just say the thing and they can hear it or not, but they don't need
Let
to
me ask you this, Timmy, because this has been rolling around my head the last couple days, right? I've kind of found an energy with you, right? Like a kinship. I found,
Yeah.
I think, an alignment in the sense of what we do here and kind of how we live, away from here. And what's your level of like desire or capacity to? I guess they have to kind of be hand in hand to bring your own whatever to this broadcast in the sense of, maybe in an hour or two before, we generally go on, like scanning YouTube or scanning the internet or maybe just whatever you've been hearing or doing. You know what I'm saying? Bringing whatever to the situation that we can talk about or show the people that interests you, that you're inspired by, that you're passionate about, that you're entertained by. Right? I'm totally open to that.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that sounds cool, man. I've been like every week on Sundays I go over like stuff that I'm thinking about and trying to get done, and it keeps coming up on my docket. It's like, okay, how do I do something that that I really enjoy doing, and because I do look at like these like cases and like situations, and then I do like the broadcast in my head, right? Like I'm in the shower, like what the fuck, and I'm just like I'm ranting, you know what I'm talking about, just doing the rant, and I'm like fuck, like this should just be, just record this shit, right? But yeah, man, like the just opinions on like applying the law and honor understanding overlaid on like current events is interesting, and also that's one thing, like the rights and freedom side actually applied to like situations to kind of inject it into folks experience, I guess, at least like a different angle, because I think I have a unique angle. And then the other side is like the business side, like some sort of thing, like honorable business, like that whole thing, because they don't. I mean, you got one side of folks who they're just like, yeah, I just get a job, and then you have the other side of folks who I'm gonna be the quote unquote employer, right? And then there's that third side, which is very quiet, sort of the quote unquote truther side with PMAs, but then they get way too stuck in like paperwork and stuff like that. So, but there's something to do with that, with kind of bringing those worlds together, of like actually, making a good business and just how to do that. So, but yeah, like I don't.
Chances are we're gonna align with whatever you bring forward somewhere, some way, somehow.
Yeah. Yeah, but I was figuring out how to bring value, and yeah, like the audience, I think there's definitely ideas that I have that could. It's just hard because there's a lot of different ideas. That's one of my negative things. My weaknesses, like I have too many ideas and then can only get so much done. But yeah, man, we can maybe even test out like doing a segment or something. I don't know if you want.
Yeah, you can screen share, right? So all you'd have to do, like I got 40 tabs up there right now open. So all you'd have to do is just whenever you're around and catching information, you just throw it up there, throw it up there, throw it up there. By the end of the week, you'll have 40 tabs up there, and then you can, I can switch over to you and you can run through them. And then I'll just be, you'll take the lead on presentment, and then I'll be the co-commentator, right? If you're into it, I'm not telling you to do something so I can lean on you. I'm saying if you're into it and you got shit, I always kind of enjoy hearing your perspective. I think the people do. And if nothing else, they're triggered by you. So it's a win-win.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that sounds cool. That was what I was thinking about. Because I like to hear your opinion on stuff, and we always mix it up. And you always do bring the like more that color, the entertainment. You're a white gorilla, right? But you bring the color, the more entertainment side, because sometimes I could go a bit dry, but yeah. Now we can figure something. I actually been saving stuff in a folder already, but
Yeah, I mean, I
yeah,
guess I've
man.
learned about myself that that's really kind of what I enjoy doing. You
Yeah,
know, like regardless of what folks think that I'm good at or want to hear from me, like I really kind of enjoy, making people laugh. I enjoy making people think and then getting people triggered with the bit non bit, right? I guess I'm very Brian O'Shea in that sense. I'm a sad
yeah.
clown.
It's funny because my brother, you guys are a lot like my brother. Two brothers. My middle brother's a fucking comedian, like not on the stage, just every day, and that's his like coping mechanism for our family life, but also just the way he gets around, and so he's always just like not serious, and then like fuck, I take like sometimes I take the completely other angle, but but yeah, man, we can you want to just do it like a segment on your channel? That'd be cool, right?
Yeah, whatever. Just you just get it. You don't. What I do again, it's not that we're gonna do the same thing in life, but I don't put any thought into it. Right. I just go
Yeah,
with what I will look at something and then I feel into what it does inside of me, and then I put that aside and go, this is gonna do that inside them. Right. So it's awareness of self that translates to awareness of audience. And then I already know me enough to know that if I feel that inside of me when I look at something, all I got to do is put it before me again and I'm going to go right into that rap because I'm the same self. There's only so many things
yeah,
you could talk about in so many different ways, and the truth remains the same. So I don't even prepare. I don't like preparing. I don't think that that's where this art or this medium
mm,
is supposed to be. I think it's disingenuous, right? I'd prefer all Hollywood and everybody just be themselves. Whatever the fuck they're commenting on or talking about, throw it up and talk about it. If you can't do that, then you got no business there. It's just the
yeah,
teleprompter game, the preparation game, the scripted in your head, whatever the fuck else. No, you may have certain concepts or jokes or ideas subconsciously rolling around inside of you that come out at times, but ultimately, the talking points and the descriptions and speaking about what you see or what you've experienced should come on the fly off the top of your head from your heart.
right.
And that's to me what I like about this medium, and where that's what gives me value, right, and gives me purpose, is not being like them and doing life and this thing that way, right?
Yeah, dude, that you just I think it finally just clicked that whole like this whole art, the art aspect of this and how like because that's what I like. Okay, it's what I hate in all the business world that I see every fucking day, and I see these people's streams and their ads and their copy, and it's just all bullshit, and they know it. And then like these people do videos and they do calls, and it's so completely inauthentic. And then I always call it out, and then they look at me like I have 12 heads. But then like 5% of the people see what I say and they just fucking love me, right? So it's like it's just because I'm doing it that energy. And yeah, so yeah, you're right, man. It should just be more off the cuff, and I should just let it be the authenticity.
Yeah, it forces the being to get more confident in whatever it is they're saying, right? You can't own a stage or a room or do broadcasting and ever doubt yourself in the moment what you're saying. That's why sometimes I will bomb on purpose and I will jump out the window and say ridiculous shit. And there may be a grain of truth in there, but as I'm doing it, I'm just following the thread of unpacking aspects of self, the subconscious, playing with other people's subconscious out there. It's kind of all at once. It just becomes one thing, right? And the only way you get to that point is by getting out in the open, being watched, and then just saying who and what the fuck you are over and over again, to the point where you have no more fear of how they're going to perceive you and what value judgment they're going to make on you, right? So it's more of a practice, I think, to actualization and realization, to where you can then at some point get up and talk about anyone or anything and let it flow from your heart. You can speak truth and also do the bit non-bit at times, and you're not in your own way, right? That's a big reason why I wanted to do this broadcasting thing, because I wanted to talk so long and so often about who and what I am and what I'm experiencing that it just becomes second nature. I'm never in my own way. I'm never self-doubting, right? I'm never fearful about what I got to say, and I don't give a fuck about how anyone's going to perceive it. I can't, right? So that carries over into life, I believe, as well. It becomes a tool that you can pick up and put down, right? And oftentimes you got to know when to put it down, because it's a slippery slope between confidence and arrogance, right? Sometimes we don't have all the right answers. Sometimes we are jumping a little too far out the window for whoever, whatever that means, because that's kind of subjective. But yeah, man, I think that you get it.
Yeah, no, but you're definitely onto something specifically for me though. Is I think my inner it thinks too much about like, oh, how is this going to specifically work out, and which part of the business is it like?
That's your inner Jew. You got to check your inner Jew in the creative department.
Yeah, I think if I just kind of trust myself and then the higher force, that it's gonna work out.
Playboy, yo, Timmy, man, I'm gonna take you shopping, man. We gonna talk about broadcasting. Okay, we gonna talk about partying, Playboy. Yo, Heat Wave, you down there?
Yo, Heat Wave. I like that name.
That's yeah. Playboy, we all partying tonight. Yeah. I'm gonna get Jaguar right over here. She gonna get you right. Don't have to get right or get left.
Oh man, I feel like
I got my music performance in the back.
Nice.
In the private chat.
All right, run it. No, that ain't it. That's me, San Joaquin.
In the private chat.
Online $10. Hey, it's our winner for Fat Tuesday.
You don't see anything.
It's Fat Tuesday with Fat Brian. You're looking like me lately, O'Shea, with that big gut.
You guys, you've probably seen him.
You're living on a mountain eating carbs will do to you, huh?
That was like a reject from Sons of
His only diet.
Fuck this bitch. I'll go right off on this bitch. She's going to insult you while you're coming up here. A reject from Sons of Anarchy.
Hey, I'm about to rip this shit apart, so you might want to turn up a little bit. I don't know what y'all fucking think you're doing around here, eating fish and chips.
Yeah, Playboy. It's that new album. Yeah, boy.
Sweet leg and play with a blitz, crystal gifts, presents, bliss, thick chicks, taking pics, mountains, bricks, hoes and tricks, right? Spray instead of that shit, they took your shit, you taking it back, brick by brick, you building it back, yeah, one of the time, you imagine that.
God damn it, Paul.
Your ragged hands, they go to say, try to eat your right, we hard to take it against the cheek, we stretching things, danger and right, like King Kong, at your door, ding dong, soft in the middle, ding dong, back and forth like ping pong.
Do you know?
Just confused, hold that life, you been abused, the truth they needed to see, if the truth will set you free. Come with me, we'll walk the path. 1 + 1 just do the math. It equals 3, the Trinity, infinity. Don't fuck with me. I'm I want to see that I got what you need. The best believe with an ace on my sleeve. See the dreams in me. Breathe, easy, creeping, peeping out the scenery. Greenery. Team of 3 from tempting me. Tempted blood is Chevy. Shallow, hallelujah. That'll do ya on the scooter. Rudy, Pooty. How they do me? How you doing?
Blowjobs?
Stop, cops, ops, not. They can't figure out. I don't need the clout. In about that drop and drip. I put the script.
Yeah.
Too legit. Hit it, lip to lip, and I'm locking shit.
Squat.
Where she at? Hit to hit, we lip to lip. You can suck my dick.
I love that shit. Bad boy. O'Shea moves like white folks.
Give it up one more time for the low-key gangster, Brian O'Shea.
Goodness.
Yeah.
The flow seems sick, but I couldn't understand about 6 words of the whole thing, dude.
Got skills, Brian.
They're saying he sounds like Mr. White Folks. You know who that is? They're saying he moves, he dances like him. Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
hey,
Yeah.
hey, hey.
When they play the GD anthem
in the club. When they play the GD anthem in the club.
Your thoughts, Brian O'Shea, on any of that comparison?
I agree with that comparison.
Agree with that?
White folks is pretty cool.
He's pretty cool. You guys are pretty cool.
Like right down the white. No, he is. Can I be a member of your fan club? Can I be a member of your fan club?
Why are you talking like that?
Hey, you just don't know what you miss.
You don't know what you miss.
You don't know what you miss. Hey, you drop something. You drop something.
Why you touching me, white boy?
Your manners.
Yo, you know damn well this guy's got knocked out like 4 times.
He pop his shit 24
Hey, man. Hey, man. Ooh,
He said, "Oh, we." Cuz, it's my shit.
man, we rocking these big fuck ass turnout. Fuck
You
ass
need some
turnout.
milk.
Hey, can I be a member of your fan club? I know that swing your backyard.
Yeah, this guy's been getting beat up his whole life.
That's you.
Ooh, look at it, look at it.
You wish.
That's you.
Is this slave news?
You gonna pop your shit?
You've
This is
transitioned.
Brian O'Shea's father.
Hey, man. I know what's going on. White folks in the building tonight.
This is pretty much me at that festival after I took those 2 tabs of acid. I'm not gonna lie to you. I never did.
Oh man.
Whatever. Your thoughts, KG?
That's you. You're the gay G. Mr. Paul Enslaved. Big shot.
Listen, my nickname in prison wasn't Heat Wave, so that's
Hey,
you.
Wave's great. Timmy, you ever knock somebody out? You ever fight anybody, Timmy?
Here we go.
My boxing career, I'm
Here
0-1.
goes tough guy JG. We're
I have
gonna
an
get into it.
0-1
This is
boxing
why I don't
career.
hang out with people like JG because it always leads to a problem.
No,
Right?
but see, that's
He's
not the case.
insecurity
Paul.
will
Paul,
always
stop
lead to
talking.
him getting beat up.
Stop talking, man.
Because we'll sit there and talk shit, and then at some point
you're
he's
trying
gonna
to
get
make
really
me look
mad,
bad. Nah.
and then he's gonna have to get beat up in order to like learn how to check his feelers.
Yeah, Paul's the type of guy he can't fight, so he's the guy I got to fight for because he's too fat and slow.
No, that's the thing. I can fight, and I'm good at it. I just don't like it.
No, you're too fat and slow now, Paul. All right, you talk a big game, but I would have to stick up for you.
There's been a few folks who throughout my life, mostly when I was younger, who would, attack me and give me no choice, and then they learn the hard way. But again, I don't like fighting. I'm not into the bravado and the machismo bullshit. I'm not into putting my hands on people and having people put their hands on me. Doesn't mean I'm not good at it. I just don't like it. So I'm really not good at it, really, because I stay away from it. Push comes to shove. If we're out eating right now and you go to try to challenge me to a fight, I'm going to go, nah, JG, it's all right, bro. I'll just take the pride hit. Don't worry about it. You'll beat me up. We're cool. You know, let's go eat something and then go off with the rest of our day, right? I'm not going to get into it with you. I have no reason to. I got nothing to prove is the point, right? When you got nothing to prove, you stay the fuck away from that shit because it doesn't end well either way. I don't get a rush out of beating people up and hurting people. And I don't get a rush out of being beaten up and hurt. So where's the win there for me? What do I get out of that?
JD, I'll tell you one story. I took this little Mexican, his name was Taco. Taco, shout out to you if you're still out there. And I took his bitch for a month. And then one day he followed me home from school, and I don't know what I was doing. I didn't even see him. He popped out of the bushes. He sucker punched me in the back of the head. And then he ran away.
Those were bags of groceries, to be fair, down there. That was just food. That's why I was really excited. Go ahead, Timmy.
And so my older brother, 8 years older than me, the oldest one, I told him he didn't put me in the car. We got in the car and he tried to find him for like 3 hours. He's like, yo, you gotta go fight him, blah, blah, blah. And then he was like, yo, next day, tomorrow you gotta throw a desk at him at class. This is high school, like maybe 9th grade. He's like, you gotta throw a desk at him. You gotta maintain your honor, respect. And I didn't throw a desk at him, JG, because like it just why would I do that? He didn't fuck with me again anyway. It just kind of fizzled out, and nobody called me a bitch. I mean, it just is what it is. I had nothing to prove, so I could have thrown it. Part of me wanted to throw a desk at him, but like, where would that lead? Like, where logically would that have led? Get stabbed over what? Some broad?
Yeah, my uncle taught me something. The uncle that just died recently one day when I was running my mouth and then got out of the car and I threw the cup back at the car. And he said, hey, come here for a second. And when I came over to the window, he pepper sprayed me and drove off. I'm more likely to do some shit like that to you at this point than roll around with you and risk both of our life. I'm just going to teach you a lesson. I'm going to leave.
Yeah, I mean, I've done that before.
Right, and there's no reason for it to get to that because, quite frankly, there was no reason for him to do that. But ultimately, if we're all going to get to that point, I'm not risking everybody's life, and I'm not rolling around. I'm not going to come up retarded because I hit my head on the fucking concrete playing around with a grown man. So, it's best we just use our words and our humbleness and humility and check our feelers to just do what's true and what's right, or we stay the fuck away from each other. There's no reason to ever get to that point. That shit's reserved for people who want to really harm you, who really come through your house and want to do something to you. That energy and that mode is for them. It's not for talking shit, people in their feelers and words and all the rest of this shit. If nobody's taking nothing from you and they haven't harmed who and what you are or your family, you got no business going to that level with anybody. That's just how I live. I've lived like that pretty much forever.
I had some dude, his chick was eyeing me down all weird, like all crazy. I was like, what are you staring at? Like, I look up and she's just grilling the shit out of me, glowering, right? She's got that look. I'm like, what the fuck you staring at? And then her dude's like, the fuck's the problem? Talking all this shit. I was like, dude, what are you going to do, man? You got them bitch ass shorts on, 50s basketball shorts on. I'm just talking shit to him. And he's like, oh, fuck up. And I went right up to him. I'm like, what's up, man? I squared up. I was like, what are you going to do? He stopped talking and he got scared. And this dude is 2 times my size. I'm like, you're all talk, man. Like, I kept saying, check your girl. Your girl's the one starting these problems. So these girls go around starting shit and then rely on their bitch ass fucking boyfriends and they don't do shit.
Yeah, but you're getting like sucked into that kind of jurisdiction. It's like I had no business fighting Taco and like entering his jurisdiction in that world because I didn't care. Like I don't care what his crew or his friends care about, and like I don't even care. I mean,
his values are not your values.
Yeah, so like I'm not gonna like sacrifice my entire future to go and like enter his jurisdiction, his court, and his world and go find him and throw a desk at him and maybe get stabbed because they do roll with knives. Kids get stabbed all the time in high school around my area. It's pretty rough high school. So it's just like for what? Because my friends didn't think I was a bitch. My friends were like, you took his girl. You already won. So I mean, and he didn't keep pressing the issue, so he didn't. So like you know what I'm saying, JG?
Yeah, no, I mean, props to you, Timmy. I was hoping you would
You could
say,
call me you could call me a bitch if you want. I mean, it's fine.
dude, I've walked away from shit. Like, sometimes you're like, fuck it, this ain't even worth it. Sometimes you feed into it, you're having a bad day, and it's life.
Been in bar
Yeah,
fights
I'm
before
not.
in college.
I'm gonna avoid as much as possible having to go do prison time behind some jerk off who's not worth my time at all. Right? Like it's just the reality of it. I've learned again. The same uncle who pepper sprayed me one day. I told you about the kid who was constantly trying to prove something with me because he felt whatever kind of way about me. You know, and eventually he got drunk and hit me with a bat in my leg. And I turned around. I told him, put the bat down. Now you're going to get the fight you've been begging for months. He used to walk next to me every day. Say, oh, you're big for nothing. You're a bitch. Let's fight, blah, blah, blah. I go, bro, I got no reason to fight you. And you're not going to get me into that mode for just saying shit. Like, just go about your business. I'm not here for that. You know? So, you know, at that point, then once someone hits you with a bat and then they won't give you the fight, now you get into your feelers. Now you get angry. So now you want to come back with other types of shit and do other type of activity. And like I said, my uncle's crazy. You know, he was almost begging to kill or die most of his life. You know, so does anyone really want to kill somebody? Does anyone really want to go do prison time behind that shit over some fucking low life clown that I shouldn't have been on those blocks and those streets anyway? Fucking around with those losers over drugs and bullshit.
Well, to be honest, yeah, I mean, I'd like to kill some people, but at the same time, I like to get away with it. And that's the temptation I got.
Yeah, but that's the thing, bro. Like, do you really believe that you're going to take life and not have to deal with that?
Well, I'm fucking up now talking about it, but yes.
Well, then you got bigger issues. That's like psychopathy, sociopathy. There should never be an aspect of a human being that could kill someone who's not trying to actively harm you and not feel anything about it. You could argue folks who go to war and kill the enemy have to still feel it and see those flashes of those people.
It's worthy. That's what I'm getting at. These people deserve it. That's what I'm getting at. It's not just me going, oh yeah.
I don't think your conscience is impervious to that. Even if you really believe in your ego, they deserve it. Once you get to the point of taking life like that, it's going to be with you till the day you die.
Yeah, and so what, dude? Like, if I killed somebody,
if you want to carry that shit.
You know how it is, Paul. The mob, they did it. People I know did it. Like, I've come close to doing it, man. I split a guy's face open. I could have killed him. Hit him right in the fucking face because he started shit with me, broke my skateboard. My skateboard's still intact. I went up and smacked the shit out of his face. Nearly missed his brain. I cut his whole fucking face open. Yeah, I could have killed him there. And that's when I'm thinking, oh shit, you know, I would have to be on the run after that. But
is that equitous though? You're not overdoing it with that.
My fault, Timmy. Say it again.
Is that equitous though? Like he broke your skateboard and was being an asshole. Like, isn't it? Then do you think you went too far? In hindsight?
Yeah, because Timmy, I'm telling you, I get to this party. The first person I see is this guy, and I never met him. But my friends are like, he's an older head, and I was like, "Hey, Jimmy, I'm Jack. Nice to meet you." And the guy ignored the shit out of me. Well, I went to say nice to meet you. I was like, "Hey, Jimmy, I'm Jack," and he just cool guyed the shit out of me. And then the whole night he's staring at me all crazy. Then he's drunk as shit. And he goes up and breaks my board in half. And I was like, yo, fuck this shit. I was riled up and I just grabbed my board and smacked shit out.
Don't you believe that this anger that burns in you is something other than what it expresses on in the moment? It comes from somewhere or something else?
Bro, it's my anger with fucking people, Paul. People suck, man.
You realize you're a people, right?
Yeah. But I don't go... Dude. Do you understand? You go through shit, people put you through shit. Like, you're constantly talking about the shit people put you through, man.
Right, I can access that space and I can talk about it and vent about it and revisit that pain, but I try not to carry that day to day, and I try not to let it be a source of acting out for me and other people from that place.
All right. Jack Talcott.
That's the thing, man. Don't presume that some of what Jack Talcott repeats isn't ancient wisdom that works for all of us, because we've all been through a lot of the same shit. It's just about how we deal with it, respond to it, or work
All
with
right,
it.
dude. I'm not presuming that. Like, why even say that?
Well, you're mocking me by saying, okay, Jack Talcott, like as if love and peace doesn't work for the individual rather than living in anger and hate.
All right, it wasn't that deep. It was just a little jab. It's not a.
I'm not saying you're attacking me. I don't feel attacked by you, and I'm not attacking you. I don't want to attack you, and I'm not feeling attacked by you. Right? We're just talking.
JG, like, but like you didn't have to be at that party, right? And if that dude is like the alpha gorilla at that house or at that party, and he's just like he's just a douchebag, like kind of drunk on his own little perceived power, don't you think you're in like why do you? He shouldn't have broke your board, right? But like before he even broke your board, that disrespect, like why do you put so much weight into that?
Check this out, Timmy. Right, I'm a skateboarder. I'm trying to film and put a video part together, right? I'm trying to do my thing, right? I'm trying to come up in skateboarding, right? And I got nothing but cocksuckers trying to bring me down, man. So every day you're dealing with some bitch, you know, he's got something to say, or you know, you got somebody dick around you. There's all types of shit happening.
Yeah.
Right? I'm at this party. This dude's just he's on some bullshit, right? And once he broke my board, I had a brand new board. I was going to skate the next day, try to film some shit. Once he broke that board, that's when I was just like, yo, I just showed everybody, you know me. That's where bullshit happens, and people are getting fake on me. Now everybody's, you know, just gassing me up. They're trying to fucking play me out and disregard me. Over time, it's just like, it's just politics.
Yeah, but you're
just like
you're
how they were trying to get Tupac with that fucking rape shit and saying, "Oh, he did this and this and this." It's just accusations, and that's what it's become. Nothing but accusations, man. Over time, it's just become nothing but accusations. They don't have a brain, and I'm fucking solid.
Wait, hang on. You're a skateboarder though, right? Like the best way to win, in my opinion, is to just the next day you find a board and you go out and you film like the most badass video like of all time and just throw that into their face, because you're not a fighter, or like, I'm not saying you're weak. I'm just saying like you're not talking about the winning the boxing championship or some shit. Like the best way that those rappers could win is when they drop the most fire diss track of all time, and then everybody's like, oh shit, that dude roasted the shit out of him. He's the best rapper, right? Because it's a rap battle. It's not. You're not competing just generally as a man in that environment. Really, it's like you're trying to. The thing you care about is that like artistic title, right?
Yeah, the problem is like every
reputation, dude. It's a whole bunch of shit.
Yeah, it's culture, man. The problem is that in skating culture, it's on the street. So on the street, we know what happened. People, you know, want to buck up and they want to get in their fucking ego and they want to talk fly with the mouth and pop shit and, you know, all the rest of it. And we know where it leads. So it's kind of almost dangerously intertwined with skateboarding. It's kind of like, you know, that street thug, you know, hobo, whatever culture.
It's where not folks hobo, are like, man. It's skateboarding is drugs. It is violence. It's gangsters. Like, just because it's skateboarding, right? You might think it's like scootering, like we're fucking little scooter fags or some shit. Like skateboarding and hip hop go hand in hand.
I was just saying that, JG. Why are you? I get that you live it, but I've lived with folks who live. You know, like I've seen pretty much all the different cliques and the different cultures, and I've kind of moved through them at times. So
no, I'm just saying, to Timmy, like I'm just saying to Timmy, it's insane. That culture is insane.
Yeah, but that's where then discipline and direction comes in. That I'm here to skateboard. I'm not here to fight, like he just said.
Yeah, and then you're a bitch.
Know? Again. It's not what they call you. It's what you answer to and what you really believe about yourself. If you got nothing to prove, then they could call you whatever the fuck they want. Doesn't change who and what you are, what you can do, and what you're not going to do.
I understand that, but
You're only a bitch if you believe you're a bitch. So if they can get you to feel like a bitch, you must believe that on some level.
Yeah, right. It's psychological. They'll try to, psych you out. But I was just doing shit because I was fed up, man. I'm just fed up with all these.
No, I get it, bro. I get it. I'm not, judging you because we all deal with it. Obviously you see what goes on here. Folks hating, projecting, trying to undo you, play all types of games in front of the scenes and behind. So yeah, there's times where if I'm out certain areas, and folks start getting uppity and whatever, I got a bit more of a quick trigger if I'm not observing myself because I'm tired of the bullshit, tired of the games, tired of folks saying shit and then acting like there's going to be no consequences. Where's that going to get me? I start getting reactive and doing something out of character. First of all, it's really not me anyway at my core. I'm more of a loving, caring person than I am a violent, dangerous person. I mean, everyone has the potential to be that, but that's not really the way I would choose to live. I don't see the benefit in it. So even if that is me or an aspect of self, I don't see the benefit in living that way. But I get it. When you got a bunch of environmental pressures and you got a bunch of folks who act like there's no consequences to what they think, feel, say, and do, it gets you out of character, and then you start equalizing with them. And then guess what? That's when the state of and the God of this world and maybe the God of creation is going to teach you there's consequences to everybody's thoughts, emotions, actions, and reactions, including the person having the experience. You or I in this simulation, right? That's the whole point of consciousness and awareness. It's not for times of peace when everything's going great. It's for when they want to get at you. And you wind up getting out of character and throwing your fucking life away for some low life you should have just walked off from.
Well, people take you to that point, and
they can only take you to a point you let them.
They'll keep digging.
But why do you need their praise or validation?
That's just part of the culture, man. But Timmy, I'm not even involved. I'm not even involved with these people anymore, right?
Yeah, we're talking about the past.
Yeah, I'm just saying that is part of the culture. It's just like it's validation, it's fucking ego, it's
maybe
status.
That's part of the system, right? Like that's embedded in, that's baked in, right? It makes everybody constantly like pointing the finger at each other and kind of making it so that there can only be like one winner, and then you got like 100,000 people trying to get like 400 spots in the NBA or some shit like that, right? And then there's like this false goal where like that's the only way out. I'm just using that as an example, right? But like, I mean, it shouldn't be like that, right? There should be that healthy competition and razzing and ribbing each other if we actually care about each other to win. But it seems like it's almost like a false like a lack of like a fake resource depletion where there's not enough chairs when the music stops. I don't know if that made sense.
It's like a rat race. It's definitely political, and you got to be fake. You can't be real.
And that's the point, right? Like what's the point of winning that then? You have to ask yourself, or that's what I ask myself with some of these arenas. I'm like, wait, why do I even want this? Because then when I get it, if I got it, I'm like, I just do the simulation in my head. I'm like, wait, I'm not going to care.
Yeah, you got to fight people and throw away your future or your soul to keep a position that was never really meant for you anyway.
Go all the way. Like, what if you won, skateboarding champion of the universe? Like, what you had to do a bunch of horrible shit to get there, kill people, be the king, a quote unquote king on the street, bashing people's brains in. I mean, like,
not to mention, you like when everything's going great, you're co-creating with folks you don't really value or respect. So how does it work anyway? Because it's not like JG. I think this is why he's here. Because again, we're a lot the same in certain ways. You find yourself going, what does it even matter if I'm validated in this arena when I don't even respect or value these motherfuckers around me anyway? Yeah. Now, whether that's egotism or narcissism on our end, it's just the way that it is. Maybe that's the way it's supposed to be. keeps you from scrapping for all that validation and that value in venues surrounded by folks you don't want to compete with anyway because you don't respect them or value them.
Yep.
The best form of competition is when you got a motherfucker next to you or across from you who you really respect and value. You go, if I don't want to beat this motherfucker, I damn sure want to be like him in some ways. That's the best competition you can have. What's the point of even being in a venue? That's why I tell these folks on here, they don't understand what levels my egotism and narcissism goes to. They should ask me. I'll tell you. I don't see you as my competition. I don't respect you and value you enough to see you as that. That's the reality of it.
Right,
Yeah, I mean,
go ahead, Gigi.
no, I mean, Paul, I'm a thinker. Like all of this stuff is going through my head, and it's just, I guess it was hard for me to. I love skateboarding, man. That's my shit, and I really, I still love it. But there was a clash between your passion, your true love, like your shit. This is my shit. This is my craft, and all the bullshit, like the politics. So that clash kind of fucked me up, and that's what really killed me is like these cockers are fucking my shit up,
Right. My biggest competition at this point is me, because in these venues, most of the folks I meet, again, whether it's my pride and ego, false self or not, and I'm not aware of it, they just don't do what I do the way that I do it. You call that ego. It's a healthy level of confidence and faith at this point that I guess some people around me, including myself inside of me, have sort of started to establish. So most of these folks, when I meet them in a broadcasting venue, I don't see them as competition. I just don't see them doing what I do the way that I do it, on screen or off screen. I go, what are you going to do today? Come on and talk about P. Diddy's fucking, lawsuit that you're reading? What are we really, the more conscious and aware you get as a being and how the world seems to work, the more confident you get in yourself, you realize I'm my own competition. Because really, at the end of the day, I only got to be better than I was yesterday or last year. I really can't compete with anyone else outside of me anyway, in actuality. But, the double down is, like I said, when you're in a venue with the majority of folks who you don't respect and value enough at what they do in their craft to see them as competition anyway. LeBron James don't see, I don't know fucking basketball, but LeBron James don't see, the fourth string guy on the other team as his competition. He only sees the motherfucker who's doing what he does the way he does it.
There's also this corporatization or politicization of a playful, like pure Zen passion. Like the reason you like to skateboard, I presume, is probably the same reason why I love snowboarding. Like that's my favorite thing to do on earth. I don't like it because there's a bunch of other people around and I got to do some competition and politics and bullshit. It's like a meditation. I'm out in nature, yet I'm also exercising. It's playful. It's just free. It's pure freedom. Right, like, and I do race, like to go fast, part of it. But like, if some external thing can, politicize it and turn it into some challenge and turn everybody against each other and make up some title and then make everybody wear masks and take medications to try to compete to get it. Like, This is like life.
That's the point. The reason the dude probably broke JG's skateboard to begin with, because he already knew he couldn't compete with him. So he went to break his skateboard to pull out of him some other realm in another venue to try to get him away from his purpose. See, when you're that type of person, like when you come on to do a broadcast or you go to snowboard or skateboard and it's just what you do, you live it, you breathe it, it's your passion, it's your dream. The motherfucker who's showing up just for the money or just to compete, he's never going to be able to compete with you because this is what you do. So he's going to try to break your tools and get you angry so you could throw it all away because he don't have what it takes to compete with you truly in that venue, just like they've all done with me.
That dude was just a bitch ass hater. Like, I've got a really good read on people from skateboarding, and that dude, just looking at him, watching his eyes, watching his movement. And so I was like, this guy's a hater. He's got problems with me. I don't even fucking know. So,
was he good at skateboarding?
Yeah, but he was a drug addict.
Think he was as good as you?
Nah.
Maybe he could have been as good as you or better if he wasn't on the drugs, and that's why he was hating on you, because he knew that you had a power and control over yourself that he didn't. He felt powerless.
Well, what I usually see is people, they'll talk about you and they'll talk about people to other people or around other people. This guy might have heard about me and he's like, envious or some shit of my status or my ego. And I went up to him like, hey, like, how's it going? And that's when I was like, all right, this dude, he's just a hater. Like, he just became a hater. Like, I hate on people, but it's for real reasons. Where then you got haters out there that are just hating on you because they're just fucking inferior bitches. Like, they're just fucking faulty minded and they're hating on you for nonsense reasons.
Yeah, but like, that's the thing, bro. Hating on somebody for
you spit on my sister, I got ready for you.
Yeah, hating on somebody for a reason is not hating. That's in a sense caring about truth. Because you're saying there's a truth happening. That's not hating. Hating is when they don't like you because of who and what you are, and rather than just talk about it or get over it, they're going to start creating drama and narratives like all the rest of folks do here. It's all the same shit over and over again.
There's a caliber to hate. There's a spectrum. There's like petty bullshit hate, like dumb, foolish little kid, young ball hate, and then there's real hate, like real shit. That's all we're seeing nowadays. It's just clowns all around with this petty little.
Like my father was doing yesterday. I was talking truth about our experience, and then he wants to go into hater mode. Start saying a whole bunch of shit to try to undo me and try to affect how people see me and demean me and mischaracterize me. Also, he could feel equalized with me because he's jealous and envious. That's all it comes down to. He's never really done what he wanted to do. He wanted to be a baseball player, and he still feels like a bitch to this day that he didn't go that route. So he wants to do all these other.
A lot of these people, Paul, haven't been in like positions where you're pursuing your passion. You're pursuing something.
They're pursuing sucking dick and being a slave. Now they got to hate on me because I broke out. Shit's pathetic, especially if it's your own father.
But when you're pursuing if you're selling drugs or if you're in the skate culture, if you're whatever, man, you got to know how to carry yourself. There's etiquette, and a lot of people, it's like, dude, kill that hate. Like watch your hate, watch what you say. People are all willy nilly, loose lips, sink ships. Just saying whatever the fuck they want. It's like, dude, like you gotta carry yourself differently, man.
Well, where's that dude now? What happened? What did the karma help him?
Oh, that guy?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I seen him. I was at a skate park one time by myself skating, and then he rolls up, and I'm like, damn, I'm like, this fucking dude really just showed up. He's like, hey, you're Jack, right? And I'm looking at him like, you're fucking fake as shit. I split your face open. You know who the fuck I am? He's like, you're Jack, right? And I'm like, just looking at him like, what's up? And he's just like, yeah, dude, sorry, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, yeah, it's cool. And that was it. But,
that's the thing, right? Like maybe that was a demon. Like actually that, like at the end of the day, like, I think we're all the children of God, and it's not really us, even when we do these things. Maybe that was a demon, like, that took him over. Not. I'm not trying to get rid of the accountability for him as the being, but like, he showed up as a different being later. He must have gotten some karma, dude.
Well, he got sober. I heard he sobered up, and I didn't really want to. When he said, "Hey, you're Jack," right? I was like, "All right, this dude's fake as shit." But I was just like, "I'm not even gonna fucking. I'm not gonna. I'm just gonna be cordial with him." I already split his face open. The guy's fake as shit. I'm just gonna say a few words, see what he has to say, and I was like, yeah, it's cool, dude. Like, whatever. But I still hate that fucking dude because he fucked up my friendships. He fucked some shit up. So my friends went fake on me. They took his side. I'm like, you're taking his fucking side? This fucking cocksucker that goes around
because you probably scared them, and they started to look at you as a loose cannon and a liability.
Nah, they took his side because fucking they're stupid.
Why did he break your board? Like, did anything happen directly before that? Did it out of the blue?
Dude, I already told the fucking story, man. I already told how
But you
exactly
didn't say
went down.
specifically. He didn't shake your hand. He was hating him, but you didn't say there. So there's no reason then, other than him being a hater. Nothing directly, no argument directly before it happened.
I took my board out of my buddy's car because he had to leave, and I put it up like against the wall. I'm talking to these two girls drinking a beer. I look over. He goes up and grabs my board, and I'm just watching him. And he puts it on the ground and stomps it in half. So I threw my beer, went up, grabbed my board, and just whacked the shit out.
So he did it completely out of nowhere for nothing, for no reason.
Brian, that's what I'm trying to say, man. Is these are the fucking,
Why would your friends take his side if he broke your board out of nowhere for no reason? Is it just simply that?
Ask them, Brian. Ask them, man. They took his side because they're pussy little bitches.
Yeah, they did a Brian from High Impact, to kind of relate it to on here, even though it's not the same thing, but it's even less on here, so there's less of a reason. But yeah, man, when they start to see you as a
say Paul did that shit, right? He goes up and smacks some dude in the face with his board because that guy broke his board. I would have been like, "That's what's up, Paul. Like, fuck that pussy." And my friends are fucking soft kids from the main line that I film with and I was cool with. They were my good friends, even though they're kind of soft. And they took his side. And I'm like, man, fuck you guys. Like, that's the thing. You just.
Yeah, I mean, I usually walk the middle ground on it. Like, I'm very realistic in the sense of, if I'm sitting there and I watch that kid grab your board and break it, I'm already waiting for you to go do that. Now, whether or not I support that, like, totally, like, is there another way we could handle it? Probably. But when that goes and happens, I'm not surprised. You know what I mean? Like, it's just in the real world, in quotes, some people are basically asking for certain things. Now, whether or not you give that to them, that's on you. That's your walk. That's your judgment, right? I tend to be the one that I'm not going to have to be the person to teach you this hard lesson. You're going to learn it. You're going to learn it. If you're doing this regularly, you're going to learn it somewhere else. I'm not going to be the one to take on that burden and that karma, right? If possible, So
Right.
Again,
right.
But in that world, man, again, in that world, it's kind of like in the biker world. You take somebody's motorcycle and you fucking piss on it, or you throw it over and scratch it. You basically said, please kill me. Like, it's just that world. So regardless of whether you like it or not, whether you agree with it or not, you know what's coming when you do that type of shit in that world. It's just what it is.
Yeah, in this situation, it was just like I'm the most savage, you could say, out of all these people, and they're playing games. This guy's playing games. These guys talk a little too much. Like, a couple of my old buddies, they were just foolish, and shit gets real, and then they get all scared. They don't know what to do. They're taking this guy's side, and I'm just like, you guys are just fucking. You're going bananas.
Yeah, I mean, the reality of it is oftentimes the most kind of loose cannons, who they perceive as the ones creating liability, are the same men they're going to go get whenever they got a problem that they can't handle. So, I mean, there probably is some value to having the spiritual warrior in you, but you got to be really careful of observing that, because, it's a fine line between, being instinctual and stopping people from doing fucked up, stupid, evil shit, versus becoming like an animal, and kind of throwing away all your dignity and humbleness.
It's like Roadhouse. It's like that movie Roadhouse. And
I had it up back here.
Look
how synchronistic it is. Look what I pulled up today before we came on, because I saw Poncho back there with the hair, and I named him Poncho Swayze, but then he left.
No, but really, that
Nobody puts baby in a corner. Nobody puts JG in a corner.
What movie was that?
Roadhouse.
That wasn't Roadhouse. That was like Footloose or some shit, right?
No, it's nobody puts baby in a corner. I'm pretty sure that's Roadhouse, ain't it?
Nah, he doesn't say that in Roadhouse.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought it was.
Dirty
That's
Dancing.
what I meant to pull up. Dirty
Paul,
Dancing.
Paul, look at Paul talking like he knows it. Come on.
I don't. That ain't my shit, bro. I know Swayze guy. That's you, bro. You got some heat wave with Swayze. I just think the hair is funny. I think Swayze rolling in with that hair and being a tough guy is hilarious.
Paul, I'd like to
Yeah, me
reenact
too.
that scene from Dirty Dancing with you, where the girl runs up and then they do like the airplane thing, lift over the head. You can do it with Mitchell.
You want me to lift you over my head and do airplane from Dirty Dancing?
Yeah, I don't think I'd be strong enough to lift you over my head like that, but maybe Mitchell. I could do it with.
You're getting kind of chubby, bro, Shay. Have I said that already a few times this broadcast? Because
No, I'm losing weight, dude. I'm massively.
no,
losing
I
weight.
just saw you in that dress shirt, dude. You're getting a big gut like me.
Yeah, but that's
Don't
from
want to
months
keep
ago.
talking shit.
That's from months ago, fatty.
All right.
That's when I was smoking weed. I haven't smoked weed now. Well, I smoke weed here and there with other people's weed, but
I smoke weed only when it's other people's. That's your new bit. You guys into weed? Yeah, me too. Other people. I'm into other people's weed. OPW.
I'm like Snoop Dogg from the movie Friday. I just pop out of the bushes. Y'all hit me. I can smell it. Let me inhale it.
Yeah, that's usually like most poor people. They're really into doing drugs only when it's other people paying for them.
Cocaine, gay shit.
Gay shit's free. That's why you're into that. It's plentiful and it's free.
That was awesome. That bum was like, hell yeah. Into cocaine, gay shit. Fuck yeah.
Yeah. Brian looks 9 months pregnant.
Where's Aaron at? He's down with
Aaron-
that
oh.
shit.
Life is good, guy?
Nah, I'm just breaking his balls. That dude's actually not that bad.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you can find stuff to like about everybody and you can care about everybody because everybody's people like you. But then there's the but, right? The conditions of where we kind of break off in the understanding and the vision. And oftentimes it's like we already intuitively understand that if you can't get on the same page with an understanding, an ideology, or a vision of what this all is with someone else, this is probably we're not going to be able to go anywhere with this. It's going to cause us problems. So what am I? I'm getting cut out now? Yeah, folks are instinctually labeling other folks around them in order to keep themselves from experiencing problems or liabilities with them. Like, oh, that guy doesn't see what I see. He's not having the experience I'm having. I can't call him a friend because at some point he's going to become my enemy when he ceases to understand me.
Yeah, and once you got them all figured out. Oh man.
Yo, JJ, do you believe in like sometimes you're blessed and there's synchronicities and you are being blessed somehow?
Blessed from who?
I don't know, man. I'm just saying, do you believe there's a creator that sometimes if you're in a certain energy and mode and you get blessed and you constantly see it like reciprocated back, like the gratitude and faith and confidence that you feel like, and then you see it externally. Have you experienced that?
Nah. I mean, just to be honest, nah. I see life as like survival of the fittest. It's just a psychic game, and karma. all these beliefs, like it's being blessed from, God, the creator. It's just, to me, it's just theories, superstitious,
Okay.
you know.
Yeah, I think I disagree. So, but the point I was attempting to make was that the reverse of that I think is also true. So if I don't think I'm blessed, and if I think I'm like if I am, because I believe we get what we are. Like I don't think we get what we want or need or desire. You get what you are, and like a tuning fork, like you will resonate or not resonate, and then you'll kind of go where, like, for example, the interaction with that dude and him breaking your board. Like, would you admit that on some level you wanted to smash his face in? Like, okay, forget him. He's just an actor, a character. Did you want to smash somebody's face in that day?
My fault. I couldn't really hear you earlier, but I got you now.
Yeah, the question was
once he did that. Yes, I wanted to. He deserved it. That's how I see things. This guy deserves it. And,
I'm saying before that, on some level, can you admit that like your internal space was sort of looking for somebody?
How about right now, JG? Do you, on some level, want to smash Timmy's face in?
No, Timmy. After I was real with him, and I was like, hey, how's it going? I'm Jack, and he just cool guyed the shit out of me. That's when I was like, all right, this guy's on some shit. So he was in my head, and I'm like, all right, this guy might be a problem. But I wasn't trying to start shit with him. I literally was just like, right, whatever, man. I'm having a good time.
But would you say though, before that, as a pattern in your life, would you say that character, like that persona, you have energy towards that? Like you feel fucking angry at that being, and it changes masks, right? Like, would you admit that was sort of your internal space before those events happen?
Yeah, you find out what types of people you don't like you to a T.
Right. My point is that when I've done that and I stay in that energy and I obsess and I keep feeding that plant, like I keep watering that vine, those motherfuckers keep showing up. It's like the woman that keeps picking the horrible, abusive boyfriend. She keeps picking that motherfucker. So again, you may just say I'm fucking bullshitting. This is nonsense. This isn't true. You can't affect your external circumstances. But in my experience,
a lot of this is psychological, right? This is why you got to get to the clinical psychology to understand self on some level. It's the same story over and over again with a lot of the folks who meet here. I'm probably one of them. It's somewhere, I guarantee, in JG's past, somebody who was supposed to care for him and protect him probably was harming him or abusing him regularly. So he got into the mode of survival with pretty much all human beings, realizing that human beings have a potential to do harm to you. They're evil, right? So it creates this self-fulfilling prophecy that all people are pieces of shit and that all we have to do here is survival of the fittest because we don't feel internally actually loved or cared for or safe. There is some truth to this. Again, I'm not doing the Talcottian sort of appeal to no accountability and responsibility. It's precisely the opposite. I believe we have to understand how this consciousness is created that we're experiencing and how it can be changed in order to change our life and our outcome. Like Timmy said, I pretty much align with him in most areas, and that's one of them, that we, on some level, create based on who and what we are in the sense of the consciousness that we're holding on to, day to day. We pretty much, if you believe it, you will see it, right? They say see it is believing. No, believing is seeing. On some level, what you believe and what you accept about yourself and the world and people starts to then show up in your life around you. And even if it's not showing up, you start projecting that onto everyone.
Yeah, and Timmy, I do consider myself blessed. I do want to say that because it's like a dozen eggs, right? You drop a dozen eggs, and a few of them are still good. So I was born healthy and whatnot, and I am blessed, but I'm not mentally challenged, even though I talk mentally challenged now because I'm a battered alcoholic skateboarder. You get what I'm saying?
Even that, bro, you're holding that perspective of you that the rest of us are not having. I'll speak for me. I've told you this before. I don't see how that benefits you by going around and holding an idea that you sound retarded or mentally challenged. I think you're a fairly aware person. I think that you have a lot going for you. You know, you seem to be.
All I'm doing is telling you exactly what's going on. Like, I'm an alcoholic that stopped drinking, and I have problems
But
because of drinking and from skateboarding.
Man. You're not lacking in anything. You have everything that you need.
Yeah, I guess
more than what
it's
some can say.
It fucks me up in my psyche. I'm just
title.
being honest here.
You're accepting a title from the past that it doesn't serve you now, right? And there's no reason to keep feeding that vine. Like, instead of, like, there's no point in you keep watering that plant. So why hold on to that title though, right?
Timmy, it's kind of embarrassing when you used to be able to talk and comprehend and articulate very well, and people fuck people. You were very proud of yourself, and then you become an alcoholic. You get sober and you can't even fucking talk. And
fuck no, bro. If you didn't tell me that, I've probably heard your voice for, like, I don't know, 5 hours or 10 hours in the past month. Like, I wouldn't even guessed that you had any kind of situation like that to where it's affecting your speech. I just think you're like, I just thought you were a bit pissed off, but, like, and that's fine, right? Like, but you do get your point across, and you're pretty succinct, and you speak more eloquently than most of the people that come up here, in my opinion.
Right. So comparatively to everyone else, you don't have an issue. The issue you have is with yourself, because you believing that about yourself, whether it's true or not, is causing you to feel incompetent, incapable, and self-doubting. That's causing you to lack confidence. Again,
Dude,
I'm just telling you, you got what you got at this point. So you got to use it to the best of your ability and work it and practice with it. It'll probably grow if that's what you're saying is true. But it doesn't serve you to walk around doubting yourself and feeling lack of confidence. That's going to feed into you not speaking as clearly or as succinctly as you'd like to. That's most people's problem. I don't give a fuck how intelligent they are. When they go to talk and have conversations, their lack of self-confidence is the main thing in their way. Their self-doubt, their fear of what other people are going to think about them. That's what holds most people back, intelligence or aptitude aside, from what I've seen.
Right, the inferior, insecure feeling. I got you. And all I'm doing is telling you, I'm just talking here.
I know that you're not.
I'm literally like, I'm just telling you, if I say I was in Vietnam, right, and I have PTSD, and I'm just telling you, oh yeah, I was in Vietnam, I have PTSD. I'm just telling you, no.
Right, and I'd probably say the same thing. There's probably some truth to whatever you're saying, but how does it serve you or benefit you to hold on to these beliefs about yourself that may or may not be true to the other people who are experiencing with you? And then
I'm giving you knowledge of myself, just like we know Timmy is skinny and I'm skinny. That's just knowledge, right?
Well, how would you know how you would interpret and think and feel if you changed your thought process and the venues you expressed in, and you start to feel more confident again? You don't think that that's a feedback loop to you just doing and being and feeling and speaking better? If you started to cultivate a new sense of self and what you really felt about yourself, regardless of what's happened in the past?
Please just stop with this, because you ain't no. I'm just saying you're not living this shit, all right? It's not getting better for me. I still have problems, okay? I'm still fighting shit, and I don't tell people about this shit. They don't know the levels of it. So people are like, oh, yeah, you get your confidence back. It's like, dude, you don't understand what the fuck I'm dealing with. Like,
well, how do you know that I don't understand that?
Because you're not living my life. You're not.
So I haven't lived life from that perspective ever. That's not part of my journey. That's not part of my walk.
Paul, somebody with cancer, right? Somebody with that beer busker guy, right? He's got MS. He's all screwed up. We're not living his pain. That dude is in pain, physically, mentally, mind, behavior. He's in pain. We don't know his pain, right? I have empathy for that guy because he's really fucked up. There's a lot of people out here that are really fucked up. And I'm
not saying that. Like the presumption is that I and others here don't have pain, physical and otherwise, that we don't struggle with certain character flaws or defects, that we don't experience insecurity, fear, self-doubt, paralysis of analysis, so to speak.
Dude.
I can't see how your journey and your walk's any different than mine, quite frankly.
I can see why, but moving ahead, man.
Right, O'Shea, you got anything? Timmy?
There's lack of. Nah, I'm not even gonna say that shit. Getting into some philosophical bullshit.
Listen, I'll take it as deep as you want to take it. I'll also let it go and move on and leave it alone if you don't want to.
Yeah.
Yeah, what?
No, I'm there's a caliber to pain, and everybody's on different levels.
So you
can't
decided
recognize
what
it.
everyone else's pain is based on yours? That's a bit selfish, don't you think?
Say it again.
You decided that you know everyone else's pain and what the caliber is and how yours is above and beyond?
No, I can see the pain people are going through, you know. It's just me observing, Paul. I'm just a fucking journalist just like you. I'm just an observer just like you in this life. And you see the pain with people.
So Artie asked me to lower my microphone. If I'm coming in loud, you got to let me know, Timmy and others up here. If I'm crackling up because I'm gaining too much, or if I'm talking too loud, you got to give me a reminder.
Yeah, I think it's pretty level. It's the usual. I think it's fine.
With JG, I had the same thoughts recently, like blown out on weed, not sleeping properly. I'm like, fuck, I damaged my brain. I can't even fucking talk. But then, you know, with these experiences recently where I sort of don't give a fuck on stage, gaining more confidence, like owning the room a little bit, like you sort of get those things back.
I mean that's why sometimes folks see me spaz out on guys like Snafu because it's almost like they're trying to kill the darkness. They're trying to genocide darkness when you can't. Like, good luck with that. You can't make a room darker if it's already pitch black. Like you can't like get rid of it. You can only bring a candle. So I can't it doesn't really profit me to obsess over. It's not about avoiding accountability and responsibility, but like there's no point in constantly holding in my imagination, in my mind, in my consciousness, pain or perceived pain.
Or lack, or abandonment, or inferiority, or anything else.
Right.
And it's not devaluing his experience of himself. It's just reminding him, like we all have to be reminded at times, that these certain things don't necessarily define you and hold you back. Your belief about them may. Because again, we oftentimes don't see ourselves the way others do. So once others reveal to us, well, you may have that experience yourself. That's not our experience of you. It kind of frees you up to then choose a different experience. Why not choose the experience others have of you than the one you've chosen to have of yourself?
Yeah, you could even do exercises, dude. You could go to an open mic not even trying to get laughs, just trying to see if you could own the room and not care about getting laughs. Like you could film it, upload it like I do, or whatever. Man on the street shit. Like it's similar things, dude. Like
you're in a power position, JG, and you don't even know it because you're a likable guy and you can pretty much do and say whatever you want. It's a similar position to what I've learned.
Why do you say it like that? I don't even know it. Like, why do you constantly do that, dude? It drives
Well,
me
maybe
nuts
you
when
do
people
know it, but you
when
don't
people
want to
do
live
this
from
shit.
that. Well, maybe you do know it about yourself, and you're not comfortable living from that space.
Like you constantly put people in these pigeonholes, and you're saying don't pigeonhole me, and then you're constantly pigeonholing me, other people, pigeonholing
No,
me.
I'm telling you what I believe to know about you based
Gaslighting.
on what I know about. No, I'm telling you what I believe to know about you based on what I believe I know about myself. If I'm wrong, then just say that.
Now you're justifying it. You got to word your shit. See, it's like what I was saying earlier, man. Like etiquette. Where's the etiquette, Paul?
All right, forgive me if I'm projecting or I'm overstepping boundaries or I'm saying things that I believe I know are true about me and then making that true about you and that's not your experience, then that's my mistake. I'll back off from it.
My perception was you were seeing a potential vision of a future for him that he can't currently see, and he's somehow taking offense by that.
Pretty much, Timmy. It's amazing how when we sync up in this consciousness that somehow or another you know what I'm doing as I'm doing it while he's perceiving it something completely different. That's exactly what I was seeing in my mind. This is where Lou would step in and tell me I'm blinded by potential like he did the other day. Because I'm like seeing JG taking over the world and he's going, why the fuck are you pigeonholing me? And I go, okay, bro, I'll back off.
Yeah, you're being funny there, but
I'm not being funny there. That's exactly, he just said what the fuck my mind was doing when it was doing it. Because he does what I do with other people. I'm not going to call it life coaching. I think that that's kind of arrogant and grandiose. I'd be lucky if I could coach myself through this life. But, you know, the reality of it is at times other people see us in different ways than we see ourselves. So if we are doing that in a quote unquote men's group, then oftentimes we see potential and where you could be and where you could go if you held a different belief about yourself and then acted upon it. And that's exactly where I was coming from in that moment. It's not a coincidence that he knew what I was doing because he's having probably the same idea and vision and way of perceiving it. I got a screen mic. Is that Freeman? Mike, can you hear me? Unmute yourself.
Yeah, it's me. Yeah, it's me.
Okay.
But if I'm like sounding shitty, I'll get down.
No, you're good to go.
All right. Can I talk now? Or you just
Absolutely, sir.
All right. Yeah, no, I just wanted to kind of add to what JG was saying because I think I understand what he's going through. Because, you know, I got a brain injury, right? And so if you hear me talk, I think I sound retarded, but I can write really, really good.
And what have I told you, Mike Freeman, over and over again? So I absolutely agree with you that you do have the same thing going on and you have a lack of belief and confidence in yourself. And I've told you over and over again, you speak perfectly. You have no issues. You're received well. You make good points. It's the only thing that's in your way regularly is your belief about yourself and how inferior you are. That's not the rest of our experience.
That's definitely true to a point, but for me, people perceive me differently because my voice. People can't understand what I'm saying in person because there's something wrong with my larynx, right? So my voice sounds completely different than it did before the brain injury. You know, so that's like one major area.
You're completely audible to me, and I can't perceive that experience happening. I think what people are thrown off by you in person is your self-doubt and the look in your eye at times. And
I'm
probably
not saying you're wrong. I totally agree. I totally agree with what you're saying. But it's not like we're on the same playing field though, because it's like a steeper hill that I've got to go up. And when I'm listening, my verbal, the same thing with my speech, right? I can get my thoughts out when I'm typing, but it's a struggle to get my thoughts out when I'm speaking, to say what it is that I'm thinking in a good way that makes sense to people. It's like a completely different experience than it used to
do
be.
you recognize that seems to be like one of the most common problems with the human condition is most people don't even know what they're thinking and feeling or what their root is or how they're manifesting.
Dude, are you listening? Are you listening to him? He said it's got worse after his accident.
It's like way worse. It's not even close to the same.
Dude, fuck this shit, man.
And I'm not saying you're wrong. I think you're right about a lot of what you're saying, Paul. There is that confidence thing holding me back.
Okay, so you know what? You know what? You're right. You guys are right. You guys are behind an 8 ball. It's an underdog story. You guys have had some trauma and some issues and some challenges. Fuck it. Let's just give up. Let's identify with the trauma and the fear and the insecurity and doubt. Let's not speak life and positivity or truth into the facts of the matter of how folks are perceived. Let's just fucking degenerate and go down the drain together because we all have some fucking cognitive issues at times. We all have some fucking behind the 8 ball challenges. We all have an underdog story. Fuck it. Let's go back under the bridge and do that. You guys ready today? Fuck it. I'm No, forget it. Why speak life and truth into motherfuckers? Why be inspiring? Why have imagination when we can imagine all of our own suffering over and over again and even how it's going to get worse? So we really disempower.
It's not fair to just brush it aside like it's not a thing.
I'm ready to go back today. It's been a while, but I think you guys finally convinced me. Where are you guys at? Where I'm going to end the broadcast. I'm never going to do another one. We're going to go sit under the bridge and we're going to bang dope because we're never really going to rise or succeed or be something worthy, right?
God damn it.
You guys ready?
Man, that's not even what I'm saying. That's not even close to what I'm saying. That's not even
that was me being dramatic and extreme, right? That's my narcissism again and egotism. I'm sorry.
And Mike, he's not reacting to you. He's just reacting to just JG just ran off.
Yeah, I'm reacting to the human condition in general that we all apparently are dealing with because we're all humans at this time. Somehow everyone's drawn a line of distinction between old Paulie boy, how special and unique and different he is, and how much pain and behind the 8 ball and challenge everyone else has when it's pretty much everyone's fucking story here on some level. What are we doing? Where does it go?
Like, if you could see the difference between me now and before I found this broadcast, it's completely.
I don't give a fuck about that, bro. I only know you since I met you, and you're good enough to me, bro. Are you good enough for you?
I am, and I appreciate that. I'm just trying to say, like, it's not. I don't think it's fair to just brush it aside like it's not a thing. Because
I'm not brushing it aside or devalue it. I'm just saying, for you could take your goal back, like the intro said. You don't have to hand it to me. So I don't know you before I met you, just like JG on here. But what I've seen from you folks is you have everything you need and you're good enough. Do you feel the same way about you? That's all I'm asking you.
Getting there.
Right. So I thought I was here to help you get there. Maybe I was confused about what our roles are here. Maybe I was projecting. Maybe I need to pour more of that back into me rather than give it away to everybody else, trying to let them hold their own gold or see who and what they are from a different perspective. Maybe I fucked up. Maybe I got arrogant and presumptuous.
A little
Maybe I thought I had a status and a title or something. I don't know what's going on here. You know, I think I do, but then folks are constantly seemingly confused. So maybe then I'm confused.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know.
I mean,
wasn't saying
look,
you're wrong. I think you're right about what you're saying. I just think that there's a missing element to it. You know, and what's
the missing element though? Like how much, like, is it a time parameter, or is it like you telling him your exact situation and the exact pain and the exact problem, and then there's going to be some specific, like, it's not a specific solution. It's the same solution every time. It's I recognize where I'm at and the situation I'm at and what has happened
real quick. Hold that thought. Listen, this guy's made 10 comments. Come on up or I'm throwing you out. I'm not interested in your characterizations from a chat box. You're most likely a coward. And we're going to end it right there. So up or out, I'll give you the link. If you keep making comments, I just throw you out. Simple. Go ahead, Timmy.
Yeah, I was just saying, it's like different problems, but it's like the same solution every time. It's like, how does one go from being a simp to being a fucking man with women? Or how does one go from being broke to not being broke anymore? To me, it's the same solution every time. It's a change of inner space. It's a change of consciousness. It's a change of what we focus on. It's a change of what we feed. It's all internal.
Like,
and then acting on it.
Identity, not identifying as the broken bitch. Because that's what I was doing. I was identifying as the broken bitch.
Right.
You know, this shit like really turned me around. So I was ready to give up, to be honest with you. I was ready to just give up.
And dude,
right,
this is what
folks are coming here with the same identification and energy of we're about to give up and we're going to just let ourselves go.
Right.
And I'm desperately trying to get you guys to see that it don't have to go that way. There's a whole other reality you could be living. Maybe I'm wrong for that.
No, you're right. You're right, man. And you, like, I think if anything, I'm proof that you're right. I'm not going to show everybody, outright you are, I guess, because
You
I'm not
guys
gonna
don't
delve
even
into my personal
understand
life
that
like
God
that.
brought us all here, and that's precisely the point. You're not here to prove me as a life coach for I can be validated. You're here for proof of concept of this truth that I've already proven true for myself. If it's true for me, it's true for you. Once you put it into action more and more and you accept that consciousness, you're going to see a change in your life. And it's going to be proof of concept. You're here to be used by God. You're not here to use me or use God, just like I'm not here to use you or God. So we're here to use this truth together. If I can facilitate that, great. It's dependent upon others letting me, because they have to believe that something is better out there for them, like I didn't believe at the time when I was getting this experience and understanding. So for folks who want to tell me about I don't understand, don't tell me I don't understand pain. Don't tell me I don't understand down and out rock bottom. Don't tell me I don't understand being suicidal every fucking day, all day. Okay? We've been over it. You know the track record. It's not about fucking egocentric identification with trauma and pain. It's about check the fucking stats in the record. Don't tell me I don't know. I know better than anybody if you want to play that game. And that's not where we sit. You take all that fucking pain and all that behind the eight ball shit and you transmute it into something that works for you. If not, go fucking give up now and hang it up. Stop wasting everybody's time, including yours. That's the same thing I'd have told myself at the time because I already hung it up. Shooting dope, writing out suicide notes every fucking day. Didn't have the quote unquote balls to shoot myself in the head, you know. So I was basically killing myself by proxy with drugs because I didn't want to live fully. So at some point, you got to choose to either fucking fully live or accept that you're going to suffer and die. Maybe once you accept that you're going to suffer and die, you'll learn to fucking truly live. Because you got a limited fucking time here to do and be. And we probably shouldn't use it bitching and whining and complaining and identifying with trauma rather than transmuting it.
I think this is what the spiritual texts are. I think this is only what the spiritual texts are actually talking about. And they just say a million different ways the same thing. It's you ignore the old man and you look forward. He who looks behind him, Lot's wife, turns to salt when she looks back, right? Because you can't look back. You can't wear an old suit, so you can't patch up an old suit. You can't
what does
put
Marco
new wine.
Aurelio say, Timmy? Never mind arguing what a good man should be. Kill off the old version of you and spend the rest of your life being that. Nowhere in that concept, that stoic concept, comes the idea of you thinking and self-analyzing, the analysis paralysis, right? Just talking about who and what you used to be and all the rest of it. You're living in the past and you're destroying your now. And by proxy, that's going to destroy your future. So we suffer more in imagination oftentimes than we do in reality. These quotes are there and cliche for a reason. We go over them day after day to pound it into the fucking heads of folks who have to get it past the mask of who they think they are or what they think people think about them. So that's why I do repetition here. They call looping, because practice and repetition makes perfect. Just like they're perfecting your slavery by uploading you every day with bullshit media that tells you you ain't shit directly and indirectly. So I got to do my part to off-center that and keep that balanced.
And again, more lessons from the Bible. They do the signs and symbols, and people want to go and look at like swirls, and they want to find like swirls and pedo symbols in corporations when that's not the fucking point. The point is you can't do seeing is believing. That's backward. That's living backwards. That's live backwards. That's evil. You don't look for the signs and symbols that you already, like, you've regained your speaking ability. You can't look externally to wait for that. That's backwards. That's not as within, so without. That's so without, hopefully as within. It's not like, oh, I'm going to get rich and then figure out, I'll be happy after I get rich. No. I'm going to get bitches after I get rich.
Halfway on that. If you look out and they say, we're spraying the skies, we're genociding everybody, take your treatments, cover your face, you're non-essential, we're bringing in the robots. I don't care if you see that and believe that. As long as you then take that in, transmute that, and decide what you're going to do from here on out to offset that being your reality. If you just sit there with it and believe it and accept what they say that you ain't shit and never do and be nothing, well, then there's your karma when they bring it in.
Yeah.
Israel's most righteous. Get up or get out. I'm banning you now. I just timed you out. You came back and you're back to typing with your Twitter fingers. Up or out, loser, failure, slave, inauthentic corporate male. We're sick of you in life and around these parts. You don't serve the purpose here, and you don't get that.
Yeah, but anyways, my only point was that I don't think you're wrong. I just think that what JG was saying was right. Also, it just takes a little bit longer. It's a little bit more difficult. That's all I was saying.
There's no right or wrong. There's only acceptance of what is and then doing what we can to change what we don't like, or surrendering that it is what it is and we can't change it. Not claiming he was wrong, not claiming I was right. Saying I have some window into an experience that we're all having because we're all human and there's conditions that we face from whatever perspective we're living and whatever 8-ball we're behind. And we either accept that and surrender, we can't change it, or we do what we can to change what we don't like. That is the serenity prayer. So do you want trauma? Do you want self-doubt? Do you want anxiety and fear? Or do you want serenity and peace? Because I found in life, peace is where your greatest power is. You can't be who and what you're meant to be if you're not at peace with who and what you are, and the past you versus the now you versus the future going to be you. You can't call in what's meant for you if you're in resistance to that.
I'm not advocating to identify with trauma. You know, I don't identify with victiming or anything like that. I think it's all bullshit. Anybody who's victiming and making that part of their identity is just a little bitch, in my opinion. I'm just simply saying that it's a fact that it is more challenging. That's all I'm getting at, you know. And it seemed like that was
basically what you're saying is that you're God's chosen because it only gives the highest burdens to those who can fucking transmute them and deal with them and be an example for others. So welcome to the club, pal. You're in the club where you have some of the greatest challenges in this realm because for some reason the highest sense of self says that motherfucker can carry it and do something with it. What an honor, huh?
I guess, yeah.
Now you know what it's like to be old Paulie boy. Oh, wait, we're oneself on the highest level. Any other questions? Any other concerns? Stop me where I'm wrong here.
I don't think you're wrong. I don't think you're wrong. I do feel like I've been being tested my entire life. Like anybody who hears my life stories is like bullshit, you know? People don't fucking believe it. That's why I don't.
You must have a lot of witness and testimony to do here. You must have a lot of facilitating ahead of you. You must have a lot of ministry to be involved in. That's what I'd suspect. If you let it be, if you see that that's the track laid out for you, we'll go back. Wizard, not USC. Jeremiah 1:5. You were formed in the belly before you knew thee to be a prophet unto the nations. You take that however the fuck you want to take that. I've already seen. I can't. You think that I can comprehend how this shit works? I'm just as amazed for myself and my own journey as what the fuck I'm telling you. It doesn't change it. So for whatever reason, however this works, some folks are given more challenges and tests because they got more to offer at some point when they just accept what the fuck is and has been and transmute that into a fucking lesson for everybody else. Hi, this is what I do here every day as much as possible. Pretty sure it applies for you guys as well. It's kind of what I think we're doing here.
I agree.
Art Occulto, get the fuck out and don't come back. You've been here for a year and a half. You're a bitch. You're a fake bitch. And you never come up on panel. Shut the fuck up about my mic. If it's too loud and you don't like it, get the fuck out. No one else on panel's complaining about it. And I respect their fucking vision and their opinion more than yours. See how that works?
Bitch ass slave.
Yeah,
Another fucking coattail hanging loser with a pseudonym online and no face.
Even when I was just on the YouTube side, your mic was fine. So it's just some bullshit.
Yeah, just another fucking clown trying to create self-doubt in me and still doesn't learn. You're not going to get it done by telling me my mic's too loud. Okay, it's been too loud. I told you 3 times. Now I'm leaving. In fact, I'm more likely to like throw the mic at you. Tell you, get the fuck out. Stop coming here with your weak-ass games, all of you. They don't work with me precisely because of the shit I just laid out and explained.
It's interesting, the energy, though. I could feel it changing. You know, like I can always tell when there's a new test coming. I just feel like something's gonna fucking happen. I can always tell.
So when do we get to hear this story of yours?
I'm not gonna tell it, Brian. I'm not gonna tell it. It's not for public consumption.
So you just didn't listen to a word I just had to say, huh?
Me?
Yeah.
About the ministry and like leading by
Yeah,
example.
the whole
not
idea that
actually
like
fuck
the
me.
public is you are the public, and then your story is here for you to bear witness and testimony to inspire them to do and be better. That's the whole purpose of our creation, it would seem, as men or women of faith, as they like to call it.
I mean, if I start getting into my story, it's gonna sound like I'm victiming, and I might even get into.
You've already decided, is that your intention, or you've already decided how other people are going to perceive you?
No, I'm talking about how it's gonna make me feel and how I'm gonna hear it.
Right. So then keep it in the eye. You're going to feel victimized and like a victim. Not everyone's perceiving you like that. Maybe a lot of us think that you're genuine and earnest, and that maybe you're a little bit too strong for your own good at times. And maybe you need to be a little bit more authentic and honest and vulnerable at times if necessary, because it's about being real and true to self and your experience and talking to that space and everybody else. Does that make sense?
I guess so, but honestly, I really just don't want to tell my story up here.
Well, that's a different discussion then. Don't make it 5 things when it's just really you're afraid. I get that. I know me, so I know you.
I mean, there's fear to it, but it's not just fear. It's just I like the idea of privacy, and I don't want my story just being like a public record like that. Part of me.
Listen, I'm not going to tell you or anyone else how to live, but I know me, so I know what you just said just translates to fear. No other way to see it.
Well, no, fear is definitely a big element in there, but I don't think it's the only element.
Right. There's men of faith and there's men of fear. Usually they're not equally yoked.
It's like my traffic stop, right, where I got arrested the other day. I didn't even want to mention that on the broadcast.
I didn't tell you to say where the fuck you live and put your address on record. There's a healthy amount of fear.
I'm not calling you out on that. I'm just saying, like, I didn't even want to talk about that on here. I came up because you asked me to come up, so I'm willing to talk about it then, just to be honorable about it. But
again, I'm not trying to pressure anybody to do or be anything other than what they feel they're meant to be. I can contend that oftentimes what folks feel they're meant to be is not to their highest good or potential. That's a subjective experience. I can't have that for anyone else.
If I am ever going to do like the ministry and teaching through my mistakes or anything like that, it's got to be when I've got a better foundation under me.
I don't deny that.
Like I've got a pretty solid foundation now compared to in the past, but I'm still just not where I need to be. I did that like that yesterday, the beginning.
Do you really think there's going to come a time where you're ever going to feel truly ready? Is that how you think this works? Because I could tell you from firsthand experience, you're probably bullshitting yourself just like I was. You're never completely ready to come out and share who and what you are and be put on the chopping block and have total authenticity and accountability. At some point, you realize you need that, so you just fucking do it. And that's the difference between being a man and being a bitch. Quite frankly, is what I've learned about me. I'm not saying it's true about you. You're never really ready. Is anyone ever really ready to have a child? I'll tell you what I know about me. No. I sit around and I'm afraid at times to have penetrative sex because I have so much trauma around my birth. I can't imagine putting a child through that. So I avoid it. The reality of it is, if I live like that forever, I'm never going to have the experience of having the child. Is anyone ever really completely ready to have a child or to come on the internet and talk and be looked at and held accountable to potentially the world or whoever's here? No, you're never, ever completely ready. And then, like they say, stay ready, ain't got to get ready. Oftentimes when you ain't ready, you just got to do the next right thing or what's necessary to move past that. And again, there's men of faith and there's men of fear. So I don't think you're ever going to come to a time when you're going to feel truly ready. I think you're going to come to a place in your life where you recognize you need to use faith equal, if not more, as much as you use all this fear, because it's taking you out. Your comfort zone will kill you.
Perhaps, yeah. But it's like
Yeah, but like
the beginning yesterday, the Nietzsche stuff, the breaking down, staring into the void, realizing, you know, that like once you've given up and you feel that emptiness, and then you realize that you need the things that you've kind of given up, and so then you start rebuilding that, you know, reaching rock bottom before you can build a new foundation. I reached rock bottom, which was much lower than I ever thought it would get, and I've been building that foundation up, a lot of it with principles I already had in me, and then with the things that you've talked about, tying things together, and then, you know, taking that with the other things that I still had in me, and it's like this iterative process. And so I'm getting better all the time, and eventually I do think that I might be more ready, and I'm certainly not ready right now, though. You know, not ready right now.
No, I respect that. I'm just saying what I know about me is I wasn't ready, bro, to go and take fucking cash to go get up on stage and walk out there with that one clip you saw me. I was scared to death. I say whatever you want, right? It was like, for me at that point, coming off a drug addiction, having a bitch lie to me and cheat on me and leave me, you know, coming out in the open with this law shit, and then all of a sudden becoming a hero and a legend in a sense to a lot of these folks. That's what they were telling me. And here I am. I'm scared to fucking walk through the curtain and talk because I don't completely know what the fuck we're doing there or where this goes, right? Or why I'm even chosen for this, or why my spirit yearns for this shit and lives it while the rest of these folks are just doing whatever the fuck they're doing. So I wasn't ready. But I took that fucking money and I said to myself, where I come from, you're living a dream because you're living a truth and a conviction. And these folks are paying you to show up and be a source of empowerment and inspiration. It's a win-win-win-win. You better put on, you better get on that fucking stage. Don't matter if you're ready or not. This is what you're called to do. You do what the fuck you need to do as a man, not what oftentimes what you want to do or what you're ready to do. It's just the reality of what I learned, bro. I'm not saying that that's necessarily true for you. I suspect it is for all of us. You're never truly ready. You're always going to have fear and insecurity and self-doubt. And then at some point, you got to fucking push yourself to do and be more and have more. If not, that comfort zone's going to take you down. The paralysis analysis. I'm not good enough. I'm not where I need to be. At some point in the future, it's all going to come together. Right? No, you got to be that. You got to make that happen. You got to work into that process. It's working a fucking muscle and a routine almost.
It's almost like one of those things where when the universe sees that, you know, kind of sends you those little tests because you're not doing, I'm talking about me, right? Because I'm not doing anything. So I get those little tests, you know, like with my arrest, I wasn't ready for it. I've done a lot of the research. I've got paperwork ready. I hadn't filed certain things that I needed to have filed. I hadn't transferred property.
Bro, do you think I was ready to ride around Colorado with no fucking family or friends or links, with no nothing, license, registration, insurance, and plates? You think I was ready? Apparently I was, because the first interaction you all know of me is, we never seen anyone do that like that. Okay, great. But in my heart, in my beingness, I wasn't ready. I just did it. And I said, when I step out and do this in faith, I know what's going to happen. That's why I told the cops, sir, if you think that I'm not naive and foolish and lacking in faith, that I didn't know what I was calling in to have an experience of, I did. I didn't know what I was going to do with it or how it was going to go. I didn't need to. All I had to do was do the next right thing with the conviction of what I knew needed to happen. Fear aside. And here we are talking now. And we've had half a dozen fucking arrests and a whole bunch of other shit in between. You don't think that I'm afraid? You don't think that I oftentimes go, I wasn't ready for none of this? I'm still not ready for it. Here I am. I'm going to continue on. I'm going to do what I know how to do. I'm going to avoid being fearful more than I am faithful because I know it'll take me down. Always has.
Yeah. And so when that happened, did that like really just spur you on into like,
yeah, more faith and confidence. More faith and confidence.
Was that after you started coming on YouTube talking about it, or like just internally you already had that?
It's a constant process, bro. This is not an achievement or attainment. This is a process, right? Like I'll say, enlightenment, if you want to call it that. It's a process. It's not an achievement or attainment. You could argue there's a certain level of discernment with that type of beingness, but it's a practice. You know, so
the things that, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Is that because of the things that were revealed to you through the interaction and the experience?
Yeah, It's a quote unquote religious experience, like Timmy just spoke about. There's a reason he was asking those questions to Jack. I saw right where he was coming from, where he's going with it. He's establishing if the man's a honorable man of faith or not. The same thing the court does. So once they see you're faithless and you live in fear and you think survival is the only mechanism here, they're going to govern you because you're in a space of animal consciousness. See? The neocortical thinking, the higher order thought, where the brain goes, that God gene and the rest of it, it syncs up with the universe. It becomes clear and obvious. This is a program. We're in something. There's stuff governing here. There's tracks laid out, right? That state of consciousness doesn't need to be governed in the world. For everyone else who can't have that experience, Shaitan's going to govern your ass and play games with you as well. So again, if you're either having that experience or you're not, the more you follow that thread, right? Like the old, what was the old tale? The old folk tale, Hansel and Gretel. I forget what it was. They lay these ideas down in stories and fables from the beginning of time. You follow that thread and you're going to get everything you need, right? Most people are not following that thread because they got all their own bullshit running in here, all their own matrix programs running in their mind and heart. They don't know what it's like to walk by faith and not by sight. And the sad part is their sight is skewed and perverted by their belief about themselves and the world. Phil, hold up 2 fingers, man. There's someone back there. Lucid. Can you hold up 2 fingers for me? If you can hear me, Mr. Lucid in the back. Okay. How are you, sir?
Doing, man? Dude, I just felt like you were speaking into my soul, bro, just a minute ago, and about not being ready and taking the plunge either way. Come what may.
Yeah, what would you say that, what's on your heart? What's on your mind? What do you want to share specifically?
Oh man, you were talking about sharing your story and and hopefully inspiring other people, to do and be better. I appreciate that, man. That's, I had my accident. I had an accident back in February. I got shot in the head.
Damn.
And when I woke up in the hospital, I was watching you and a couple other people, and I haven't stopped,
So how did you see? Now this is crazy. How did you all of a sudden see me? Because I got folks who can't even get notifications from me when they're subscribed. How did you come across me in that situation?
I think it was Ian from We Are Awake. I think
this is what I mean, man. Is that no matter how these people think they're on here broadcasting, what this thing has taught me is everybody's going to get who or what or where they need based on some other kind of order that we can't control, right? So I don't even try to. But this is exactly what I'm talking about. When folks have some kind of extreme event, there's a synchronicity. They wake up and then they're having this interaction with me and they're getting somehow whatever the fuck they need to go to the next level. So how did that happen, bro? How did you get shot? What the fuck? Like what?
I was drinking a lot and yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Sorry, man. Don't worry about it. There's happy kids in the background. It's not too loud, bro.
All right, cool. Yeah, I was drinking a lot and I was getting ready to quit drinking and quit drugging. I was a crackhead, drank fucking whiskey every day. And one night I heard something in the back of my house. I grabbed my pistol, found out it was my dog, went back to bed, and I don't know, I must have just squeezed the trigger. I don't know what the fuck happened, dude. I woke up, my old lady's jumping on top of me, saying, "Don't sit up. If you sit up, you're going to die." So I just did everything she told me to do. And then...
So pretty much an accidental discharge?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's, I guess an interesting, anecdote as far as gun safety, I guess, or cognition. But you were drinking, is what it was, right?
Well, no, that day I was talking to my old lady about quitting drinking, and I hadn't had a drink that night, and it was just, I don't know, it was a freak accident, man, and as weird of an event that it was, it saved my life, dude. Like I'm
See,
sober.
this is when the movie starts to roll, right? Like cue the movie, because this is how this shit works: is you somehow get everything you need wrapped as everything you don't want or would never expect, right? And this is the paradoxical nature of how this shit seems to work. So, yeah, man, like they say, God works in mysterious ways, and then the individual has to figure out what that means, and if that's there, how does it work, and what is it looking for from the individual consciousness and collective consciousness? Because you could argue it's all one thing. Shit. I mean, for someone who got shot in the head, you seem fairly well to do at this point. I don't really see any impediments with you. You're able to speak.
I got
you got all your
a speech
faculties.
impediment now. that was the one thing I had trouble with, during recovery, was my speech, and it seems to be coming back, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't really perceive anything with you either that's highly, out of the ordinary or bizarre. Like, I wouldn't necessarily meet you and go, this guy has some extreme trauma, he can't talk right. I'm just being real with you. Like, you just seem like a regular guy, and you seem like you have some faith in your eyes, or in your heart, right? It seems like you've surrendered in a positive way. I don't mean like given up or been broken. I mean,
hard to reconcile,
yeah,
with myself, with everyone else, and with the creative force of this realm, yeah.
So did you have any experience that did you find that there was a change of heart after this, that you pretty much become a new person in certain ways?
Yeah. Old me died. Yeah, to say the least. It was real hateful and
so if you had to give Slow State or other folks advice, pretty much get drunk tonight, accidentally shoot yourself in the head, and maybe you'll have a change of heart and stop being an infidel.
Jesus.
Bit non-bit, Timmy. Bit non-bit, okay, for entertainment purposes. But let's get real. You can't see the top of the mountain until you see the bottom of the valley, right?
Right.
Yeah, he made such a comeback after that first happened. You could tell there was an accident with his head, but now it looks like it never happened. So he made such a recovery over these past few months.
I mean, half my head was gone. You seen it?
Oh, this was the guy with half his fucking head gone?
Yeah.
I thought I remembered someone coming up here once saying they got shot in the head, and it was all kind of. But the reason I didn't put it together is because last time I seen you, you were disfigured.
Yeah. Yeah,
Dude,
I've never been.
Come on, bro. You're basically like a lizard. You're a holographic lizard, bro. You blew half your head off, and now it didn't even happen. You're like Snafu Snaps. You're a superhero.
No, man, that was all the the surgeons.
They're lizard holographic creatures then. But see, Snafu was right. There's more to the story. You're not that. They're that. Some kind of holographic lizard surgeon shapeshifted you back into normality.
Right.
So God uses even the devil sometimes, it seems. Even the devil can do good sometime. Shout out to the frontliners and heroes.
Right.
Praise God. Man. I'm gonna fucking praise God right now with Taylor D. Briggs. Right? I'm not mocking like Moose does. I'm because the first thing that came to my mind was, this guy looks normal. He speaks good. Everything seems to be back to normal, and he had the change of heart that he needed in faith. Praise God. That's what it is, And I'm not traditionally a godly man. I don't come from a godly family. Religious hypocrites, who go through the motions and never actually walk a path. But for someone like me, for my first kind of inclination nowadays, I guess I'm a man of faith and am speaking that and living that, and have to reconcile that. What the 90-year-old old man told me was I was apparently chosen by God under some sign to do ministry. And I go, what are you talking about, bro? I'm like, I'm in rehab right now on heroin. And you're dropping this on me? He's like, yeah, but you have an ability, you have a knowledge, you have a consciousness and awareness and a heart that's designed to do this, right? And I didn't know what the fuck he was talking about or how it all relates. 5 or 8 years later, it started to come into view what the fuck he apparently experienced that he knew about me that I didn't know about myself yet. And the same thing is true for many other folks who come here and listen to my voice. This is what I've learned about this holographic simulation loop within a loop. This is one self. This is one understanding, one truth, one life, one way. And the more you live into that faith and that understanding, the more is going to be revealed to you. That's just what I found to be true to me. I have no way of explaining it. My best attempts at trying to cognize it and explain it are half-baked at best. And then I just sit on the Jack Harlow line of incomprehensible to the mind of mortals. I just leave it there. We don't have to go beyond that.
Yeah, man, it's definitely something that it just comes upon you when they say revelation. They mean revelation. That old you dies and a new you is born. So to be born again, so to speak, and try and reconcile, or fall in the cracks, man.
Now, do you like what the slaves do where they let us do the whole broadcast and I put down 50 links and only when I say I'm ready to leave will 5 or 10 more people want to come up? Do you enjoy that process? Because I love that. That's just, I'm sorry. That's me. He doesn't even want to, he's more faithful and loving and caring than I am because I'm venting again. Because I'm like, I put down 50 links and I almost know for a fact that we're 30 minutes over the scheduled time. And no matter what I do, I could do 2-3 more hours. I could do another 10 minutes. Soon as I say, all right, give me the final word, 5 people are going to rush in because they hate me, sir. They hate themselves and they hate me by proxy. I know you don't have to deal with this. You could just leave right now. This is what ministry, this is what being a pastor, quote unquote minister, quote unquote, whatever that old man told me amounts to for me. This, basically an asylum. He goes, you're chosen by God under a certain sign to run an online asylum of wayward souls and to care and love some of them and accept them as they are and fellowship with others to guide them and lead them and facilitate with them this revelation. And I go, boy, is this interesting. I can't deny that I'm blessed though, right? Certain ways. I can't deny that somehow or another I have everything I need and then some, despite my father's claims that I'm desperately in need of him and living off him. He'd like it to still be that way because he's another infidel. Turns out God is greater than his pride and ego. Turns out the people in the audience are greater than his pride and ego. And I would contend they work together. They're not mutually exclusive. God works through the people of this audience and through me, arguably, and all of us at times. And you could argue the devil as well. Seems the devil's working through a lot of other folks, a lot more overtime than other folks. We'll just put it to you like that. So, appreciate you, Daddy, for bringing up my past, that I used to be a leech and a parasite, living off everyone in my life, lying to myself and everyone else. A lot like the audiologists and the drywall hangers and the life coaches and many other folks we find on here. See, we're one and the same. I always say that. And then something happened and I kind of changed my tune and I got it a little bit more tuned in line with the beat of that drum, right? That other whatever you want to call it. So that's when then the abundance started to show up, oddly enough. So no, for the last 3 to 5 years or more, it really doesn't matter about time because time is an illusion. So I don't need to as of yesterday, how about that? As of today, I no longer need, because we were in the now when you said that and we're still in the now, I'm talcotting. So it doesn't matter if it was 2 years ago, 5 years ago, 5 lifetimes ago. in the now, when you said it, it's not true. I don't need you and what you have to offer. Somehow or another, I have everything I need and then some. And I'm now positioning myself to do way better than ever and better than you've done. So over the next year, year and a half, you're going to watch me manifest abundance like you've never seen before. It's already in the cards. And that's the thing. Unless I get too egotistical and prideful and get in my own way from the opposite side and undo it. So I'm going to work as hard as possible to not let you help me be part of that process like you've done for yourself, because you don't understand the experience I'm having at this point. And that's okay. Maybe you're not meant to. Thoughts on any of that, Timmy, Christos, Mike, Mr. Lucid Creature?
Not to go too.
The word is create. Go ahead.
Not to go too far, but I was thinking about Mike was saying, I gotta, you gotta go through more things, and maybe I'll be ready in the future. And then I was thinking, the word present is like pronounced wrong. It's just like a retarded word, like present. You're pronouncing the word wrong, because if you read it, it's literally spelled out present. So why would that word be the word for the now, the present? Why would that be what it is? Well, could it be that it's pre-sent, like it was already sent from the past? Like a thought perhaps goes into the future, and then now the present is pre-sent because it was experienced internally within before it got here. That's why there isn't a coincidence. Another retarded pronunciation of the word coincidence. There is, like, I don't believe in coincidences. Like, the word is coincidence. It's something happening because something happened before. Like, they're related. There is a link there.
Bro, I said to my father, because he wants to play ego games about money and pussy and all the rest of this shit, it's pathetic. I go, you're still playing the same games that made me lose respect for you as a child, and you're playing them now, and we're both grown men. I go, let's stay away from the women thing, because you haven't learned anything about being a man or what a woman is, being with hundreds and thousands of women, as he claimed. I'm almost glad that I've only been with 4 women, right? On the ground in life, I've only touched or interacted with or been with 4 women. I'm cool with that. That makes sense to me for who and what I am in my walk, in a way. Makes sense for an infidel that you have the walk of thousands of women you fucked and paid for pussy and all the rest of it. So when we got down to the other side of things and I go, well, what's your best year? And he tells me, and I go, okay, so we've already done that over here. And guess what? I didn't have to suck dick. I didn't have to submit to your worldly ways. I didn't have to be a fucking inauthentic corporate male. Quite the opposite. I did the opposite of what you did, being a punk ass, fake ass coward, and somehow God and the people provided. So I'm not interested in your crap anymore. I'm not interested in your self-doubt. I'm not interested in your delusion and denial. And I'm definitely not interested in your prideful, egocentric, unfaithful ways of approaching the world and people and situations and then claiming a win when you're obviously losing and failing. You're in lack and abundance, and you got to be a slave to just get that. You know you fucked up when God is so good in a sense, and the people are so good, and what you do, you're so good with, that your own father's got to hate on you because he's doing reverse Oedipus complex. I'm not even competing with you, motherfucker. You've already lost, and I've already won in the game of life. I've already done what the fuck you haven't on many levels. It's over. Put it to bed. You shouldn't want to compete with me anyway. You should want me to do and be and have better than you, and you don't. Because you're a fucking child of the lie, and you're a fucking devil in disguise, like many folks who come through this motherfucker. Let's be real about it. You don't even want to undo that. I see the redeemability in you and how to walk you out of that. You don't even want to undo it. You double down on your devilish, mischievous, lack, loss, abandonment, codependency, false power ways. That pride and that ego all goes before the fall, sonny boy. And while I'm taking hard-earned value and gifts privately, untaxable from extended friends and family, and I'm moving that value into securing it long-term and creating more value, you're sitting on your corporate hoe money while it's being devalued, and you're doing little to nothing with it. You're such a kept pet, foolish, mischievous slave. Instead of putting your time, energy, attention on how to come up even more, how to secure your value and secure your existence, you just want to let it sit there and degrade and watch me do what the fuck you need to do. Who's your daddy now? What's your boy saying? Arnold Schwarzenegger? Who is your daddy? What does he do? That's the thing. You guys want to play from ego? Let's play. You sit with ego. I'll sit with confidence and faith and truth and in God. We'll see what or who wins. At the end of the day, we're just a bag of bones coming through this motherfucker. You can't even keep and have anything here. You can only use and maintain and upkeep. And then at some point, you got to give it away. Best hope you did some fucking self-development while you're here, because all that shit you've attained, you got to give it away at some point. And if you ain't giving away who and what you are, rather than what you have, then you ain't ever really attained nothing here. Can't give away what you don't have. And what's the truest power and value and resource? Self-knowledge, actualization, realization. If you can't give that away before you die, you haven't really attained anything here. Your things own you, silly boy. You don't own those things. Those things own you. That's your comfort zone that's going to keep you from actualization and realization. Enjoy it. Comfortable
really
suffering and desperation. That's all they know.
A really rich dude once told me money is like manure. If you keep it in one spot, it just like piles up and starts to stink like shit. But if you spread it around, that's when you use it. That's when plants grow and shit.
Shout out to Johnson County for helping folks govern themselves. Get off that meth pipe.
It's kind of like the truth in a way, Timmy. Right? Like if you just let that truth pile up and you don't like express it and release that energy back into the world, it kind of just piles up and turns to shit in a way. You know, it
That's a good point, yo.
Yeah. It's interesting that you mentioned the present and coincidence, because I was actually thinking about those last night. Like specifically like the words themselves and how they break down and what they actually mean.
Turns out all the words here, when you go back from the beginning of time, all describe a meaning and experience we all can have that we're not having. That's why they have no understanding of the words. Because it's a code to reality. You're living the experience of the words or you're not. We didn't just make up the word courage and discouraged. We didn't just make up the word brave or coward. These are descriptors of an experience you can have or not. And the question is, do you want it or not? Most folks here don't want it. They're perfectly happy, they think, being a fucking coward for pay. Slave for pay. Instead of gay for pay, it's slave for pay.
You need anything?
Yeah, can you feed them?
Yeah.
Like that
Julian Barbary says, thanks, Paul. I appreciate you, Julian. Go ahead, sir.
That cowardice, I think, is one of the biggest things that people don't realize that they are when they're not expressing the truth. And that's true for me, for sure. It's something that I've learned here, is that a lot of my problems, maybe all of my problems, are because in the past I wasn't afraid to express the truth for other people, but when it came to expressing the truth for me, I always had that little bit of cowardice in me about doing it, you know?
Yeah, we learned that we're our own biggest enemy in this life, and we got to become our own best ally and our own best friend, especially with our self-talk and our talk to other selves.
Yeah. I guess I'll tell you a little bit about my past, right? Like I was bullied a lot when I was younger, and I got to the point where none of the bullies would fuck with me anymore because I would fight back, right? I would get circled up by guys, and you know, I was like the only white kid at my elementary school. They'd circle up around me, push me around and stuff. And one day I'm just like, I focused on the leader, kicked him in the nuts. And then after that, nobody really messed with me anymore. He actually died like the next week. He died the next week. He drowned. But, you know, nobody really.
Isn't it amazing how we all have these same stories where folks do something like the guy told you hit me with a bat was dead like within a month later? Isn't it interesting how that thing works? You don't have to do anything back to these motherfuckers is what I've learned. If you surrender in faith, if somebody assaults you and you walk off and go, nah, it's okay, you're good. Within a month, that motherfucker's going to be in the ground. This shit is not playing. This is real. This is the real deal, bro. There's not that many coincidences in life. I've seen it and heard it over and over again. You react, you fuck yourself, and that person. You guys fuck each other together by the reacting. You respond by yielding and mastering yourself and your reactions and staying in truth and faith, and you just wait and surrender. That person's going to undo themselves, and they're going to be dealt with the karma. That's like the person said, the war master. Your competition is more likely to die a suicide than you having to bring homicide to them. Just surrender in faith and wait. They're going to undo themselves and be up out of the paint.
Yeah, that's true. But it got to the point where nobody would mess with me anymore, and I would see other people getting bullied. And so then I would turn around and I started bullying the bullies. So I kind of became like the protector for all of like the nerds that would get picked on. And I was never a part of any of the groups or anything. And then when later on in life, I kind of stopped doing that. And then I stopped standing up for myself as well. But I would still stand up for other people occasionally when things would happen. But I just over time stopped standing up for myself. And when I was doing that, I wasn't respecting the truth. And it's like, I was letting that truth just kind of sit there and pile up. And the lessons that I've learned from that is you can't do that because you lose your power as a man and as a person on this world, it's like the truth starts to disrespect you at some point, and it's like, fuck you, you didn't express me. I sat here and I turned to shit because you didn't put me out there. So now you're going to be fucked for it. I guess that's kind of a good way to put it, the way that I see it anyways. And, like right now, this thing that I'm going through now is going to be one of the first situations where I've had to basically fight for myself against the authority figures. So I'm not going to get another man to do it for me. And like it's kind of like I wish that I had the same mindset when I was younger, because I've lost that power that I used to have. And a lot of that was instilled in me because my dad was so hard on me. Dealing with everything else was easy because being at home was so difficult. And then
right, but the key is too
and forgetting those. So
no, I'm just saying that the key I've found too is that this idea of power is deceptive and elusive at times. The yielding and surrendering and faith oftentimes is where your truest power is. So as soon as you start to perceive them as something you have to fight and resist, the interaction changes. Like you saw with De Castro. I really believe that. They could say I'm crazy and delusional. I would see why they would say that. I've been getting that all my life. But there's a metaphysical idea here of intention, and then what you call in and what you almost influence the outcome metaphysically, right? Again, we go to the quantum physics and it shows that one for one. So this is exactly the point of martial arts, what they would practice from what I understand. These spiritual practices combined with the martial arts is to take somebody, make them a warrior, but also have them experience nothing but peace and surrender to faith when that is what is called for, right? So the war is only when absolutely necessary. And most times it's not absolutely necessary. So there's no point going into that mode. So you're not there to fight this authority. You're not there to resist it. You're there to stand in truth as you perceive it with your understanding and surrender in faith and not be combative and belligerent. God will judge you. And if you have any administrator or any discerning person of judgment at those courts, they will perceive on some level what I'm saying to be true, because we're all oneself and having the same experience. They're occupying two worlds and two jurisdictions.
yeah, and I understand what you're saying. Fighting was like the wrong word, I guess, because basically I was just talking about expressing the truth. And what I mean by that is just surrendering and doing what it is that I know that I need to do, but not doing it because of X reason, either cowardice or I see something further down the line and I want to avoid whatever. Just me justifying not doing the scary thing, I guess, is what it comes down to.
Yeah, the fight oftentimes is within ourselves. The fight to do what's true and what's right, or to allow others to influence us to the point of hating ourselves or lacking self-worth, value, and esteem. Right? So that's where the resistance and the fight is. Once you undo that inside of yourself and then you project that outward, whatever you get back is not your concern. You've already done the process. I get why you say fight, because truth oftentimes is combative for folks who are living a lie. That's not for you to decide. We don't get to decide on that, right? It's like if I'm off somewhere, then correct me where I'm wrong, and then we can reconcile. But if I'm speaking a truth as I understand it, straight from firsthand experience and whatever you want to call God, well, then we have no beef. You can't expect me as a man to do anything other than that. If I did do anything other than that, I would verify to you here today that I'm to be governed. They don't understand how they're being governed. They're verifying in court all day, every day. They don't know how to govern themselves because they can't perceive of the other world. Your masters can. They're just operating from the God of this world perspective. They can see the other world, and they're asking you to rise to the occasion and present as such. Are you made in the image of the Most High? Tell us who and what you are. Show us, better yet. If you can't, we're going to govern you. Because you obviously can't see, feel, hear, and think, like the Christed being tried to elucidate and illuminate. There's a reason why this is all happening. Not interested in what the infidel looks at and perceives as chaos. It's completely orderly and ordered on some level, even if it's beyond apprehension and comprehension. There's a definite order and reason and cause and effect for why this shit is all happening. And it's probably not going to be written in some fucking book completely, especially a code book.
Yeah, I guess my biggest fear with the whole things is expressing myself in front of these people and being true. You know, I don't want to tell them who and what I am, because to me that's my business, right? That's my business.
Just accept that you could die at any moment, any day, and then you won't have a problem expressing yourself fully. Ask the guy next to you, shot himself in the fucking head accidentally. He probably got a lot better at expressing himself completely because he realized, I could be out of here at any moment. What am I afraid of? Just go to court like they could kill you today. You're going to die. They're going to cut my head off. I better say my piece, and then I better surrender to the outcome.
Yeah, but I got to learn how to play their game well enough to where I'm not going to get caught up in these.
There is no game. There is no game. This is a game of life, and it just requires you to follow your conscience. Jiminy Cricket told you that. Wish upon a star, and then follow your fucking heart and your conscience. Did you get that, Mike?
I heard that. I'm trying to process that.
We can't hear you, Lucid. You're on mute. I'm playing with you a little bit.
I was saying, let your heart discern what's going on in your head. That way you can make the correct decision and move forward and gain blessings upon yourself.
If you try to play their game, you're going to lose because they're way more expert at it than you are. They made it. If you play the original creator and ruler's game by that rule, then there's nothing else that could be done because you followed your conscience and your heart, and that's all that a man needs to stay out of judgment with that force. Doesn't matter if you get judged by your fellow man. You're not here to appeal to judgments from your fellow man. If you want to appeal to a judgment from God and your conscience. How about that? Be equally, if not more, afraid that God's going to judge you and your conscience is going to judge you rather than these clowns in their uniforms. How about that?
I mean, it sounds nice, right? But
sounds nice, but you can't feel
how to not play the game. I guess what I meant was how to not play the game. I don't know how to not
stop being fearful.
I do, because I've read about it.
Fear.
Excuse me.
Be precise, Mike. I've got a lot of success in the sense of being precise, because precision forces you to actually confront the thing. So, like what realm are you specifically or explicitly feeling or contemplating some fear about? Because I bet, at the end of the day, if you're in faith, like where really does
Timmy, we're so deep into this. Like the guy down there says, just call everything as it is. What is it you really see? We're so deep into the mind and heart control. Everyone's convinced they'd rather just tell back to everyone what it is they've told them they see than just speak what it is they're really seeing and experiencing. Then they'll say mind and heart control doesn't exist. I have to get better at playing their game of repeating a delusion and an illusion and hallucination. Please show me and tell me how that's done exactly to get better at playing a game of repeating a hallucination and a delusion. I'd like to see it done. Or you could just accept life on life's terms and what is and call it as it is and then surrender the rest. Called authenticity and accountability.
So specifically what it is that I'm talking about, Timmy, if you want me to be precise, is I've already gone through 2 of their little tests where they're trying to pull me into REM jurisdiction. And they try to trick me into saying something or agreeing, to certain things.
But in what regard? Like in what context though? Like you don't have to get specific too much to reveal your personal stuff, but like what realm? Talking about relationships, children, business, traveling. What are we talking about?
I'm talking about specifically the issue of my arrest when I was traveling, I guess I wasn't traveling. I was traveling in my mind, but because traveling to a location to do pickup, you're not getting paid. So I was traveling to the location, not doing commerce, starting to a location to do commerce, right? And I'm pretty sure it holds up. I've looked through contracts and all that. But I don't want to even go in there and argue the contracts. I just want to, I've got the provisions and everything on my license that I'm retaining all of my natural rights, right? I'm not acquiescing to anything. And they've already shown dishonor twice. And so I'm weighing my moves here, trying to figure out what it is that I'm going to do. How do I prove their dishonor? And I'm willing to go in there and just talk to them, right? But if I do that, what happens now? What happens now if I go in and do a private meeting? He's got me set up to come in and talk to him an hour and a half prior to the event that's listed on the paper. And so I already know he's playing a game with me, and he's already done fraud. And if I call him out on that kind of stuff, then I bring myself into dishonor. And
you just provide it. You can just provide, like, to be in honor is to continuously provide remedy if somebody's saying there is a remedy. So you can suspect. I can say, if this is how it is, then it seems like extortion and battery and intimidation. But that's just what it seems like. I could be led to believe. Is that what's happening here? They're not going to say that, right? Like, so. But if I don't know, man, the traveling thing is one area that I'm not doing yet, but it seems like it's the same solution in all of these quote unquote problems. The same key that opens all of them is being in honor and telling them how you see it, and then offering remedy if there is a crime. It's just kind of the same solution constantly. And when there is no crime or contract, it's like, well, what are we doing here?
Well, the only crime that happened that night was what happened to me. And they don't want to. They seem to not want to have to accept that. And anyways, I don't want to get too deep into it on here.
Okay.
Unless you really want to. I can if you want to.
I mean, it's not about what I want or don't want. I mean, this is it's up to you, man.
Well, I don't know if this is where broadcast should be taken. It's not my call on that.
Just flowing.
God of all media approves.
All right. So what was the question again, Timmy?
I didn't hear what you said. I was just saying, like, if I'm just moving down the road in my property without plates, and then it's I'm picked up. Well, it's what crime and where's the contract? Oh, there's no crime. Oh, there's no contract. Or it's public trust, and you want to get into a public trust conversation, like. Then that's what it is, right? It's a conversation about public trust, usufruct of the road. Okay, we can have that conversation. Let's do it. Okay, well, attempt to handle it in the private via notice first, and then if you want to do it, okay, let's do it. You want to put it out in the open? That's fine. I'm happy with stuff being out in the open. Let's go ahead. I don't think they want to do that though. But I'm just talking though. So you're saying there's something else that happened additionally?
See, here's one of my problems. I lose track of what it is that's going on sometimes. And it's kind of happened right now.
Yeah, sure. We were just talking about like we were talking about getting specific, right? And then you said yeah, here's my situation, and what you were telling us what you were feeling like a bit of fear around, and then you were mentioning your situation from when you were traveling and how you were kind of having some anxiety about that coming up and how you were going to handle it, right? So, and then
talking specifically about the event that already happened and going in and getting my remedy for it, you know, like I need to get my money back for one thing. I was being held ransom and I was abducted, basically, human trafficked, and they fucked up my right hand. But see, I don't want, like, I'm afraid to even get into all that stuff. I don't think I can get into any of that right now because I think I've already kind of done something that is not common at all. Like I went in and I canceled the contract under UCC 3 cooling off period guidelines, where I just wrote that I canceled the contract, refused. I don't remember exactly what it is. Refused.
Yeah, I wouldn't get into making all those claims about human trafficking and the rest of it. I'm not even interested if there's some truth to it. You're in then controversy, right?
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
like
exactly. That's what it
it's
is.
like I prefer to see it as there's one big misunderstanding with folks harming themselves and therefore other folks potentially. If I still have all my limbs, and we have an ability to address the facts, and I wind up leaving at some point, which is somewhat reasonable, I really can't claim to have a grievance beyond a certain point. I mean, we have to accept the facts of the matter. The common law or common practice has become full-on fascism. So, you know, I'm not here to right fight. I'm not here to be a justice warrior. I'm not here to even be an activist in that sense. I'm here to just make it clear. This is who and what I am. This is what I'm doing and why. Everything else after that, I have no control over. That's clear. Just accept the facts of the matter. And I'm not going to fight you either to retain some idea of a right. So either you folks are going to be honorable here today. You're going to uphold rights, right? I'm not a privileged class. I'm not accepting any of your benefits and privileges, status or entitlement. I don't need to. You know, are we going to uphold, the rights of a man of the people here today, or are we going to do some other course of action, essentially? I don't even need to get into all that last part. I'm not there to argue. I'm not there to be in controversy. At best, argue means to make the facts clear and presently known. I don't know their beliefs and facts in their world they live in. I don't have to. I know mine. And I'm going to put those on record and surrender the rest. And then we're going to see where it goes.
Come what may.
I basically started something like that. I wrote a long letter. I was writing a private letter to the judge, you know, just trying to explain who and what I am. And it turns out it's like a treatise on police overreach. So I decided it's not a good idea to send something like that. But in there, I was basically saying who and what I am. This is what I stand for. I'm non-belligerent, non-combatant. You know, I'm peaceful and loving. I'm not out here doing crime. I don't even carry a firearm. I carry a trauma kit, you know, so if somebody's on the side of the road bleeding out, I can go and save their life. I'm not willing to take lives at this point in my life. I'm not willing to take a life. And I just don't know if that's the right thing to do, to tell him for this kind of situation, because if I do that, I give him information about who and what I am that he could turn around and try to use it against me by saying, oh, we got some soft shit here, we got a da-da-da-da-da, you know.
You're not interested in that. You're not interested in what they may do. You're interested in, if anything, like you said, communicating with that man behind the mask, behind the act, behind the uniform, and explaining to him the facts of the matter privately, who and what you are, what you're doing, what your rationale is, and accepting that he doesn't have to live in the world of what you believe to be true to uphold what you believe to be true, because the clause is pursuit of happiness. This isn't that difficult. Either we're honoring the first fucking line of the Constitution you all swore to uphold that I'm not a party to because I don't get my law from that document. I don't get my rights from that document. I don't get my philosophy from that fucking document. Yous all swear to uphold it. Are you gonna uphold pursuit of happiness here today, or do we have to like focus the definition of that? Because I'm pretty sure fucking, traveling, smoking dope, and whatever the fuck else that doesn't cause loss, injury, and harm and consensual falls within the purview of that statement. Like, what are we talking about here? What are we doing? I get what you guys are doing, fleecing slaves who don't know who and what they are and can't read. Okay, so I'm not one of them. Can I have safe passage? Pretty simple. Not here to overthrow your business of shearing slaves and pimping on hoes. It's not my business to do that. I could bear witness and testimony. You could have a change of heart, but I'm not even here to do that. I'm here to secure my rights as I understand them from God through faith and trust and equity and surrender and faith. I don't have any other control or option or influence, really, beyond a certain point. I don't need to. Either they're going to be a wrongdoer here today, or we're going to uphold what's true and what's right. It's their choice. It's great. I love giving them all the control of what happens to my body that then signals what's to happen next on a collective level. That's just what it has to be.
Makes sense.
You put them in bondage and you escape bondage by calling back the facts of the matter. I'm not a United States citizen. I may have a citizenship, but I'm not a citizen. Am I a car because I have one? Am I a suit because I have one? No, I am that I am. I'm a man of the people. I'm not even going to get into the term man because they'll conflate that and twist that, bastardize that. I am that I am. We don't need to go any further than that. We don't need to establish who and what I am. We need to establish the facts of the matter, who and what you are. You are honorable so-and-so. You're third party and impartial, and you can't move forward without consent. We understand the rules of court. What are we doing here? What are we talking about? What's the charging instrument? You want to get into defense and offense? I don't need to do that. I establish the facts. Your charging instrument's fraudulent. First of all, I'm not going there. I'm not presenting there unless they're going to pay me. So unless you have a valid claimant, loss, injury, and harm, or a debt owed, I will not be presenting. And I've told them that on the way in and the way out with 10 fucking warrants and 10 guns and 10 ounces of pot and 10 of every fucking thing else. It's not going to change the facts of the matter. The facts of the matter are I'm not accepting being governed by statute, policy, and code, nor do I have to because statute, policy, and code is given the force of law through the consent of the governed. I'm not consenting. So unless you have a violation of law, they love to throw that word around with no acceptance of what the root word is. Unless you have a violation of law, we have nothing to talk about. So I'm not owing allegiance to United States Corporation. I'm not paying into your for-profit war schemes and Ponzi schemes. I'm not giving my time, energy, attention to this corporate endeavor or administrative court. You're going to have to come with universal law, common law, constitutional law, anything other than your fascista by consent, because it is by consent, whether you accept it or not, your fascism by consent, corporate law, maritime bullshit. I don't need to. I'm not there to argue it. I'm not there to fight with it. I can't defend from it. And I'm not there to offend the folks who are practicing it. It's just not for me. If I'm a man on the land, well, then the law that governs men on the land is what will be applied. If not, well, then I will not be presenting. Pretty simple. And you can write up whatever remixes and paperwork you want, and you can shuffle them around, and you can hand them out to your little slaves, and they can do whatever they think is necessary if that time comes.
I've already given notice that I don't consent to these proceedings, and they basically called me up, and they did one of their little tests there, and then the lady, I didn't fall for the test. The lady tells me, "Oh, well, you still need to come in." Da 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 da. And I was like, "So what you're saying is you're gonna come and arrest me if I don't show up there?" No, it's just gonna pay the bond. Da da da. And I just don't know. I guess I don't know.
Who's telling you this? Who's telling you this? What makes you think if they had an order to come get your body, they wouldn't have done it already? They're calling you up and telling you, hey, bud, we're just letting you know you got to do X, Y, Z. As if these are people who are not known for just coming and kicking your fucking door in and taking you if they got reason to do it.
No, it's just out of good faith. She asked if she could call me back later on to tell me what the judge said about my notice of cancellation. And then when she called me back, she said the judge isn't going to honor it.
It's pretty simple, dude. It's pretty simple. You want to talk good faith? You folks are honorable. You folks are tasked to uphold the Constitution you're bound to that I'm not bound by. I'm not bound and latched by any document in this fucking reality. You want to be clear? I'll renegotiate on every fucking contract you want to make, knowingly or unknowingly. If it doesn't meet the necessary components of a contract, it's fraudulent anyway, and most of them don't. So I'm going to ask her, you want to do good faith and honorability? Oh, I'll present. You won't even have to pay me because I might have to train some of you folks. I'm not going to say that because they're going to say it's passive aggressive, but you get where I'm going with this. I'm going to ask her, am I going to have to submit to search at the door? Well, yeah, it's part of our policy. What policy? The policy that's antithetical to American values? I'm not interested. So if you're going to tell me I have to submit to search at the door and not retain my status and standing as a man of the people free from search and seizure, well, then I don't belong there. So you hit me up when you change that policy to get in line with the checks and balances of pursuant to the original law of the land, aka the Constitution, that the cop outside of Colorado doesn't know why I keep calling it the law of the land. Well, if you go to Cornell University, it says first line, the Constitution's the law of the land. That's why I say it, not because Cornell said it. I said it, they said it, because it's the fucking truth. Right? So I'm not going to be presenting at any venue where you're going to waive my rights at the door. That seems counterintuitive and counterproductive to who and what we are and what the fuck we're doing here, and to the oath you took.
It's like the opposing gang calling you up and saying, yo, you got to fucking come present to the Don. And then we're going to check you at the door. We're going to pat you down and take your guns off you. And so you can enter the room to talk to the Don while his guys, 7 of his guys, stand around you with guns. It's the exact same thing, is it not?
Well, it sounds like my initial inclination to send this letter was probably the right choice to do. I just didn't because of the fear element. So, I mean, because everything you're talking about is in my letter, basically. So I basically probably just need to send it and stop being afraid.
All I'm here to do, listen, both sides, quote unquote sides, because I don't really play sides. If you want to see it as sides, all both sides are there to do is to get on record a conviction, one way or the other. Either they're going to convict you with their bullshit, or you're going to get your conviction in your heart on record. That's all we're there to do. I'm not interested what becomes of it. You want to 180 me like the Castro and all the rest of it? I can't stop it, and I ain't going to physically fight you to put an end to it, because I can't win anyway physically. There's no point. I got nothing to prove at that point.
That's one of those things I was thinking earlier. You know, it's like all of this stuff that I've experienced so far regarding this single issue has only solidified my conviction on this path, you know. So now
that's the point. Your boy DeCastro showed you the other day. He's decastrated. He has no conviction. He hired another man to talk to him. He already got convicted when he convicted himself for having no conviction. If you have conviction as a man, you do what's true and what's right. You follow your moral compass and you surrender the rest. And you tell him, listen, I ain't doing no wrong. I'm not here to be offensive and defensive. I'm not here to go to war. I'm not even combative. This is why I do what I do. I'm surrendering in faith that you folks, being honorable and upholding the Constitution, will do what you are tasked to do and what you know you're meant to do under God, which is give safe passage to God's people and pimp on a broken hoe who don't know who and what they are and don't want to know because they're an infidel-hearted, non-convicted-hearted slave. That's the game. You want to talk the game metaphorically, metaphysically? That's it right there. We're going to get you on record with who and what you are in your heart, your conviction or not. And if you don't have that in you as a God's man or woman people, we're really going to slay you and fry you if you want to play with us. If not, just fucking do what we tell you to do and throw yourself on the mercy of the court when you fuck up, because you're bound to fuck up. The average person commits 4 felonies a day unknowingly. Who are we kidding? It's a game you can't even win if you tried. Go ahead, Tim.
The average person doesn't think that option is there. That's why they operate the way they do. They don't think that there is an option where you do in faith what you see as right.
Because they
and
taught
put it
you
on
that
record.
one option that would free you is the one thing you should definitely not do. That's why Slow State and the rest think I'm crazy. Because they pimped on you so hard, they taught you the one thing that would be common sense and obvious to do is the one thing you definitely don't do. Hire the attorney, plead out, do this, pay the That's the game.
It's the subtle shit.
The
I
devil's
kind
in
of
the
went through that
details,
little
right?
loop.
Yeah.
I went through that loop yesterday. I was thinking, man, I shouldn't have fucking done this. I should have just like fucking done what he said. I literally went through that yesterday for like probably 2 minutes. I was like, fuck that, fuck that, fuck that, you know? Like, it's just fucking bullshit. I actually thought of DeCastro, man.
Bro, how many fucking billions in taxes are paid every year? April 15th is coming up. All the fucking slaves are scrambling to do their tax. How many fucking people pay billions of dollars a year out of fear? Never once did they have any conviction that this shit ain't right and they're not supposed to be doing this. I've always had that conviction before I knew any of the code, and it turns out that after the fact, I'm right.
I'll tell you one thing, you bitch ass slave. I ain't gonna be filing no taxes this year because I ain't made nothing. Me
That's
and Jack
right.
ain't made nothing. So you're the bitch ass slave. USC 123.
USC 123. You a bitch ass slave, and that ain't me.
USC 123. If you don't make nothing, they can't tax nothing, bitch ass slave.
It's funny, but it's also true. You don't make no income. So excuse me, IRS. Well, this estate ain't made no income, so as soon as it does, I'll let you know. That's my notice. It's one fucking line, Mike. If they do fucking send me a notice and threaten whatever, potential barratry, just say, hello, sirs. If there's a debt that is true and owed to you, and then surely we shall make honorable remedy. But at this time, there has been no income to this estate, and I'll let you know if there does in the future. Thank you so much. Like, what else are they gonna say? I'm not gonna presume a bunch of shit and get mad and call them bitch ass slaves. 80,000 of you going around slaving everybody up. Nah, man, they just doing some business. They just doing offers. They just doing the devil's work. Apparently, that's what some people might say. It. I'm not saying it's
You're
like
just pimping on broken hoes, man. Don't take it personal if you might be one. Don't hate the player, hate the game.
Yeah, well, Timmy's right. There's like they're merchant pimps, basically. You know, they're merchants and they're pimping everybody.
They're like, hey, bro, how much income revenue you got? And you don't even care to look at what that means. You start answering. Oh, I make like 40, 80, 70,000 a year. Gotcha, bitch. Why are you answering income and revenue? You don't even know what that is. They didn't say how much value you pulling in. They didn't ask you. They asked you in a specific way to get you to accept that you believe you understand what those words mean. Once you accept that, they got you. Because you're claiming you're doing their game with their words that they've defined. Now they got you in the fucking loop.
And the cognitive dissonance is the same every time. If you get one-on-one with somebody drunk or however they like get past their inauthentic corporate bullshit, you say, do you really believe in this and agree with this? No. You think it's right? No. So why you do it? Fear. It's the same fucking thing every time.
I believe I got revenue and income, but don't know what it is. I'm not retarded. Paul Unslaved is retarded. He cares about the meanings of words.
Why does he do that? He shouldn't be caring about the meanings of words. He should just be fearful like me.
What an idiot. It's pretty simple. Do what you're told. Why even care about the words? It's always going to go the same way.
Just be realistic. Don't live in faith. You fucking idiot.
Tommy, this is the best coffee table book ever. It's just going to be a list of excuses and justifications from the average slave. And then people can read it and figure out if they're one based on the reverse engineering.
What's his name? Paul Harvey, I think this was his name. He did that thing, If I Was the Devil. How about that? He's like, if I was the devil, I would like, you know, convince everybody to have no morals. If I was the devil, blah blah. It's a good one.
I don't remember that specifically, but I used to listen to Paul Harvey when I was younger.
Oh yeah, nice.
All right, Timmy, I got to eat something. We got to wrap up soon. Do you want to
I
view
really gotta get out
Talcott
of
or
here.
what?
I spent too much time up here.
Yeah, get the hell out of here. You got to cycle in fear and then write letters and rip them up. Your daddy back there. You got a daddy judge now, just like we all got a daddy. His new daddy is that judge. I'm going to judge you, boy.
I reject that.
Mike, I'm your judge. It's me. I'm going to judge you, boy. What have you been up to? You been beating your meat? You been smoking the devil's lettuce? You been packing guns and poking pussy? What have you been up to, boy? I'm going to judge you. I'm wearing a black dress right now. That's how you know I can judge you. What do you think of that?
You know what you should do, Mike? You should just send this quote-unquote judge a voicemail and then sing him this song. Oh, back to school to prove to judge that I'm not a fool. I've got my lunch packed up, boots tight. I hope I don't get into a court fight. Oh, back to court. And then just tell him, look, you ain't my daddy. I say respect what you do. You pimp on slaves, but I'm not one of them. So, is there a crime? No. Is there a loss, injury, harm? No. Is there a contract? No. So, you know, I don't think I'm an honorable man. I don't think that you're doing extortion and battery and intimidation.
Goes into court, Timmy. Taylor Briggs down there. How does he go into court?
He goes in. I don't want to go to jail. I don't want 10 years. You're offering me only 3 years because you wrote on a paper in all caps letters to in some monopoly make believe nonsense Babylonian fucking half dog Latin, half dog English that I presume because I'm just presuming out of fear because I'm guilty in my conscience. So can I just plea out and just admit my guilt because I'm guilty anyway? Oh, where do I sign? And pay?
Right here, pathetic slave. Thank you for your presentment. That's going to go great for the other slaves watching. They're really going to feel disempowered and humiliated by that. So you kind of work double time for us. Thank you.
Oh, and then can I do a live stream for the rest of my life about how I'm a loser failure and the only option is to plea?
100 grams of silver because we saw you've been throwing that around online. So we're going to take that 100-gram silver bar from you. Thanks for your cooperation. Yeah, no. Hey, listen, you got the best of the. Hey, what's that? Did I just hear something out of you there?
Sorry, Daddy.
What?
Sorry. I'm so sorrowful.
Yeah, I thought so.
All right.
You know I hold your whole life in your hands right now. Hey, quiet back there, pig slave. we got another filthy slave in the audience who thinks it has a voice. Okay, Debbie, go ahead and stamp this slow state character. This Mr. Briggs. He seems really submissive and kind of broken and just indoctrinated and worldly. So we've done our job here. We've convicted him on record. No sense beating him and whipping him anymore. I mean, just having to be him and live like him is punishment enough. Am I right? Okay. So, yeah, we're going to set this over. We'll meet again 6 months from now. I'm going to assign you a babysitter. You report to her. And, just stay out of trouble, okay? Pathetic bitch-ass slave. All right, I'll see you later.
Bye.
Another one for the books. Debbie, you want to do lunch? What do you think? In Greek? Italian? Chinese? What? Timmy, that's what you're supposed to say. All rise, the honorable Unslavius is. I mean, I'm sitting here. You know that I. Timmy, bailiff Timmy.
All rise. The honorable Judge Unsslavius will continue to sit, but you slaves have to stand and stand at attention. All the misters and misses and sirs and indentured servants. Okay, you're all standing because I said so? Okay. Yeah, you're all under my jurisdiction now, you fucking slaves.
Great stuff, Timmy. I fucking love when you do that. Every time it gets me. He tells them to stand, and they just stand every time. It's amazing. All right. Yeah, I'm going to go eat something and feel free. We're going to roll the Exhibit A, the Talcott case.
All right.
Yeah, we're going to run that. Again, like Timmy said, you folks just remain standing. I'm going to go in my back chambers. I'm going to, probably masturbate back there. I'm going to consume some carbohydrates, and then we're going to get back to the regular docket, okay? So pretty much like you're going to wait around here for as long as I'd like you to, and that's totally not a power game and totally not submission to jurisdiction. Just kind of proper process and procedure on here, right? All right, yeah, I think we all got it. Timmy, make sure you have a few more of the slave wranglers on hand. Oh, Mr. Talcott is... Oh, man, the Talcott case has apparently been concluded. The other court has been concluded, yeah. Apparently it just ended 6 minutes ago.
Concluded 1 court per day for that guy.
All right, I guess then we're open. You guys want to go like ice skating or something? I do a mean twist on the ice for an administrator.
That'd be awesome.
I'm going to get out of here, guys. I got to go take
All right, we'll see you later, Mr. Lucid.
Right on,
Good
brother.
to see you, bro.
Good to see you, Timmy.
Yeah, likewise, man.
Much respect, bro.
Right back at you. Me and this dude got into it by accident. I thought he was that dude, the black gentleman, the J Cole, Beyonce.
No, Brian O'Shea.
Was it Jay?
Not William Anthony. Who was it, Jay? Phyllis?
Illuma Slavery's live? Oh, we could check in on Illuma Slavery. Why not? He's our buddy.
Next case.
Oh, he's got my picture up. What else is new? That's cool. He's got my
That's
picture
what I felt like with Lauren. I was like, say the things.
Please rise, Illumitami.
Say it. But this is failure. Like Lauren was semi out to get me, semi out to exploit Jack over the Paul stuff. Like she brought me and Jack on respectively in the Paul fight.
The clock says 7 seconds until between we started and he said
she
Paul.
sees her chance and smells blood in the water. She'll
Timmy, take over and run the broadcast. When I'm like
the real thing
here or not here, you have total freedom and control.
I didn't know she's going after my nemesis. Well, really, he's more of her nemesis. My origin story.
If you want to go over there and poke the creature, Timmy, and do like simulation, like in the chat, let him know Daddy's watching.
Like I got here asking Paul, like, hey, I know we're
you watch me work and you get it. You know what's
even bumped into her for like a couple months and all that. And by the time she's finally got Paul on her show for an interview, she missed so many haymakers, missed so many home runs. Didn't even use the clip I sent her to use. We'll bring that up and watch it here in a second because I'm gonna show her how she should have used it, especially as a bar attorney of all things. Let me see if I can add it as a video so we don't have to risk me share screening. But like I said, I mean, good on her that she had her level of bullshit she was gonna put up with before just leaving herself. And Paul didn't prove anything. All Paul did was give me a lot more shit to call him out on. That's how I feel she dropped the ball. He openly was displaying what this clip I sent to her is an example of, which is, yes, I'll agree with Paul on a lot of rights and freedoms, on the discernment between man on the land versus the system we are in. But then she didn't even catch Paul up as he just walks away from that. And this video also shows that. Ironically, this video is from Paul watching my Lauren De Laguna. Here it is. Watching my Lauren De Laguna interview. Give it a second here to upload and render. While that does it, let's hit you guys. I know 2 channels worth have already shown this, but let's run a little commercial to pay the bills.
Yeah, while he does it, it's just funny how these folks will never just use their own experience in order to explain their point. They gotta share 7 videos.
History is truly at a turning point. We do not yet know the full extent and the systemic and structural changes which will happen. However, we do know that global energy systems, food systems, and supply chains will be deeply affected. In times of crisis, the role of governments is more important and more relevant than ever.
Sorry guys, I'm a little behind on the chats. I got my shit changed so I can see them better. I know that I appreciate all the Jack Talcott people coming over, and also if the two people Moose was restreaming Jack to as a hater showed up, thanks for coming. I assume, you know, yeah, there are a bunch of Paul people broke out because they're fucking pussies and they know what's coming. You guys can just chat away about who's daddy. I'm about to wreck your daddy for what? The third, fourth, fifth time. You guys aren't shit. And for as much as you guys try and talk about who's scared of him, your daddy was so scared of Lauren De Laguna, he had to have the interview in his house with all his cronies around to talk shit. I handled her myself just fine in her house, solo, just like I handled Paul and his whole cult. You guys ain't shit but a fucking support crew for bullshit.
You didn't need any of us, sir.
Let me show you how much your daddy ain't shit right now. Let me show you guys what you don't see coming. Boop. Let me give you an example of just how much I own this guy. Is everybody ready? This is all real time, everyone. This is real time history in the making. I know I've wrecked him, but this is my ultimate display. Watch this. Can you see my mouse? Oh, I'm done with you, bro. I've given you 4 chances to come up on this couch. You used 3 of them to say nothing. 1 of them to overtalk more than Lauren. If you grant me anything like your Lauren De Laguna interview, well, you know why you can't. Because you ain't shit. I mean, at least with Jack, he understands I'm trying to help him. I'm trying to show him what he's trying to say. And if he is that faith, this is where he needs to realign. I tried that with you, Paul, and you said it was, I wanted to cupcake to you and I desperately wanted to work with you. No, I wanted to guide a lost little boy. And then whenever I gave up on you and became your nemesis, you said you didn't love me enough. How's this for not loving you enough? Keep showing up, Paul. Ain't no sub of mine. And I'm sick of this shit. You know who this is right here? What is it with OTW? I get trying to make fun of Jack to cuck to your daddy. Why do you keep putting Jack in all the thumbnails? Like you put him in there like you guys are wrestling tag teams, like you're mobsters together. You guys are fucking Jack opposition. And he forgets that a lot. But I'm never blind to it. You guys suck. You guys fucking suck. And we're gonna show that today. So
like a salesman. We're gonna get to that in 10 minutes after we sell the bullshit.
And everybody, oh, sorry, I'm not on videos. We're live. Let's count how many thumbnails fronted Talstock leading up to Talstock. And that's give or take whichever ones have been deleted for whatever reason. We're like, here's like Talcott looks pretty cool as this like balding wrestler guy. He ain't part of this trio. I mean, even whenever he cucks back up to the alleged not the mom, I still go, Jack, stop. Jack, please. But the fact that OTW will always drop the I love you, bro, but yet he just shoves him into every AI. I appreciate it because now Jack can go report see, this is how OTW is fucking his daddy in the ass, whether they both know it or not. Every one of us, there's me in Flow State, and there's Wizard. Like, we all know everybody in Paul's thumbnails. Most likely, if he's hating on you in a thumbnail, you at one time were either sought out by him as an ally, or maybe you went to him with some kind of olive branch. And all of this list of enemies he's cracking on is people that have pissed him off, or that have
What does it concern
that
you
he
so
has
much,
pissed
though,
off.
Tom?
And then in hindsight, he says he never respected or wanted to work with any. He's a fucking joke. He's a joke of a child of a narc. And we're going to keep exposing that. I don't have to be subscribed to the faggot to keep exposing that. I ain't got to do shit but stay white and die. So let's find the first Talstock fronty thumbnail here. All right, here we go. I think this was Talstock. Yeah, because I remember they cited when it starts. So we'll start here and work back. And there's a number you'll notice in this mix will bounce between Talstock support, and you can tell when Jack had pissed him off or they had been at odds along the way. This purple one is actually an homage to me because I was on somebody's stream saying that cracker ain't shit. He ain't done shit. He's not currently doing shit. And that's what inspired this that day. I remember that one. So here's a Talstock. Where's my righty thing? Because by the time we get to the donos of the live event, I'm gonna need my pen. All right, there we got one thumb. That's not a good pen. I just had my good pen. Yeah. And it looked like the chat was asking. I guess you guys were asking about this hat. Yeah, it's just my hat from when I washed dishes for Elon Musk's brother's restaurant chain, which is what led Elon Musk's brother to start doing that thing where they make there ain't no link today, Kraka, but I hope your daddy's watching and he's had 4 times to come up here. He needs to dono if he wants up here. Today, he's free to restream this truth bomb I'm dropping on him, this reality check, this illumination of what type of dude he is. Get out of here. Thank you for viewing. Thank you for raising the overall max viewers. You guys are fucked. I told your daddy I've had long game since I put the word long game in his mouth. Oh, yeah, that's the way to. I'm not even going to share your check. I didn't do that one. I did the Breaking Bad one. And I became much more successful on Breaking Bad than your daddy could sober. He's a joke. And he knows that already. That's why he's scared to come up here. And once he does come up, he's scared to talk. Doesn't matter. I don't need him to talk. I got everything I need on him. All right. One Talstock thumbnail. Two Talstock promotion thumbnail. That's close, but that's not. Three Talstock, and we're not even going to count all the ones that show them like buddies, but we'll reference all these buddies thumbnails. This is when we reply to the daddy, the not the mama, saying, I don't have to pay Jack anything. There was no contract. You had buddy contract. You had I love you, brother contract. You had co-create contract. Unslaved.
Right, because there's an equal value there, right, Tom? There's an equal value being added to Talstock between Jack Talcott and Paul.
I do like
right?
that.
Like, come on now, Tom.
That would have been cool.
Timmy, how much am I gonna owe you for giving you keys and my photos?
Yeah, I'm gonna get pissed off and say you owe me a percentage of the donation from today.
Yeah, just tell me now, like what I'm gonna owe you for letting you be part of this. I mean, you've done so much for me already that I could probably never repay you. But
I finally destroyed
yeah, just give me what it's like 20, 30, 50% of all the value that I've received.
Some kind of hideous creature. I
Yeah,
know
no, like I don't want fiat coupons. Like you've already given value in a different form that I've already like happily been happily received.
I like the White Wolf universe of Vampire because they took all the different.
You're here to use me and parasite off me and try to get something you can't get on your own. Wow, okay.
Hank, make sure you come to the shareholders meeting. It's going to be very special. Might have me crying about you. I might have oh my God, Jessica Jane! Wow. See, I haven't seen Jessica Jane since I was on her ass for putting a gold cup to Truther Cup in my Truther Cup hit piece. But it's nice to see you back because your sister, Robin with a Y, recently resurfaced while being one of the biggest donos to this channel ever that I didn't refund. No one's hit the biggest dono yet if I say because I refunded the biggest dono over Snafu Snap's spreading malarkey and lies and hate like many of the cult do. We let him do it, and I said, okay, you can say that shit. I'll go ahead and refund everybody donating to my dog's bills. And we'll see. See, as much as Snafu claims
Another
to
guy
love
who
his
needs money
dog,
for his
he has a
dog's
dog.
bills. Another
Why would you want
Mitchell.
to fuck with my dog and talk shit about my dog? That's
I'm the
not good
grifter.
karma.
I'm the liar.
Or
I'm here to
God
grift while he
stuff.
hates on me constantly and then asks for money
And
for
if
his
nobody
dog.
noticed, Snafu met up with me
That
on
dog probably got sick
Rebuttal
from
Bar.
living with him and
Could
eating
not
fucking
shut up about meth PDF. Getting
Another
close,
rich guy who needs
Steve.
money for his
Thank you,
dog.
Steve. Thank you, Steve. Getting close. Still didn't beat Robin with a Y. And I will be out in these streets on the eclipse end of the world day to get my photo ID so that I can eventually actually collect this shit. I know Flow State told me I could hack my ID, and I know I could do that. He recognized the Photoshop skills. It's not how I roll. I when I say I'm gonna abide, I'll abide, and it doesn't make me a slave. Actually, I'm a slave. My slavery to my God is what makes me one of the freest men walking on this planet. Paul doesn't get that
He
either.
just told me to
I've
take the
blocked a number of
medication.
his cult for walking around repeating them. They talk like they're not a cult. How come they all follow me around going, you're a death worshiper, you're a death worshiper?
If this isn't a personal vendetta, why does your whole broadcast revolve around me?
My
Because
God
you're doing God's work,
resurrected from the
focusing on me 24/7 for God? It's not
dead.
personal? Come on, Tom. Tom has completely lost touch with himself and reality.
Oh,
He's
that was
another
the day I said, oh, I bet you if I get up here and make a big standing up front, Paul's going to let me wreck his little boy on this. Moose was trying to come back into producer Moose on this day. This is probably a bigger me day than this Illumitami Rising. But this Illumitami Rising was spawned from the day I came and wrecked Moose so bad all Paul could do was keep putting me up the timer and keep
You get like
resetting
a
the
few
timer.
dozen people who have
It was
feelings
that
about
was
me
a
who
fun
show up
day.
regularly
And
and
I
give
think
me
that
2,
led into
5,
that
10,
thing where
20
Blaze
bucks.
getting kicked from the
You know, it's not a living,
like
but
around those
you know,
days.
a little
'Cause that's
extra
when
here
I
and
first
there.
had the
Passive income, right?
Ford News idea.
The passive aggressive niche toward me is passive income.
I know there's some more tells.
Vogue money.
Look, guys, the only thing, the lead up, the promotion, the marketing for
Yeah, you get a
Talstock,
few extra
how
rocks and
Talstock
meth
went
every
down.
month
And
talking shit
another
about
fun
me.
fact of this
You know,
lore,
whatever.
Talstock happened
It's a
while
dishonest
everyone
living. We're
thought I
used to
was
it.
dead or in jail. That's fun fact. Well, I don't want to miss any super chats, guys. We're gonna intermittently. Sorry if I miss any lucrative chats or important chats. I'm gonna be intermittently checking because I gotta stay on task. We're gonna watch. If taking this goes long into Talstock, we'll make it an episode 2. But we're gonna get through as much of this as we can after we count this. It's gonna get faster about school. Let me know if I've missed any. I would like to know by what logic Paul has been deciding which of these get deleted. Because even on his current channel here, for a guy that does streaming every day and advertises that, there is not everyday streams on here anymore by any means. It might be like he's not able to stand on his truth that he claims to fucking talk.
It might be like I'm constantly copyright
I do
stricken and
delete
forced to make
streams.
things private or
Sometimes
shit's
it's
taken
because
down.
Snafu
Dummy.
Snaps reports my freedom to show my property on a camera, and and as far as the policy of this YouTube thing, no, you don't have to monetize me. That's fine. How about saying I can't be monetized for showing my bang bang? But Snafu, you fucking moron, as much as you run around trying to say you did a thing, every time I show a bang bang, it's for you. Because you're the only one that's going to report it. You or your daddy. And that's why I do it, you fucking morons. And then whenever you come to my face about it, I'm like, good job, dumbass. Just like, as long as I'm going to get up in it on your daddy today, there ain't going to be shit you can do to stop it. And if anybody wants to watch the one that was stopped over the bang bangs, that's this one right here. Paul the Coward.
Watching lose his mind once I tell him I love him and
my Lauren Daily Good interview. He disguised it, and he was beefing with Jeffrey, and I think this is Zen. I think he goes by Zen. It says Jeffrey and Sanguine, but don't quote me on what he goes by. I always wanted to talk to this guy too. He's a vegan and an alleged flying spaghetti monster. No hate. I just thought we'd have a good conversation. I ain't seen him. Jeff, maybe hook that up sometime. I hope I get this.
Would have a good conversation with Jeffrey.
He's already a subscriber of the show. I think he's got a bigger channel than me.
Yeah, him, Hank, Jeffrey, all the godly folks will be there talking righteousness and virtue.
He's been here before.
How bad I
He
am.
showed up drunk while we were saying faggot a lot one night, and he doesn't get mad. He's gay, and he doesn't get mad that we say faggot because he gets it. Oh, shit. Yeah, man, you got him. Got him.
Got him.
Yeah,
I can
Hank,
use
the
Hank
only
now to
time
get
I ever
$5 at a
correct
time.
you,
Got him.
like most of the time, your assessment of Paul and the
guys
poll
are so
are correct.
funny how you
I'm
get,
only
like,
correcting you when I
deceived
go, oh
by
no,
your
Hank,
own
you're right.
perception
You're
and manipulated by other deceivers outside of you. Fascinating. Then you get mad at me for being real and honest.
Man, I'm
That's
impressed.
bizarre. Why does he focus on you?
No, we're not down through the whole thing yet. And I think I'll know when I can stop, like, and this, I remember sending a picture of this to Jack, because these were back whenever,
you ready?
Me and
He's
Jack.
saying not doing channel. He won't throw the link.
Oh, he's not gonna put the
and then
link?
Jack started doing his own channel, Hardcore.
Well, I
and when
can't
Jack
do
thought
that.
he was coming back around to be friends with Paul
Then you're
again,
scared.
next time Paul was restreaming it,
Is what he's
it was
saying,
with
I'm
this
scared,
fucking
but he's
demon
scared?
clown thing. And
That's kind of
I
weird.
remember sending that to Jack in a text, like, "There's your buddy."
Can we
Your buddy's
lobby the
popping up.
chat to ask for a link that he says I need to go up there, and I'm willing to talk to him. What's old Tommy boy?
Oh,
We'll be doing
and
this a year and a
besides
half.
counting the
I'll give him some attention since he's
promotion.
definitely in need of it.
Look how long, even a year ago, they started right away with all the implication of Jack's. Like, we passed the one where he's camping out in a storage unit. Here's the guy's carrying.
All right, let me help this guy out down there because he can't figure out the difference between morals and ethics. There's nothing immoral about cutting someone off and disrespecting them and not caring about their opinion. See, morality is based in loss, injury, and harm or owing a debt. I don't owe a debt to you or anyone else here, so I'm not obligated to perform as you wish. Okay? Nor is it immoral, again, to cut someone off, to even curse at them, to disrespect them, or anything else. You could argue it's unethical, but unethical for who? A white gorilla or a sophisticated, civilized, passive-aggressive, lying criminal? Which many of you are. Passive-aggressive, lying criminals under God. And then you want to make a criminal out of me because you don't like the way that I am or the way that I speak or what I do, even if it doesn't cause loss, injury, and harm. Okay? So I don't brag about having such a reflection of morality. You can claim I'm a moral man because I don't cause loss, injury, and harm, and I'm not in debt to anyone at this time. The best I could do is you're going to have to call me unethical, but then you're going to have to realize that's subjective because we all have our own ethnicities. We all have our own ethics in the sense of our moral compass that leads us and guides us to then make choices about what we want and don't want versus what needs to happen and not. Okay. Well, he has you blocked. I don't see your comments over there. Well, doesn't surprise me. More games, more false power inversion games, more lying to the audience, more pretending I'm scared when he's scared. What is there for me to be scared of with him? He's not exposing anything. There's nothing to expose. He's just repeating whatever I'm saying and then claiming he wins because he exposed me as an XYZ while he's being whatever he's claiming I am. Half the time. I mean, it's the same garbage over and over again. So there you go. You got your explanation on the difference between morals and ethics. Come back to me if you need any more clarification on words and terms and how this life works. I'll be here for you. I'll leave the light on for you.
Him out on his couch. Here's Jack in a tent. And look, man, Jack makes mistakes. Jack's as fallible as any of us. We're all fallible. I'm not sitting here saying Jack's always right. Jack's justified in the mistakes he's made. I'm just what this show is about showing why.
We're not victims.
We're right. And he was like, he got stacks, makes whatever stacks him on. He's rocking 10 stacks.
You should have money, man.
He's trying to play up his wigger fucking front
dogs for God, man.
He'll get Brian O'Shea's bail posted, but jokes about his the man he loves so much, jokes about him losing his house. And I mean, if anybody should be offering Jack that couch, it should be fucking Paul. Shout to Tarek for offering, but it should be Paul. I would like to see a live webcam or a daily stream of Tarek and Jack. That probably would be some kind of odd couple situation. All right. So I counted, unless I made an extra scratch, that's 3 or 4 Calstock promotions. I think there might have been more. But like I said, I don't think, if they got deleted, I'm not saying he deleted them to hide them. I don't know why he's deleting a lot of streams. But they could have, Calstock promoting thumbnails could have been deleted just in happenstance. So now let's watch Calstock.
Are you going to go tell him or someone going to tell him that I'm asking for the link and he's pretending I'm scared, but he has me blocked and he won't post the link because
Oh yeah, that's all he does. That's all he does. That's all he is.
There's other posts asking for the link that I don't think he's addressing.
You might as well be Brian Shield.
Choosing to
He's
not
been
address.
up here 4 times.
Oh,
all he does is talk shit and run. 3 of the times he was up here, he didn't have shit to say, and you guys don't call him on it. That's why you're all weak little bitches. He had his chance. Today we're exposed. We're illuminating. He used to say
we're
he
illuminating the
eclipses
narcissism
me. But
as he
today
does
I
narcissism,
illuminate
as
his
he
falsities, his
gaslights,
atrocities.
deflects,
And there
obfuscates
is a little
his
game at play
narrative.
right here today. I want to see him do a thing. I don't think he's
I love
gonna do
it.
So let's go over here to the
Can't get enough. Show us more. Tell us more.
Shit, that clicker wheel is sensitive. He thinks it's DS.
Our poll is so
And
destroyed and delusional. He thinks I'm doing damage control. There's nothing that's going to stop Tommy from showing us what he is over and over again while pretending it's about me.
Not a bad idea. I don't know. I don't think I can whip it up that fast. Oh, before we play this,
Just another pocket watching broke ass hater. Can't stand it.
Oh my god! Thank you, Ken before the storm, aka Jim before the porn. I fucking hate your ass. If you would have showed up in Colorado, I would have murked you for making all them threats, and you're still making threats. He's not blocked. He's not blocked. Oh, you mean his 21,000 subscriber channel that he totally wiped everything out on because he's scared of me going back and addressing it? No, that one's blocked because I see what he's doing there. If he wants to come here and talk shit, he can do it under proper instructions.
Paul's not blocked. Oh, wait. You mean the first channel with 21,000? Yeah, he is blocked. Oh, wait. So every time you talk, it's an undoing, it's a hypocrisy, it's a double, triple standard. You always got a reason for why your manipulation and deception is great, while you call what I'm doing manipulation and deception. It's not. And that's the narc. He keeps calling me a narc while he's doing it. That's so fascinating to me. The projection thing, see, Timmy, the projection we talked about earlier.
Projection motivates people. And when does that start, Paul? I know, I get the, you guys know, I know it's not anagram. You guys know I always forget what that thing is. When does the proper instruction start? All I see is a fat nobody telling everybody they ain't shit and he's everything.
Because of what I've done on
this is my channel's most sought after fan. Some of these channels put so much weight on a single chatter. That's impressive.
You have to just do whatever he wants you to do.
Come into your yard.
And then we're going to be okay.
And you're like Tom Cruise.
101.
Damn right. Now I'm starting to charge.
False authority, false emotion, cognitive dissonance, hypocrisy, double, triple.
If you click your mouse is spinning over something, it'll open it in an extra tab. Or at least on mine, that's what it does. It's probably saying
delusion, denial.
False is there. Julian, this is the last time I'm going to address these podcast
proclamations of being rich, but you have no money to spend for a dog.
He was up here 4 times. 3 of the times he showed how scared he was to not say a damn thing and sit there and chat in the back wreck. Could you imagine any cultist saying that someone doing it back to him would win?
Take the wheel.
The 4th time he couldn't shut up like he can't do for anyone that's showing who he is. Guys, I'm doing it right. I walk with God. Your daddy doesn't. And I'm not saying that as judgment. It's we're polar opposites. Get a fucking clue. I can't help you find Jesus, your heart is hard to the truth. You're a son of your daddy, and you're also a fucking liar. Shown in. Oh, wait. I got to remake that video because I got to chop off. I was wrong about the dual bearded men. But I was so close that I still have to convince people that no, it's not the same guy. Shout to Flow State. Even Flow State was like, Flow State is not the same guy, but here it is. Flow State watches it again. That's the same guy. I'm like, I know, right? But it's not. It's not. And shout to Flow State's. I had last night was the first time I saw Flow State's hate montage. And on my hate, like in Flow State's hate montage, they're all like Flow State, blah blah blah, this and that. For mine, I just have to string together everybody saying my name, and you can just hear the way they're saying. I can just have them all saying Illuma Tommy, and as many times as they say it, like the Truther Cop thing. But you just hear the disdain. Like CBO, I got Illuma Tommy, Illuma fucking Tommy, Illuma Tommy. I turn on Illuma fucking Tommy. I don't even have to put in what they're saying. I just have to string of the names. Listen, I am a man of God, and whether we're in post-millennial reign or not, you live on a planet where every 4 corners of this globe knows Jesus and can find Jesus if they choose. That's your personal responsibility, Lubas. And the fact that this is the first time you're getting all adamant on my channel on behest of your daddy means I'm going to lean into what a piece of shit you are. Because my hopefully sister in Christ, Sophia, she thinks you're good people, and I'm going to show her she's wrong. But that's why I tell her not to venture into the woods alone, too.
Another narc quality. He picks out the most disturbed, disconnected, dysfunctional people who show that they're needy and plays to them because he knows they're the most easily manipulated and suggestible. Narc 101, that's you.
What a day. What a great day. This is kicking off.
He's such a narcissist. He plays to the lowest common denominator to get them under his umbrella and under his spell so he can manipulate them and use them. Tom Talcott. It's fascinating.
Great, guys. If you're a current new viewer, maybe you don't understand the lore we're talking about right here, no matter, this is actually good. This only proves more and more success. Because that little bitch boy faggot, Paul Unslaved, I've warned him for his timeline, 2 years. Said, Paul, they'll get you. The further up this ladder you get, they're going to get you. Because I'm just your viewer saying that's hypocrisy. That's a lie. Thank you, TW. Thank you. TW. TWV. Get it? Dub V? That's how we used to say West Virginia. And even though it was for WV, we also meant like a double V as a W. See how we do it? See how we do it? Oh, we were going to play this video first. Now, let's just kick it off by I took time out of my cool fictional editing to fucking find and cut this out for Lauren. She didn't even use it, so I'm gonna use it. I'm gonna show you guys what a fucking hypocrite your daddy is. So your daddy has always fronted, and I agree with this shit. Here's some shit I agree with on your daddy. Driving versus traveling. Traveling, I'm just a man on the land moving myself, me and my associates, me and my property. I'm just traveling. I agree. Driving is when one is on the road for commerce and you must license, insure, register. You must do all the things to drive for commerce. Here's Paul, mad that I'm on De Laguna, agreeing with a lot of his Sov stuff. Here he is, outing himself for not even driving correctly.
Streaming.
I did drop the ball one time because that reminded me when you asked about if I have a job. I highly speculate that Paul may be doing DoorDash, and that requires license plate, registration, insurance. And if he would agree that that's why he got them, I would say yes, that's what we say it is, because you are driving for business. You must.
No, I don't do DoorDash any longer. My needs are met through this. And with that said, when I was doing DoorDash, it wasn't my vehicle. So I was actually working with someone else and splitting it.
Like right off the bat, he's fucking up.
With very little.
That's already a no-no.
Investing what I got. So it's not true. Again, it's not true. My vehicle didn't have any of that on it. Never has, probably never will. So if you notice in the car, we were in a Toyota. I don't have a Toyota. That's Clayton's car, right? And funny enough, at the time, fuckface, here's where you get real stupid. We were using his car mainly for gas because neither of us had plates. Neither of us had none of it. So we might have been at one time. I don't know. I don't remember. I don't think I'll ever remember fully, but I'm pretty sure maybe he might have been driving without plates and all that and doing it to some degree. So you just made up two or three narratives that none of which are true and don't have to be true to get to the end, which you suppose is the only end you could get to. I mean, there's ways around everything on some level. You know, there's ways around everything and not have to be dishonorable. So don't presume I'm saying that I was dishonorable in bad faith. Yeah, I'd have to double check with him. But if I remember correctly at this time, he had them on there and was going to get rid of them and then went from having them and signing up to getting rid of them and continuing is maybe what I seem to remember. So maybe there's a little bit of truth in there, a little bit of a genuine, authentic journey and the, transitioning while still maintaining what we were doing.
Well, was there loss, injury, or harm in that?
No,
action?
there never is. But they just suppose that there's a.
Well, why is Tommy bringing it up? Is he a representative for some code?
Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous anyway. The idea of it that just because there's somebody on the road bringing a sandwich to somebody else for trade of payment means you can now be taxed, licensed, and registered.
Commerce.
Okay. It's ridiculous.
Commerce.
Not a semi-trailer hauling goods that might cause somebody harm if it's not regulated. It's a Toyota.
Oh, God forbid.
Bringing someone
you can
a
cause harm
sandwich.
with a Geometric.
Why should I have any more liability
For commerce
other than a man-to-man exchange for value?
Well,
maybe the
Can I say
travel
this
to
real
get
quick?
there and
Is that
hitting
if
a
you're
bike
just
path
delivering,
full
like,
of
Brian O'Shea
brownie
was, I think,
chicks,
for the Chinese
Girl
restaurant,
Scouts.
as a private.
Tom, you're a dumbass. The whole origination of the commerce regulation thing was about hauling large equipment. It's, again, they use safety to edge into travel and say, if you're going to be like a tractor trailer or a bus or somebody hauling passengers, then you need insurance and liability coverage because you got huge amounts of weight on the fucking road and you got passengers and all types of other liabilities. So it's to like keep everyone safe in the event of extremities, extreme circumstances and situation where certain public service endeavors, hauling goods. This is mainly initially, as I understand it, for tractor trailers, semi trucks hauling goods interstate, shit like that. Or buses, city property, right? And again, it starts off as city property because the city can regulate itself, and then it starts extending over to the roads, and then it extends over to tractor trailers and this, that, and the third, and now it's everybody, all places, all times. Me bringing a sandwich from the deli to someone in exchange for value is hardly doing commerce on the road that could potentially cause a liability outside of everyday travel and affairs. It's a ridiculous fucking logic, and I'm tired of having to use logic to undo your belief you learned from me that I was talking about, which is theirs, not mine. They believe they have a right to use commerce as an en route into regulating the people and all their movements and affairs. I don't necessarily accept that. Just because they put it forth, and that's the origination point, that leads over to them regulating everybody at all times because they claim we're always on the clock and always part of a corporation. It's just levels to the discussion. You're too fucking inept and unaware pretty much everywhere in your life to conceive of the different levels of consciousness and awareness and law and legality and philosophy and all the rest of it. You just only see in black and white. Just like Paul's the enemy, Paul's the bad guy, Paul's the narc, while you do everything you're claiming I'm doing and worse.
Individual, right? Doing that, then of course there should be nothing involved with the state at all. That's you as a man making a living. That's your liberty, right? If you're working for a DoorDash, right, you probably contracted with them. So then there might be obligations to fulfill that contract. But if you're just doing the act of
very much, very much
capacity, then there should be no jurisdiction over you whatsoever, because you can't tax a man on his
I think he said
livelihood.
contracting.
If it's an enterprise, a corporate enterprise, it's different. But if you're just a man,
you can tax a man on a fucking.
I have a hard time understanding where the state is involved in that. At that, I yield.
Oh, I believe that. I believe he has a hard time.
My problem is, I've been on his show,
so does
in that
his daddy.
logic, his boy Lubass should have in Canada. He should have all the proper registrations to rent his houses to people, and he claims not to. And he claims
Lubass.
And I'm like, well, Paul, would you not back me up on suggesting he do get those titles and registrations to take money for a service and be taxable? This is the shit that you're constantly battling Goblin and Paul on. Like, let me have that fight. And they want to talk about things I've done in the past that I would admit to and not give them nothing more because they ain't shit. That's what they're gonna do. When I quit being.
Oh, welcome, Lubass. What a day to show up, huh, you stupid Canadian bitch. And I liked your farm streams, Lubass. I used to like how you'd cam up and be doing your outside work. And your daddy actually bitches about that. Ain't that weird? Let me change this up. I know you guys want to see this boxer nose. Let me change this up. There we go. So let me see if I can remember just how much Paul fucked up there as far as contradicting, being a hypocrite. Like he does with my videos where how I'm showing his contradiction is apparent and straightforward. It misses him, it goes over his head, and he calls me a retarded. I've ordered Uber Eats here. That was my De Laguna interview. That was a year ago. Like Paul went on, I don't know, you know how YouTube isn't giving you to the day, but Paul did an interview with Lauren De Laguna yesterday when it says mine was a year ago. Ironic, right? Ironic that we're calling him out on his rights and freedoms hypocrisy right here while he was watching my De Laguna interview, right? So basically is what Paul's saying is him and another guy were sharing a car to do DoorDash. Already not the thing. Like, just if they didn't have plates or legalities to the thing, I really doubt they had insurance, which insurance is beyond policy. That's personal responsibility of causing harm to people.
So when he says, "Oh, I'm
Pre-crime.
just driving a sandwich to a person for money," that is commerce. And when he tries to be a spoiled, lying child to say it's not a big rig, it's not a semi, so you're out delivering on behalf of an app that you didn't create an app that links you to people that want a sandwich. You're in that system, bitch. Now, let's dodge all points that you and another guy sharing one car to do it is out of policy, like Snafu and you do not like.
Right. So you're proving again my point that all you worldly infidels who claim God can't understand that anytime a man or woman exchanges value does not give a government entity who's supposed to protect and serve the people the right to come in and take their rights and their value. You can't figure that out? That's not common sense to you? Oh no, but the world doesn't work that way for you. And you're going to promote that it continue down the line to get worse and worse. Fascinating.
I've ordered Uber Eats where it's like silver, Acura, blah, blah, blah. And I'm looking, I'm waiting. I got my dog's flashy collar so they see me. And some Mexican chick pulls up in a totally different vehicle. And I'm like, this isn't, I mean, I'm glad you're here with my food. This isn't a silver Acura, blah, blah. She's like, please don't tell. She's like, please don't tell. And I said, I won't, girl. I get you. Because you're not a Paul Enslaved out here being a hypocrite about it. You're just a girl trying to fucking make your money. And she probably had insurance. She probably had it was registered. It was registered. It just wasn't the one on file with DoorDash. So, to those questions in the chat, you got the speed of the slave. It's not going to happen. And you better go back and hold your daddy to the 4 chances he's had. Sit in it. You made this bed. Fucking lie in it. You shit your pants. Now sit in it. I told you this was coming, and you still act like I'm wrong for being a channel that comes at you. I warned you that's what this tower does. You said what YouTuber could possibly come for me, and you created it. What you resist persists. I'm your hucklebearer, Paul. All right. So
it's real easy to have this position when you do nothing,
You're already wrong for not having it registered.
Am I ever going to recover from this?
And if you don't have insurance, if you were the motherfucker that made me homeless with a gimped up arm and you didn't have any coverage, I'd probably be outside your distance, give or take, 100 yards with that long range shit that I'm as good with as my long game. With my gimped up arm, just saying this non-insured, reckless driving motherfucker is going to feel my pain and then nothing ever again. That's probably where I'd be. I don't know where, if I had been on the street since 2016 with a gimped up arm, today I don't know who I'd be. But fuck this guy running around trying to call everybody out for not being his cult level. He doesn't even do his thing. He's not rights and freedoms. He's a liar. He's a sociopath. Or if nothing, he's a major narcissist. I would conjecture borderline sociopath. The boy ain't shit. And the day before he tried to send hostile melanin dudes at me, he was telling me into my face, he's so scared of me just over boxing, he'd shoot me if I was standing before him. And then he wants to say he's not cowardly. He's honorable. He's brave. Yeah. Sorry, Paul. I'm done with you. I unsubbed. I'm just going to keep hating on you in truth. And my truth illumination will expose you in the shadows of your narcissistic bullshit. Hang it up, man. Go back to door dashing. Because I think one thing that's changed since now, back in this video, he said this channel provides everything he needs. I bet you it's not that way today. And I guarantee you, as long as he's known me, I've been paying for this 2-bedroom in Denver. He ain't been able to hold his own fucking apartment. He lived in a fucking house that we don't know who was letting him do his show in his garage. I bet you Paul's never had his own place. I bet you he went from living with his dad to just bouncing. I know those types. I know couch campers, man. I know couch campers. All right. So that was how De Laguna totally dropped the ball. I'm like, I gave you that. I thought for
a lot of time. I rented for 2 years by myself, just like you in that hovel. I had a better apartment.
I thought she would have been
$2,000 a month
over that. Much less, it's like sure, you don't have to come to me whenever you're going to do an interview with Paul. Like Grace Thorpe, I could have equipped Lauren to do much better. I could have equipped Grace to do much better. But
When you want something done right, am I right? Let's do this. Let's say around 2:30, 45 is when the festivities kick off. Guys, everybody, this was a major time of everyone projecting if I was dead or in jail. I get in on the stream, guys. I take part in this stream. I don't come up on the panel. I don't cam up, but my words get in the stream. Let's see if anybody can notice it when it happens. What does it say? 2:30, 45. Oh, almost got it.
You flippy flop, but especially when they come out with this CBDC, and you all know it's coming. So you better get ready, and you better have everything.
No, CBDC, it doesn't get you high. It's good for your joints and cancer stuff. CBDC.
Bullshit Y2K thing.
Dude, why didn't I think up the CBDC bit before?
You took us real quick back in on a fucking trip in your mind and in the memory.
New levels of
You
pleasure.
can come back to now.
Ooh, who is that sexy hairless gorilla there in the bottom left?
You came in with your accusations and your insulting suggestion that I'm delusions of grandeur. Now
I'm going to look it up. And I'll
from
read
there,
it.
hey, I'm not caring about the definition. I know what it means. Your assumption that that is my problem when you admit you do.
First off, Jack giving me the little nod that day, rocking the t-shirt vest combo. Jack looking like a roadie for Jethro Tull up in here. Paul, this was back when his old lady would still let him do the show in the living room. How quaint. This is also early Cynthia days. If you want that lore, there's Hard Hat. Between then and now, Hard Hat reformed.
Timmy, how does he not realize that I'm streaming his whole expose to my audience? I'm not threatened by it.
I think he's trying to
How did he not
reincorporate
figure
in
that
the
out?
community after being excommunicated.
Okay, like Timmy, if I was threatened by the expose, why would I stream it to my audience?
Paul Enslaved.
If he figures it out, his
weird, huh?
stream ends. His rap
shows
ends.
your own ignorance, does it not? You admit to not knowing, yet you want me to accept your insulting conclusion as though I don't fucking know myself. Excuse me. Back to now.
Okay, can I talk now?
Please do.
All right, I'm going to prove it. A delusion.
And does anybody notice this poncho dude is one of many people that are an example that Paul has accumulated some of the most white trash redneck pieces of shit because they're the ones that are susceptible to his bullshit. Like Fifth Wheel.
No, that's you. I just said that earlier. It's funny you just projected that because I already said that about you earlier.
True.
False belief in one's own superiority, greatness, or intelligence. People experiencing delusions of
Where
grandeur
is
do not
they
just
said
have
Tau stock starts at like 2:30, 45.
self-esteem. Instead, they believe in their own greatness and importance, even the
Paul's
face
not good
of
with numbers
overwhelming
anyway.
evidence to the contrary. Overwhelming
let me-
evidence showed you to the contrary.
I mean, they might have hit it close. Can you believe it's going to go from this to Jack and Paul eating
And yes, you have had some improvement.
eating
Got
edibles
it.
and
You
shit?
Hold
are
on.
still not
Wait.
out of this shell.
Okay, hold on. I want to repeat back what I heard from you. Okay. You're using the last 8-9 months, roughly 8 months that I've known Paul as far as my records. Okay. People like to exaggerate.
And guys, okay, this has to be it because I remember I'm putting the timestamp. I was just going to ask you guys if anybody's catching the lore I might be short on. They could have like advertised it and it might have been like the tomorrow stream, but I'm pretty sure it was this one. Like I said, I don't even remember when I started watching because I was supposed to be dead when this was going down. Now, Rob G, is Nicole the black chick that I said had real bought or instructed vibes when she came on Paul's early shows to support what happened with him and judges and stuff in court? Because there was this black chick that came on Paul's show back in the day, mysteriously, like just that one stream. She showed up to say, oh yeah, we were dating back then and you got wronged. And then you know how I could tell she had real either paid off or very coached vibes? Because no one tells a story on your behalf and is like, hey, and remember, start citing meticulously detailed names of judges and things. It reeked of Paul coached her on what to say, and it went along with, that's the only time I ever saw her show up. Maybe a stream or two around that. But, I mean, ex-girlfriend, I wouldn't expect you to keep showing up. But to just come out of the blue and back your boy on with details that no one's...
Exactly the opposite, Tom. I had no idea she was watching and going to come up, and she came up one day out of the blue. I thought she was going to trash me. She actually gave a glowing review of me. You can't stand that was the case. And I pretty much expressed sentiment from there on out that I'd rather not have her there and a part of this asylum. Probably not going to work out good for either of us long term. So that's why she's probably stayed away. Another shockingly inverse, horrible translation and transmutation of what the fuck was going on. Just he did it again. These are amazing detectives and interpreters, these folks. They're on the ball.
Grilling you on. She looked like she was citing those details to appease either him or...
still listening or whatever else. We could ask her. Did I talk to her at all? Did I coach her at all? Did I ask her to even be part of that? Was I not completely thrown off and just ran with it? And then did I pretty much not say after the fact that I appreciate that? Even if it's good for me and my reputation, I wasn't asking for that. I don't need that. And she should probably not be around here because it's an asylum around here, right? That's what the fuck happened. Like always, it's the exact opposite of whatever it's saying it is usually what happened.
Or the fiat she might have retained.
Yeah,
but
I gave her money to come up here and tell an
I'd say that timeline, just the way it looks, compared to what we've seen of the boy, probably pretty accurate. And that's why we don't hear from Jennifer. As long as Jennifer and his dad don't show up, he's free to tell us how much they love and support him. It's a great relationship. It's a great relationship they have, him and Jennifer, spiritually lifting each other in the mommy-son spiritual sense as he sleeps in a separate room, because he's back to almost 12 hours a day streams on the daily in a separate room or woodshed whenever it's the place after he was already in a room being slid dinner under the table. That's how all my best relationships have gone. It shows solid support all the hours of the day that are left to spiritually build and eat pussy on each other after 12 hours of streaming. Guys, let those cultists know that they've already been told.
I'm not gonna waste
how many times their daddy's been up here. It looks really pathetic to acknowledge that and not go back and say, hey, 4 times he didn't say nothing.
And I think you started saying a year, maybe it was
and what you're really mad about is I'm exposing your fat fucking flesh-colored grimace for what he is. What is it? If it doesn't apply, that's what the cult used to say. If it's not true, why are you getting mad? If this isn't true, if this exposure of Jack being ripped off a cow stock, his name was in the lights. His name was in the lights of cow stock. He didn't see a dime. You guys want to back that? You want to sell that shit up top? Hey, Hank, I love you, man. Don't carry that Mitchell narrative. If you guys want to hold somebody, I don't know what this direct bet was. I never saw it. No one's relayed it to me. If you guys want to hold somebody to a bet, find Austin Murphy. Tell me it was the veterans on the streets of Denver $1,000 and I was going to give it out in his name. That dude said $1,000 if you can send me a picture of space. And I said, I'll send you a video. I'll do it live here on stream. I pointed my phone into the night sky. There's space. I mean, technically, I could have pointed at my wall and said that distance between me and my wall, that's space. And if Austin Murphy's lived alone in California as long as he has, just like I've had a 2-bedroom in Denver as long as I have, I know he wasn't hurting for $1,000 when he made that bet. That's as dishonorable as his daddy. This guy right here. Working Jack, exploiting Jack for cow stock. He doesn't have to pay Jack. Jack will just waste it, right? Well, Paul just camps people's couches and wastes it. And you guys really think I'm going to stop talking shit on your daddy when the numbers just keep going up the longer we're here doing it? This is true.
Anyway, what you said is because you saw Paul disagreeing with me, that means I've been wrong and I'm not accepting.
You know what? That's what it is, Paul. You got faith in you. He really does have faith in you. And he's just waiting. He's going to parasite off you forever. That's his master plan.
Yeah, this is what the narcissist scum do, is call you a narcissist while they can't leave your life, parasite off you constantly, have to talk about you consistently every day, all day. Just defame, libel, slander. Did he not just admit that he's only in this for attention and numbers? I thought so. Thank you, Tom. The more you let them speak, the more they convict and indict themselves. You think I'm going to stop hating on Paul now when my numbers are rising? Hell no.
Paul, I'm going to say all kinds of horrible things about you. Let's stream it for that.
8 months. You think I am the one who is suffering. Now, let's also come back to the ideas of the definition of delusion.
Guys, I'm going to move it ahead. I don't. Jack, are you still in the chat? Do you remember about when this started? Because it's definitely not when the timestamp is. Where's this guy?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, I'm done broadcasting. That was the 3-hour mark, and we went an hour and a half over. The rest of this is I'm watching, like, this is Netflix for me, where I watch folks who talk about me. I'm all they do. Like, it's entertainment for me. I get to watch them talk about me. freak out. We get to poke the cage. They just keep lying, convicting, indicting themselves, bringing on bad karma. It's rather interesting and fascinating to watch for me, right? So this isn't punishment for you. This is just like my Netflix. It's all about me. Can we get back to me, brothers and sisters, told by Tommy, the narrator?
I honestly think you were full of it, Tommy. You were far from a Christian. I'm a Christian. How am I not a Christian? What, because I say nigger? Because I've done drugs? Because I've fought people? Because I've had sex before marriage? I'm a Christian.
Because you live in
I don't think
hate
you're a Christian because you
constantly
obviously
and
don't know what it is. I don't know what
Maybe.
on 1982 or who the fuck you are. Come back on another stream. Come up, we'll talk about it. But you don't have to think I'm full of it. Right here, what I'm going to show and explain, that's all you need. Ain't no smoke and mirrors. That's the thing about truth. I don't need no smoke and mirrors. I wear it on the sleeve, baby. I've been wrong in the past. I'm not talking about him behind his back. He's re-screaming, ain't he? He sent his fault, hasn't he? And how ironic. How ironic that one of the first things I ever called Paul out for on his first channel was talking shit about people behind their back. And your daddy said, no, it's okay, I talk behind the back. He used to justify talking behind their back. I'm not going to say why, because he deleted it. So let's let him tell you why it's okay for him to talk behind his back.
He won't turn around. He's
I mean,
talking to
I
you.
said
He
all this
won't
shit
turn
to your
around.
face. I warned him that he kept saying, go make your own channel, slave. Go make that channel. Nobody's going to watch, Tom. Oh, they watching, aren't they? And I said, Paul, if I make this channel, I'm going to fucking expose you and hate on you. And now he's crying about it, ain't he? Oh, all they do is talk about me. Yeah, because he starts shit. Start shit, then you don't want shit. Fuck you, Paul. I gave you a chance to fist fight. Gave you a chance to literally quick draw fight. Gave you a chance to come up here. And after you denied and joked off on all, now you're mad. You're a big fat baby bitch. Sit in it. Lie in it.
Starting the beliefs. If you don't hear how often I humbly say,
sorry, Jack. I know we've heard this. This is Jack's loop. He's going to say what we want. The thing about Talstock is it shows that for a year, Jack's been saying this. Come on, when they eat the edibles, man.
Ask him to repeat back to you what you just, and you know, if he.
What a shit timestamp, am I right?
It's a context of reality. You know,
here's another Wobbly Boost piece of shit extraordinary. Wobbly Boost could go out and show us that the moon's upside down for him.
Fashion with Paul until you show
Guys, we'll keep skipping it forward. I'm going to put a white beater on because
and
man, then we're getting hot.
disrespectful towards me and real arrogant towards me for a long
Block
time.
is hot.
Okay, you have no very limited interaction. You haven't taken any opportunities to talk to me. You
Yo,
and
much love,
Wobbly
brother.
both been very vocal about your
get the fuck
disgust
outta here.
and opinions of me. But hey, brothers and sisters, once you accept that I am genuine, I'm authentic.
Hey, brothers and sisters, this is fucking Talstock 2023, and if you can't have some respect or love, you need to get the hell out of here. Let's all get high.
For once it came through. I don't know, man. I'm not, hey, while I have great ideas, big goals, you know, I fantasize and imagine success and abundance in the future. You know, I'm not willing to rob anyone. I'm not willing to lie to anyone, not willing to steal from anyone or harm anyone.
Technically, Paul steals from Jack in this Talstock. Like, when we were kids and we had lemonade stands together and shit, naturally it was our parents that bought the Kool-Aid and the stuff, cups and everything. But even as kids, we were like, yeah, the kid whose parents bought the shit this time is going to get an extra cut of the lemonade stand. We're not going to split it even. We're going to give back to the one that supplied us today for Kool-Aid and shit. And I think Paul's dad seems very much like that type of parent. You can't make the choices for your kid, no matter. I mean, you can raise your kids the best you can. They're going to be a Paul enslaved. They're going to be a Paul enslaved. And as you see the cult even now showing up here to try and thwart this, do you remember when we reviewed the thing where Paul tries to get his daddy Jack's channel, and Paul's dad is just like, "What are you doing? Look at this man. Why have you followed this man around? Look what you're doing to this man right now. Give him his channel back." You know, like that's why Paul's a fucking piece of shit. He's that kid. And no hate to the baseball players from high school to my hometown's college. Lots of fucking shitty jocks that go the baseball direction. I'm not saying sports guys in any sport can't be shitty. I'm saying something about baseball, man. Maybe it's the fact that they get a lot of pussy for just moving an average of 7 minutes a game. I also hate how a lot of baseball players just have shit Paul enslaved bodies. It's not respectable to me as an athlete. And I know not everybody has the genes that you'll get fit into that badass semi-roid looking form. You work with the hand you're dealt. But if you're in shape, you're never going to look like a flesh-colored grimace if you actually get in shape. Sorry, guys. I'm just going to, while we do this, and shout to everybody, if you need to do something to get through this painful thing, do it. I want to get this leather shoulder piece on my vest pretty soon because we got to do
Yo, brother, I'm going to go. I'll see your mom, man.
I got to show you guys how to waterproof fabrics. I want to have everything on my vest done before I waterproof it. So I'm just going to work on this.
I mean, popcorn.
Yeah, nice.
Guys, did I miss any throw it up if I did? Did anybody give me a clue of where this starts closer? Because now we're almost at 340, no Talstock yet. And I know this turns around in the Talstock. I'm like, I don't think Talstock starts.
We have to stay in our.
Oh, and I want to point out Tally down here. Like I said, you can take Moose out of the Unslaved, but you can't take the Unslaved out of Moose. See, that dude has been distant, separated. And what did he do the other day to Jeff Phillips? Like on not behalf of his daddy, just because he was offended and in his feelers. Moose says, "Hey Jeff, how's Brian's dick taste?" I'm like, there it is, man. That's why nobody likes Moose. Because like just because he's mad, he's going to bring up that shitstorm of Brian O'Shea going over there. And before you all say, yes, I'm not saying the responsibility wasn't. I'm saying I know swinger couples. And because Paul doesn't know swinger couples, they were all talking shit, including Brian O'Shea. Because what happened is Brian O'Shea got a chance to go in on a on a Minaj. He handled it wrong. He probably didn't even get it. He probably fucked it up while he was there being his nasty, crusty self. And then came back and just talked a lot of shit. Like, if he had done it properly, he would have got down on the Minaj, didn't kiss and tell, might have been like, oh, I don't really want to talk about it, but just kind of did that little smirk. Yeah, I don't want to talk about what happened, but it might have been fun. Like, that would have been acceptable. Oh, we came back just talking shit. And then Unslaved started the tour of, oh, your girl's going to go on a hike with Brian. Fuck Brian O'Shea. If you didn't see me go up and thwart, see, earlier today, the cult went over there to Truthanati. And it was the first time that Illumitami was on the Truthanati panel. And I just went up there to say, Brian O'Shea, I know you're up here on behalf of your daddy. You're doing the same bullshit you always do. Have this black host watch your recent history of race. Oh, fucking Cynthia, you're even interrupting me when you're on a video. I click that button easy. Brian O'Shea does bad what Jeff Pizer does good. Like, Pizer's good at that little cheeky, like, way he talks. Brian O'Shea's just a fucking tool of his daddy, and he's horrible at it. And Brian, it wasn't 2 weeks ago you were demanding I come up on your panel because you don't have content. Unless you're fucking with race baiting or restreaming your daddy or showing your failed comedian car living shit or crying that you and your daddy can't get you out of a fucking traffic stop that you would have gotten out of if not for your rights and freedoms fail. Oh my God. Thank you, God. I'm so dominant of my enemies these days. That's why I had to go through the 2 years. Paul's timeline. Now you guys ain't got shit left. Now enough people know that's what we do here. Now they know I've got you dead to rights in all aspects, Paul. And now they know why you come up here and you don't say anything. And then still send your people to say, let Danny up, let Danny up. Well, he's been up. He didn't say shit. Show me the motherfucker that goes up there and doesn't say shit on his panel and he keeps giving him chances. Oh, wait, that's what he tried to do to Jack, too. I made a funny video about it. And when does Tavistock start? Oh, is Jack unwrapping something? Oh, there, yeah, the phone line's up. Oh, and here's another thing I'll go ahead and point out right now. I told Jack, like, it's not a huge deal that Jack gave Paul his actual phone number. And, like, now this is another thing I guess I didn't even realize is, like, if anybody watches this in the future, restreams it, whatever, I mean, Jack can always just change his number. I could have told them both how to get a fake number. I use a fake number. That's why I have beef with Amazon. I'm like, I'm not going to that phone contract thing right now. I have my own reasons not to have a phone contract. This number can't do verify things, and they ain't got shit solution for me. How many times are you gonna keep asking? You're getting clarity, faggot. Go tell your daddy you're getting clarity. They're doing what they did. I'm pointing out what's wrong with it. What do you got? Tell him to come up the next time he fiats enough and make sure he doesn't say nothing. Lauren De La Tuna, I just told you your daddy comes up here many times and doesn't say anything. If you ask again, I'll ban your ass. Where I should play the poll clip. I don't know anybody any fucking panel time. I don't have to show, I don't have to let you come up here. Your daddy's words. That's your daddy's words. Oh, what's Rob G got us for? Man, if I wasn't over the dono amount to actually start extracting donos once I have a valid ID. Wait, Paul, your first channel was monetized. That means you had to have had a valid ID. You still use a MasterCard, Paul. Oh, the hypocrisy hits just keep on hitting. I don't know why you went up here. There's nothing you have to say. There's nothing you're going to say that makes that not obvious. Paul ripped Cowboy Ken's ass for using his wife as a shill driver. It's okay for Jen to tow Paul around. Good for me, but not for the hypocrisy. Yeah, and Paul ripped his longtime man-at-arms wizard for having some old lady paying his bills. And everyone knows Paul's camping off Jennifer because your words, Paul. You told Jennifer you don't have to pay bills because you're the protection. You're the protection. And if anything, Paul, I think you're unfounded in all this idea that people are coming and searching for you and gunning. Maybe over warrants. But all this idea that you got ops after you, like the little black kids on the street think everybody's got ops after them. You said, I mean, you would be the one bringing any kind of danger.
But yeah, man, you not paying your old lady's bills because you're the protection. Classically, Paul, men took women as their wives and just paid their bills. Even when we hated them, fucking pay their bills. There's never been a no, bitch, you pay the bills because I'm the protection. That, I mean, the way you get, where I come from, it was usually a melanin dude either driving his white girl's car or having a white girl drive him around. You're a typical wigger, Paul. You're a typical wigger. Yeah, but I'm not talking to you, Gallion. I'm talking to your daddy. Fucking idiot. Now, he's culted as fuck. You see how slow they are. Yeah, he's protecting them cushions from any other asses indenting them. And it is another thing that's funny is he said that somebody was donating him. They were gonna make him a neon sign of the show to send and be in the background. He was like, yeah, I figure all these other shows and channels, they got neon light up signs in the back, and we're the god of all media, so we need to get on that level. It's fucking transparent plexiglass with a fucking... They just put a printed design on transparent plexiglass. I mean, shout the fans sending you stuff, but it's funny he thought he was getting like a blow molded glass light up neon sign. But the show isn't worth the fucking plastic thing. Wait, okay. Hold on. You said you need an ID. Hold on. Hold on, where'd it go? Where'd that chat go? I might have scrolled too far. I'm finding your other chat, bro. Okay, listen, dude. This is how we know you're new. It's weird that you're this new and you're here all culted up. Paul is your daddy. You're sitting here talking shit for him. Sitting here busting on my Christianity like he does. And he used to be Christed, right? Dude, you no longer get my attention except for this contradictory chat you made that I'm looking for here. Yeah. Here's how stupid you are, going, my channel is not monetized and my ID is not on file. Yeah, my channel is. And Paul's first channel was till he lost it. If you're monetized, you have to ID up to extract those monies. Fucking idiot. Now, this is your first check. And the only reason I'm not just outright banning you, I will have you up here one of these days like you want to challenge my faith. But that's your check because I don't want to have to remember to go back and get you unbanned. I just want you to shut your chat fucking mouth. Why? Okay, you reported it. For what? What'd you report it for? Haven't showed any bang bangs. Just showing that your daddy's a fucking faggot piece of shit. And if you want to call it harassment and bullying, well, you better go report 9 out of 10 shows your daddy does. Shit, just Snafu showing up on a panel should report Snafu's, 10th channel for bullying and harassment? Guys, your daddy's, I'm not going to ask him. I just fucking shut him up for the show. You said you reported me. I'm asking the guy that said he reported me. See, that's how you guys are not solid. You're not men. You're not truth sayers because everyone wants to say, go ask this motherfucker. While I'm out here saying, Kay, I appreciate you're a fan of the show and a supporter of the show. Don't talk for me. DJM, don't talk for me. I'll handle myself. Taylor D. Briggs can't. And I know that's not Flow State. And hey, everybody, is that a Flow State pic with Taylor's doc's name? Guys, I only see it on my phone. Is that Taylor's name with his picture? Because everybody after this show, or maybe one at a time, go and come back. I don't know. Just go all at once while I look for Talstock. Go report that channel right now. That's impersonating a person with their doxed fucking name. You guys are fucking amateurs. Gosh, I hope your daddy's still watching. It's just a precursor of how bad he's gonna get wrecked on #PayJack. And this isn't the only issue I'll wreck him on. Johnson County? Dude, this guy is also, hey, you better check yourself. I don't know who you are, on whose behest you're in here. Quit fucking with my show. And, well, if that's him, props to that, because Flow State's always been saying find the mugshot, and even I said I wish I could find my old mugshots. Somebody found it, and now their channel is going to get reported. Guys, if you don't get to it, I'll go right to... Shit, I'm a man of my word. Sorry, guys, we'll take a little intermission here. Smoke them if you got them. I'm going to bring up this guy's channel and report it live because, like Paul has said with his snap, these motherfuckers need to follow policy. Right, Paul? That's why Paul is Mr. Policy. I always thought it was because he opposed policy. Turns out Paul is Mr. Report and Support Policy. So, on his behalf, let's report this fucking guy. And you guys know I'm not always the most solid dude with Flow State. I hope Flow State's out reporting anyone fronting as me, because we're gonna report this dude fronting as Flow State. Amateurs, man. This is why they're not truth. That's why they don't stand on truth. Oh, I didn't share it. Sorry, guys. I want to share it so you guys know. See, Snafu talks like crew this, crew that. I'll just show you. Well, I can in good conscience take that down because I don't know. I think we'll just look for where the phone number's up, and that's probably how we'll find it. Oh, but what I was saying is I wish I could have told him just to get an app number, because, yeah, even after Taos stock, Paul still just throws that up like it ain't no thing. And it's like we had to correct Snafu one. Just because Cynthia said she did a medical thing does not mean you can go everywhere every day and shout her medical history. That's policy, Snafu. That's law. I can't wait for you to take me to court, Snafu. It's hilarious. Let's see what Taylor's see what Flow State's backup channel looks like. Oh, it does look like that. I'm not saying because they had the date under it. I'm saying that's the look of a man that knows he's getting mugshots taken. 1 subscriber. How pathetic. I bet that's his mommy. And even, wow. So this motherfucker, even though he created it in 2022, well, I guess he could have done the @TaylorD.Briggs sometime after. What a fucking hater channel. I could report that. I don't want to go down the picture report because that's like impersonation. See that? Oh, guys, sorry. I'll back it up and we'll start it over again. Sorry, guys. You know I always do this. I forget that this is why I say I hate having a tab bounce back and forth to fucking share a tab. All right, guys, here's how you do it. If you have confirmed that a thing is not me, if it's using my picture, whatever, I told you I'd do it. Boop. It's a sad ripoff of a De La Punta, you fucking morons. Tuna's delicious. And it's too much tuna. I mean, if it doesn't have all the the mercury and stuff in it, tuna's delicious. So we've got Taylor D. Briggs channel with his picture. I know this isn't him. I go to report user. Report profile picture would be like if it's porn bomb or something. We go to report user. Oh, look at that impersonation, Snafu. Like when your daddy pops up on panels with my picture and stays silent to try and front as me and has chatted things to where the early Bex that everybody liked, I heard her talking about me saying things and having a problem. I popped on that panel. I said, Bex, I think do you remember where this happened, Bex? I think I'm being impersonated. And sure enough, I was. You're a fucking piece of shit, Paul. Impersonation. Well, choose one. Violent threats, child endangerment, hate speech, spam and scams. It's a spam and a scam. I don't know if it gives me an extra option off. Let's try none of these. Just let me write it in. Let's say spam and scams. Taylor would, I don't know if Flow State's here. He would not be running around with his, if he's saying find the mugshot, he wouldn't be running around using his mugshot with his fucking name. And shame on this motherfucker for, like, it's not a big deal. I don't care if people find out my name. I just want to see if it takes a long time. But it's still shitty. It's still shitty to do this. Because Snafu recently doxed many names. He's still saying false things about lots of people. This channel doesn't have live videos. So? This is the legal name and picture of a man that I know who doesn't own this channel. Just doing what you said, Polly boy. Policy enforced. Does that score points with you there, Warthog? You're all a bunch of pigs. Paul, you're a fat fucking pig. Snafu, you're an Indian fucking pig that I don't think your adopted parents want you much now that they see what you've become. Even though your original parents sent you overseas because they knew the atrocity that had just birthed between a woman and a jackal. You get it? Damien reference?
Thank you, Tom.
Thanks. We received your report. If we find this content to be in violation of our community guidelines, we will remove it.
Well, you guys have been striking
Now,
my
can I
channels
do
for
my
a year and
show?
a half. Who are you kidding? We know you've been doing that. You just came out in the open.
Can I
with me
do
'cause
my
I
show?
encouraged you to be
I don't
yourself.
care.
Perfect.
Still impersonation of his picture. And his first name is fucking Taylor, Hank. This is why you're autistic as fuck. Thanks for showing up. Thanks for your contribution. Thanks for showing up. I got a surprise for you at the shareholder meeting if you might be down for it, if we could even pull it off. I think we could pull it off. I'll talk to that radio show about it. I want to find out if you're interested first, then I'll talk to the radio show about it. All right, guys, I feel like we've enforced some policy as Paul and Snafu would have us do. Moving on. And if you guys saw Jack Talcott's show today, this is why I ignore the chat. Sometimes we got to do this, but don't sweat it. We can make it 2 episodes, and then I'll give 2 reasons for the haters to show up. It looks like we've discouraged them into stopping this now.
At least he's admitting he's having an episode.
Numbers that we don't care about. I read the numbers for data in context. Not worried about them. Not worried about him in the context that Paul and his flying monkeys would come and try and insult me with him. If anything, we can insult them on the numbers, like how they doubled from 2.5 to 5 in 30 days after you talked like people shouldn't be out here purchasing subs. Your words. If anything, we can too fucking good, man. If I do say so. I'll share the wrong fucking screen. And that's my title of Payjack, not the Talstock title. And I wish I could blame it on being high today, guys. I can't get high off weed because I'm cleaning my bowls. They're soaking in alcohol, and I forgot to leave a utility bowl out. I'm like, I'll just clean them all at once because they all fit in here. Yeah, use one to use, dumbass. You're out of papers and everything. I only really smoke on streams anyway because I'm trying to be a better Christian. You see that? And this is one, guys, you know I try and give a lot of technical tips. Even I am not too sure on how, like whenever the Linguine crew showed up that one time, I banned easy 7+ channels that were all trying to run that meth PDF shit in the chat. And the next day when I went to check it, it was only 2 channels. Like of 7 or 8 people I banned that night, it was only 2 official channels. It's probably something simple in the technicals of how you do that. I never do sock accounts. And when I do fake, it's still this account. You could click on and see it's my channel. I only fake in the moment to be funny, like with Chev and stuff. But the fact that Linguine came through here with like 8 channels I banned and it was only 2 actual channels, that's how that Taylor shit's right back here. Let me bring my show. I'm not going to share it and waste time. Just going to bring my show back up. See if we can just double report it. Amateur. Flow stain. Shout out to play. I never came. I prided myself on hitting up names that like I held De La Punta for over a year. Like I can't believe none of these motherfuckers. They keep coming up with like lame stuff. No one's hit De La Punta, and even I endearingly I was like Lauren of the Blue Laguna and stuff. No one. I held De La Punta for a year plus till I dropped it. Flow stain, not bad. Not bad. Also, yesterday, I was like, oh, I never thought of that. And Snafu said it. Oh, I called Scythia the Hutt. I didn't think of Jabba the Hutt. Like, you know, the word. Jabba the Hutt. You put a little more on the A. You know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. Don't worry, guys. This is the last hang up. After I check this to see if I can also report Taylor number 2, as Paul would have us do. And Snafu, then we're gonna get rolling back on. And I don't think it's too long. I don't remember Talstock being too long because you see how far in. I don't know if you saw the red line. We were very far in before the phone number even came up. It won't take long to watch Talstock. Taylor D. Briggs again. Dishonorable, impersonating asshole like his daddy. Loading. Yeah, I'm streaming with multiple tabs, of course. Yep, same channel, man. Oh, it's because I didn't. I get it. It's not. I didn't ban him from the channel yet, did I? I don't think I banned him. I think I just timed him out. So that's why he can just bounce back in because he's reported. So I don't think I'll be able to report it again. Oh, it is. But this time, let's see what happens if I report the profile picture. Yep. It says abuse of reporting could hurt my channel. Are you sure you still want to report? Yeah, because I'm not abusing it. I know that's not him. I know it's a legit report. You'd think Snafu Snaps wouldn't need to go through 10 channels if his reporting was legit. Let them gears turn. Put it together. That's why Paul doesn't need to come up here because he's not going to say anything we're not showing. Paul, I'm just showing why you should honorably pay Jack. You got Brian O'Shea out of jail and he was in conflict of policy. You're up here with Snafu Snap saying we should all be abiding by YouTube policy, your words. Then you support one of your wayward sons when they're against a policy. Hypocrisy much. Then you bail Brian O'Shea out when he probably should have just done his time because he didn't have his policy up, just like he was door dashing with you or something. See how that works? And now we're going to show that.
I was muted. Nobody bailed Brian O'Shea out. They let him out, and then the audience contributed to him getting his car back from the towing company. Why do you keep lying, Tom? Please remind him he's lying.
That on the honor system of I love you, brother,
remind him we
you
know he's
owe
lying.
Jack Talcott half of whatever the fuck we tally up. And really, it should be a little more
Getting
half.
nothing. He's
Because
getting nothing. You're not worth
that was
anything.
bringing
You're
more
horrible
views to your channel,
broadcasters.
more
You're
clout, more
failures.
people that like you because you're a hater
Yeah,
on
wrap
Jack.
up.
And it was after this you
Had
tried
my
to tell
fill.
people no one's getting any. Don't make fun of Jack to get up with me. Don't make fun of Jack to score points with me. And your fucking son, OTW, to this day. Throwing him in fucking thumbnails. Every time you go to OTW, he has nothing and he just, I love you, brother. And OTW's got just as open an invite to come the fuck up here that he avoids just like his daddy. And you avoid it, Paul, because when you get up here, you don't say shit. And everybody watched it. Your actions, your lack of actions are still action. Your lack of choice are still a choice. You'd think if you it'll actually be out of context. As you've been learned already, Jack, Paul, I'm not taking your shit out of context. I'm leaving your shit very much in context. Just like this thing we're streaming, we're playing it through, baby. We're playing it through. I might pause it to talk, like you do. That's you. We're going to play it through in its entirety, not out of context. And we're going to real-time tally up. And that doesn't even, for all we know, shit kept rolling in at some point. But we're only going to hold you to what we can gather here in the Talstock stream. We'll let God work out the rest. My father. We'll let my daddy work out the rest. And my earth father would be okay with me saying God's my daddy. He'd appreciate it. He'd be proud of me. Once again, I went back to the show stream and said, there. Thank you, Chev. Chev's always fucking up. And if there's any, yeah, really, dude, I appreciate it, man. I'm always waiting for a chance to show you're actually here. Did you catch the beginning when I unsubbed your shit fucking channel? Because this is pretty much, like, I've already wrecked you 4 times. You came up here with nothing, and now we're going to tally up what you owe Jack on honorability. And then after that, it'll just be you crying with my name in your mouth, and I'll go doing all this cool shit that my channel is actually based on. And your son, Peniel, was already up here trying to grant you the credit for me starting a channel. No. I build my channel. Just fighting your ass is why I started a channel. And like I told you, it would be to expose and illuminate your bullshit, and you're still crying about it. And then whenever I'm done with that today, and I'll still take you on anytime you want to go, but I'm going to be done with, like, keeping up on how you're still looping your same bullshit. Oh, I know you got here late because of this. Well, your kids were supposed to come back and tell you, yeah, the last 3 or 4 times you came up here, you didn't have shit to say, which is a loss. And then the 4th time, you did a bunch of this, like you did Lauren De Laguna. And you should go back and watch the beginning when I expose you for contradicting your driving versus traveling. You look real stupid, like you always do. And before you start all this linker scared bullshit, no, it's you didn't talk. That shook. That scared. This dude has been a long time son. He's not even getting acknowledged. He's just banned. I'm tired of his slime. I'll give everybody a clue. I'm tired of faggot ass showing up here because I'm going to show the times he got learned offline. I'm going to show the comments I've left. If anyone talk shit on behalf of his daddy. Oh, Christo's been learned why he's
he's got all the documents from when he was grooming me.
He's got you. He's gonna expose
and it's even funnier when he's on.
Nobody's safe, man. Tommy's on everyone. He's gonna expose it all.
You don't see shit because you're both wrong, and we're showing some of that.
I literally let this dude talk for hours on the phone while I was at work just to have something to listen to.
I'm gonna teach Jack how to do that. You can stop the movement now. It's never gonna happen.
When you regret it,
It's not happening. Just because you said it was happening, it's not happening.
He'll plop down and kick his heels up on Paul's desk. Let Paul, do you know what?
I'm Bantard energy. Something's repressed here.
Paul, do you know what James Brown said every night before he counted off 1, 2, 3, 4?
Give me some more math.
Pay me my money in cash. And that amount is what we're exposing here. We're going to tally it up once again to catch the cultists up that are awfully late for how long their flying monkey's been talking shit. No, I'm not lying. I'm not scared. You're the one that's scared, Paul. You're the one that said you're so scared of these hands that you'd shoot me if I showed up. And I said I'd shoot you because I'm sick of you on this planet. And I'd do it from like 300 plus yards when you're on that dunk tank. And I said it online to ensure everybody that I won't. You get that? You see how I do that? Like when I scare myself about Snafu and tell him that I'll bury him, I say it online to make sure I won't. Because I'd be a fool to do a threat that I make online. That's how I cover my ass. It's how I know I'm a fallible human. And it's how I know I have the capability to delete people. And I have to subject myself to extreme. I've government trained and West Virginia grown ability to delete people, Paul. That's why you're scared of me. And in a post-apocalyptic society where you're pulling this shit with an actual kinetic, physical, real life clan, you'd be rightfully scared of that. You're a piece of shit, Paul. We're exposing that. I'm illuminate. You used to say you eclipse me. Well, I illuminate you. It's in the name. I think that's legit. Email and description. I'll check you out later. Welcome. Yep, that's true. Okay, and I have another point.
Yeah, that tank top's
I have
a bad
another
look.
point that kind of proves this. Paul was going to do a towel stock 2 out of the guilt trip that Jack didn't get paid. He said, I was going to do a towel stock 2 so Jack could get paid. And then when I went to his panel to talk about it, he was mean to me and kicked me. So that's all off. Well, why would you need to get him money if you didn't rob him in the first place? And tell him that you don't have to pay him because he'll just waste the money. And then go get Brian O'Shea bailed out when he was actually violating policy, and you're on here saying we need to abide by policy, and you give Snafu props for reporting policy. Do you see your contradiction, Luke Paul?
No,
And I understand
encourage
with the common viewers,
I
I
encourage
can grasp
the audience to contribute to Brian O'Shea because I believe that he could benefit from his ego somewhat being pumped up, his sense of self, for him to see contributions and support from the people like I have before. I figured that would do him good. I figure for someone like you and Jack Talcott, that'd be the worst thing you could ever get. Your ego's already unbound and overblown. You already hate yourself and act out and present false strength and project on everyone else. I just kind of made the determination that that experience would be good for Brian O'Shea with what he was going through, actually trying to do something different, you know, doing comedy and getting on stage and trying to pursue his passions and dreams and not like submitting to the state of whether he was doing that perfectly or not. I saw the value in him and what he was doing. And I encourage folks to contribute to that value like I would with anybody. That shows my fair and equitous nature, not competing with others who are here and wanting blessings to be bestowed on others other than me. You wouldn't know what that's like. You're a fucking skunk.
this full circle. And even when I'm saying it, I'm like, I get it. It's hard for you guys to follow. It sounds redundant and it gives you a headache. I get it. Imagine being the guy that exposes it. It's easy for me. It's why I'm tasked with showing you. I told Jack and Paul the same. DJM, when you're asking me, when you're saying I really should do that thing about how Jack and Paul are similar, there's other people I can tie into it because Leviathan spirit. Hold on. There's other people I can tie in because of Leviathan spirit.
This is the worst Christian on here.
But yeah, it's like because Jack wastes his money, and because Paul's so honorable, he doesn't owe Jack shit for this show. Even though a lot of it's like tongue in cheek, busting on Jack. There's his actual, and Jack did give his actual phone number. Like I said, I wish I could have told him to be like, you can do this with a fake number. It's how I used to bust scammers and save prostitutes and shit. And that's why I hate people that go by Pimp. It's a horrible position. No one should ever do. There's nothing ever honorable. It's already not good to be the oldest industry in the world of selling your vagina. I'll grant it. Single moms in desperation trying to feed their kids. I'll give that to them. But the guy that manages whores is never upstanding.
He's once again proving his own retardation. I don't call myself Pimp on here because I encourage people to sell pussy. It's tongue in cheek. It's a bit non-bit. It's supposed to lead back to archetypal, hierarchical power and value dynamics. Can someone go explain this to him? He got caught up again. Also, he can't figure out that whatever contributions and value were coming in are still coming in and were coming in before privately. It didn't matter if I called it Tal Stock or not for that day and used a thumbnail. It was still the same broadcast with the same cast of characters. Jack was just one of them at the time. How did me calling it something and then making it official and public knowledge change what goes on regularly? And how does it entitle him to anything that I get for just being there? When half the people who contributed said they wouldn't give him anything, and if I gave him something, they'd stop contributing to me because they think he's a skunk.
Standing good thing to do. Yeah, I think that's a good bit. And if Hank can pull that off, I'll do Detective McGee in a panel with him. And as Hank exposes the underneath hat, I'll bust off the aviators to the underneath aviators. Well, I'm doing what I always could have done. Just now I'm sick of it, and we're finally. I also wanted to get this done before, if Jack is gonna lose his roof, I wanted to get this done before he loses his roof. Man, I feel like I dropped off halfway through that explanation of Jack and Paul, but we'll get back to it. I am too. It shows as much as people want to say they're shadow banned and stuff. No, I know we're all a bunch of small time channels that the algo just doesn't support that. It's not about our content. I drop N-bombs and I bring up a racially Jewish girl that loves this panel. I bring her up, call her, and because she's in a wheelchair, I call her like a grabbler cyborg with a rolling chassis. No, we're monetized. We're still monetized. You're not, and Paul, you're not shadow banned. Your first channel was monetized to even ads rolling, and you lost it. You're a piece of shit. I'll check you out, man. I want to see what you're about too. Yep.
Monetization
The last
didn't
person
do
that
shit.
did
I've
this
done
is when I
better
was
since I
on my
stopped
Day Laguna
monetizing.
interview. It was Truth
Ads
Finder
ain't
UK.
shit.
He was like a troll prank call channel. I don't know
And
if
any
he's still
super
going. I haven't
chats and
heard from
everything
him in a
else, they
while.
take a third of, and then
Shout
they're going to
Truth
try to
Finder
come
UK
at you
if you're
some
around.
point
Love
potentially.
that fucking legit.
Tax slavery.
He was like an Asian Muslim. Was he trolling me? He said he was an Asian Muslim in Afghanistan. And I scolded him for trying to do prank panels because I'm like, dude, you got such a thick Asian accent that comedians use for
Imagine
their
not
Asian
knowing your
accent.
own value.
You're never going to
value
trick them again.
people
You can't do other
projecting onto
voices.
others.
Bro.
They don't
You
have
should
that
have came to
in
me before you went to Jack and Paul in the same day trying to do the same bit. I had better plans for you before they knew who you were. I could have made you it's like Lauren, Truth Finder UK, Grace Thorpe. I could have made all these people much more effective ops had they just came to the arch rival Fallen Slave. Oh my God! Shout to YouTube. They even kept us in our place. I don't even have to search for this. But yeah, guys, I don't know how long I'll be dono able. But I mean, you see what we do on this channel. We're still dono able. I was surprised they approved me. I hid some stuff and unlisted some stuff. Like, it probably doesn't matter. They can still check it. I don't know why I passed, but let's do it.
Been in a fist fight. And would you
Okay.
stand a chance against Paul?
He's already answering questions. I want to catch when they actually start it. God knows Jack was going toe-to-toe with Poncho until they started. The number got brought up. He's already getting texts, but let's see if the number came up earlier. Or about 3:36 maybe? We'll get there.
This is something that I've learned. What is that?
I don't know what that is. Oh, he's playing Minecraft. He's playing Minecraft right there.
What an idiot. Moose creature,
Gamer ear.
nothing but an age of
That was the
chaos,
dig on Minecraft. Too steady.
Maybe, Jack, what I've learned is that truth or cop?
Yo, how's it going, man? See, I don't want to brag too much, and I don't want to give too much away, but he's blocked me on all my other things, so I only have my podcast channel. And I told him he's a great guy. I would love to have him on my show, and he's like, I really believe that, and I want his email in the description. So now he's invited himself onto my show. I invited him onto my show. He's excited to join.
If he didn't know it's you, he's so desperate for validation and attention. He'll accept an offer from anyone. I saw what you were doing there. I'm guessing your podcast renaissance because you're like playing up to his ego, right? Yeah, you're like,
Yes.
oh my God, bro,
Like-
you're so interesting. You have such a unique perspective, and he's bound to latch onto that. You know,
Oh, he
Very
did right off
Talcottian
the
in his
bat
own
there.
way.
Let's see if he catches on by it. I'm gonna play into it. I'm gonna email him. I'm gonna see if let's see how far I can get along with this one.
He's not that bright. He's one of the ones who thinks he's really smart and clever and strategic. He's really just egotistical and prideful, and he always undoes himself while claiming to expose others. It's
It's sad to watch, man. It is fast. It is very fascinating.
Oh, this is Asylum, man. You knew what you were going to get when you came here at these hours. These are witching hours. It is from pretty much any hours.
Yeah. If you're on rights, freedoms, truth, you don't have to overtalk. Scream.
Oh, it's is that heat wave? Hold your hands up so I know it's not a recording of you. Just give me a fucking hand sign so I know they didn't use your image to try to record you.
P bombers have been real loose
There you
today.
go.
Watch out. Hey.
Gave me the high sign. Folks sometimes, but
Everyone that's ever done a De Laguna interview
Tom's
goes to De
exposing
Laguna.
me.
I did mine
Hold on.
solo. Still shamed her in real time for how she was fucking up. I'm still friends with her. That motherfucker, like the coward piece of shit he is, he had to make her, even though she was restreaming, made her come to where he has the mod god power. And because he's so good with ladies, she left on her own accord very shortly. Like it was only an hour and a half.
Lauren Laguna's not a lady. That's the thing.
Made her
She's a
come
broken
there.
hoe. You gotta
Had
know
the
the difference.
panel full of
This is
all
how
the
you get
usual
simped and tricked on in your
douchebags.
life.
Timmy, Snafu. I can't even remember the others because they're not worthy of being named. Oh, Hard Hat, you still telling him to come up here for the interview? I wouldn't trust him, even if he gives you the keys. Shout to Benton. Paul, you've lied saying I'm still waiting for these receipts, Paul. When you say you're sure you could find receipts, I've still got the receipts of you saying I'm the one that's going around privately in people's emails trying to get everybody keys. I've never asked for anybody's keys, never wanted them. And your son that has excommunicated you and departed from you, he just gave them to me as a prize. He gave them to me as, hey, thanks for being a friend.
Conspiracy.
Shout to his ass. I hope he's all right. I know he's working or whatever. I know he wants to get back to streaming soon. He's always welcome here. Same way I can just pop up on his shit, give him backgrounds, co-create. Do you ever notice how many people are actually out here co-creating, Paul? That's why we call it community. And you ain't that. And I just, man, you see how I'm just saying truth, Paul. I've always said the same thing. Whether I support channels or diss channels, it's the same information. It's just how I deliver it. It's all truth. You ain't got that, Paul. You're a liar, narcissist, Leviathan spirit, manipulator of the truth. You're like the devil whenever he visited Jesus 40 days into his fast in the desert. You're just modifying slightly the word of God. And Jesus came back like, no, this is the word of God. And turned him away. Any of you can do it.
But
little
ask
dick
him to
energy
repeat
tonight, Tom.
back to you what you just said.
Stick around, Paul.
This way we
You might
all know
learn something.
that people were listening. And, if he can't repeat it back what you just said, then chances are he wasn't actually listening.
Yeah, he was saying if
Well, and on that note, I'll defend you, Paul. Jack's never listening. He even admits it. He's like, I'm sorry, I totally
like
spaced
Cynthia
what you
was
just
saying
said.
earlier, I listened to everything, dude. And the point and why I came on
Sounds
is
like
because,
somebody,
again,
sounds like me. Moose is literally Minecrafting. Yeah, he dropped Moose back in, it's still digging. I bet you Moose is using a stone pickaxe to get diamonds. You don't get diamonds that way.
because again, you were arguing.
You know how you get diamonds? Pressure.
Saying or
What grown man sits around playing Minecraft?
Yeah.
Then I'm the idiot because I don't know what that sound is. Because I'm not a fucking loser failure beyond what I'm becoming sitting on these fucking panels.
Your mic's going in and out a little bit, Paul.
Mic's going in and out. Yeah, sorry I don't sit online and play fucking Minecraft to dig for imaginary diamonds. This is the most loser failure I'm gonna get is watching this crap and staying on here for 6 hours. Best I could do.
Or a diamond pickaxe.
Diamond
No,
pickaxe.
steel? I think you can get them with
Minecraft.
steel.
Minecraft diamonds pickaxe.
Or, I mean, iron pickaxe.
I'll do anything
There's
to
your
avoid my
opinion,
horrible
so you
reality
have
in life.
facts can you bring your opinion into context of reality? Some evidence, something I can consider to believe you. Because I didn't think I was up here in an argumentative.
I even
fashion with
I like
Paul
Jack's
until you
style when it's
showed up.
warranted and valid. I don't like calling.
And Poncho,
I don't like
you've
calling
been
everything a
disrespectful towards
disagreement
me,
or a
arrogant
focus on
towards me
confusion.
for
But
a
when it
long
applies,
time.
the same with
Okay, you have
Sandy
no
Machine
very
style.
limited
I like Jack and
interaction. You
Sandy
haven't taken any opportunities to
Just not
talk
whenever
to me.
it's
You
doesn't
and
apply.
Wobbly Boost both been very vocal about your
appreciate it.
disgust and
Paul, I strongly encourage you to go back and
if it
watch
continues, you
my
will not
use
be
of the
welcome.
clip that Lauren didn't even drop on you. And
once
yeah, I
you
did
accept
equip her with a nice
I
little
am
nuke, and I went ahead and used it.
So what
'cause
do you
didn't.
have to say
Hey,
about that?
brothers and sisters, this is fucking Talstock 2023. And if you can't have some respect or love, you need to get the hell out of here. Let's all get out.
Oh, Moose, you didn't age well, did ya?
for once it came through. I don't know, man.
Get them edibles.
Hey, while I have great ideas, big goals, you know, I fantasize and imagine success and abundance in the future. You know, I'm not willing to rob anyone. I'm not willing to lie to anyone, not willing to steal from anyone or harm anyone. So I'm not delusional because I have faith.
You're broke.
Poncho.
Why are you delusional?
Praise God.
Get how I played with the context.
One thing I want to say, Poncho did come in
It is.
very passionate
okay.
about his opinion. I don't
Don't
think
hide,
he
girl.
came in
He can't hurt you.
on hate. because
If you are hiding from him, lure him onto my panel. Start showing up here as who he's looking for, and let him see you're here.
Correct.
sometimes when
And then Jack will, and next time Jack sees him, he'll drop that little, oh, I've seen her showing up on Tom's panel.
they can understand where we are, and then they can react to us accordingly. So, other than that, Jack, we all know that this is what happens on the metaverse. Poncho's not going to be the last. He's not the first, I'm sure, and he won't be the last, but he's an opportunity to learn.
First shall be last, last shall be first.
Hey, in my emotions, I skipped over some of the
emotional damage.
Cynthia. Well said, Cynthia.
Yes.
Very good. Very
Yes,
good.
and
Very astute. too.
One time ever. Well said, Cynthia.
I don't lie. I don't lie to myself either, and I don't let my kids lie to themselves.
Dude sounds
he's
like he
imagining
lies with his kids, if you get what I'm
disagreements and, like,
saying.
opinions and shit. It seems like still. I think we need another 25, Talcott.
Yeah,
25 minutes to deal with this fucking mess.
No, you love the truth. You love the truth is what you love.
Let me get
What
to
I
some
do
of these
here,
things.
all praise to the highest.
For Jack, have you ever been in a
My
fist
daddy
fight?
God.
And would you stand a chance against Paul? I've been in quite a number, and I've, you know,
On Paul and Snafu's
still
behalf,
feel strong.
you've
It's
been
all right, man.
reported
Don't
for
worry.
impersonation.
Come on, Paul.
I knew ye not. Be gone.
Paul, I don't think I would fist fight Paul. It'd be foolish.
Well, then tell him you would, and I'll show up in your place.
I wouldn't fight Talcott.
No.
Because he doesn't want to shoot
Why?
Talcott.
Because it's like abusing the elderly.
Here's
Hey,
another.
Moose, I think you're a little bit sort of estrogenated or something today. I don't know what it is exactly. I haven't
Projecting.
quite put my finger on it, but you seem to already be imagining things.
I'm just
like
trying
this
to
other
celebrate
person.
Talstocky.
Yeah.
He's
I'm
trying
sure.
to bring his energy.
Just trying to enjoy and just
It's
join
warm in
with
Denver.
everybody else
How
together.
warm
Yeah,
is
why
it?
am I gonna fight
So
Talcott?
warm, I
What the
switched
fuck
to a
is that gonna
wife
do
beater,
for my
and
life?
I'm already
How's that
smelling
gonna
my
better my
stank
life?
ass putting on
That
some
wasn't my
fucking.
question.
I shouldn't do
No,
a
it was
product
a
placement.
question from the chat, from the text. An observation: you are powerful, Jack. Don't let the slaves trick you out of position. Paul's your daddy.
See, shouldn't you be paid for
That's
your
probably
share of
one
that
of the
abuse?
wisest texts you've gotten all day.
What a joke.
Were you really
Who is
on
that?
Dr. Phil's show? What's that?
Why would they ask a stupid question
who is
like
that?
that? Obviously, he was on the Dr. Phil show. You seen the video,
Well, it says, yeah.
and
I
that
like
video
the-
got 2,000 more views. It's already up to almost 10,000.
Is it really?
So, ironically enough, that video is going to get more views than anything that we've done in the past 8 months.
Right.
So that's praise God. See, I've been here showing up for myself and everyone, scrapping and scraping, hustling, and I'm lucky if I get 2,000 after the fact. Talflex.
I'll second that.
On Dr. Phil's going
I'll
on
second that,
10,000
Paul.
soon,
You ain't giving value. You're not bringing anything. I mean, all you've really ever brought, Paul. I'll give you the shit that I agreed with you on my Lauren De Laguna interview. I've sat there and cooked with you. It's why the community goes, when are you and Tom going to do that getting along thing again? Never. At this point, never, because you've dug in and refused to show
saying that.
you're
Who are the
lacking
people
where
who are
you
saying,
have.
when are you and Tommy
All of
going
us
to get
have
back
taken
together?
the
We need
time,
that.
whether online
Who's
or in
been
our
saying
lives, to go, you know what, I was fucking up. You know, I was wrong there. You'll do it when it's, oh, I just love too much. Oh, I'm just too good at killing. That's the type of shit you'll try and act obnoxiously humble about. The funny thing is, they are referencing that Talcott Clips collection video where it was like a Dr. Phil show with Jack. And it probably is at the views they're talking about. That's because the algorithm picked up the Dr. Phil and Dr. Phil people clicked on it. Because I've always taken note. Me and Talcott Clips, we get along, but just on the basis of how all average numbers, I blow his channel away on a lot of average numbers. It's because, yeah, he just caught the algorithm over Dr. Phil. And then it was probably a lot, whatever number Paul just said, a lot of those people were probably like, who's this guy with the glasses and the beard? What's going on? What is this? It's just like whenever Paul went up on the Melanin channels trying to front those Talcott clips, and the Black Queen chick was like, who's that? Is that O'Shea? Is that you, boy? Is that you, O'Shea? They don't know who the fuck he is. He's a meme in our community. None of us are shit, Paul, as far as a YouTube standing. You're not shit on YouTube, Paul. And the new people that see you, they're catching on quick. They see your big, fat mess. Paul is a joke. Paul is a mess. Paul is a mistake. He's a big, fat man. You guys know I love that video. I don't know why you guys don't love that video. Maybe you got such Trump derangement syndrome. I even told London Man, I was like, the only thing I don't like about this video is Trump is a much better man than Paul, and you're like putting Paul's voice to Trump talking. Like, they got a lot in common. The narcissism, the daddy loans, the me. But he's still a better man than Paul. More successful too.
But look at, conflict.
Yeah, there was a lot more pain and suffering involved with the whole Conflicts thing.
Nasally little
That is
faggot
true. We have to
effeminate
wade
voice.
through clips of Talcott to put that together.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Conflicts could use some love. The subscription count does not match that viewer count. So,
And even Jack learned he's been through a roller coaster ride of fuck Cotflix. I love Cotflix. Because
clip collection.
look what you've done to this
is
man.
to make,
Like Paul's daddy said, look what you've done to this man.
timeless art.
Why don't you just give him his channel?
that
Stop
will
fucking
last
with
forever,
him.
far into the generations. And also to bring all roads back to you, which brings roads back to me. See, so it works for everybody. He gets to employ his creative touches, expand his growth and horizons.
Wait till we review the time Paul tried to claim Spurred News, and I was trying to be nice to not get kicked off. Like, no. And he just kept leaning into it, and he eventually makes me rage quit over something else. And here we are today.
Whatever Goodwill Hunting video.
You're a piece of shit, Paul. I've tried to tell you.
No. But that reminds me, we gotta run lines.
That's the only running Paul's ever done.
Necessarily always want to do it, but we know we have to because it's for the people, and we're just like fucking professionals at what we do, right? This broadcasting,
right? Yeah,
acting, singing, dancing,
right?
It's like quadruple threat.
I've never seen Paul dance. He acts every day.
Some lines. Could you shout out some famous scenes? Maybe we do The Godfather. What would you like to do, Talcott, if we had to run lines? Two-person scene, you and I.
Actually, Britt.
Maybe The Godfather sounds like a good one.
That's you, Britt.
I will eventually be doing a how Paul is Leviathan spirit, aka narcissism, aka what the entire Bible is actually warning you about. We call it narcissism. It's what the Bible is talking about. It's like the core thing about all this evil and selfish, self-centered, me. I'll save myself. I am the power. I don't need God. That's narcissism. And we will be covering a lot of how Paul very much is a narcissist. And Paul is the one Wes Watson was talking about when he said narcissists go around accusing people of being narcissists. And just in Flow State's hate montage, how many times was Paul calling everybody narcissist? I call him a narcissist because he is. I've evaluated. I can match up the clips, and we'll be doing that. But like you said, Britt, one of the things narcissists do is whether in the open or low key, they attack and make moves and initiate. and then cry when they get smacked. They play victim when it doesn't work out until they can go back to trying to tyrannize and shit again. We'll cover it, and he'll be here hating in the chat.
For Santino.
I don't know. See, I
What
gotta
about
think
Rocky? What about Rocky? Yo, Adrian! You know, maybe he could do a better impression than
Yeah, but there's no real memorable dialogue from that.
all right. I'm gonna look up some good dialogue for two people.
Yeah, memorable dialogue in film.
It's funny that he's pointing out memorable dialogue, because back whenever I'd pass through being his Joker with the Joker filter, he was always pushing me to do the "I'm gonna make this pencil disappear" scene. And he wanted to read the one part of the black dude, and he wanted me to do the Joker part. And I was like, Paul, number one, as a past guy that's acted in things, that's a physical scene. It's about him head slamming the guy's head into the pencil and it disappearing into his eye socket back into his brain. We're sitting on a panel and you just want to say the things. Number two, my Joker deal, even though I will drop lines when they apply naturally to the situation, poor choice of words, stuff like that. That's what it's about. It's just doing the Joker demeanor in the situation it's not about coming on and reading the script with a Joker filter on. But I wouldn't expect this fat boy to realize that, because when he's not trying to get me to act for him, he's calling me a faggot for having acted in things.
Film history, right? Maybe we do Casablanca starring Talcott.
Gay!
What does he say to the
See?
woman?
I traded.
I forget.
Right back at you, Paul. Gay!
No, that's
I've never watched Casablanca. I'll drop that. Lives of Two Don't Amount to a Hill of Beans. Never watched the movie. Just not interested.
Talking to Scarlett now. Yeah, that's
I got all I needed to see with the Mogwai driving real fast.
We could do, we could do Kill a Mockingbird. You could be Atticus Finch, and I'll play Scout so that it could be funny. I'll play the little girl.
Of Men in Mice.
And you do. You're the little.
Yeah,
you're
I'll
my
give them
little girl,
something to
Paul.
insult
You're
me
my
with.
little bitch.
And then you could you'd be giving me a speech about
Talstock has begun.
Kill a Mockingbird.
Let me know, chat, if
Remember
I
that
miss.
speech? You don't
I
remember.
don't know. I know they're going to
So every time
vocalize
I
most
ask
of them.
You remember that? You go no.
But I'm also working on this vest so we can do the waterproofing school, or the,
Hey, I want to finish this. This text is actually from
It might be.
our caller asking about the Dr. Phil.
Here's the thing. It could be. And I've always stood by. When you see how much Paul runs around with my picture on, when you see how many stock accounts run around here, nobody should ever feel stupid if a pictureless, weird name thing tricks you. I've said, I know I'm getting along good with chatters that used to troll me that I'd hate. No hate on me, because how would you ever know unless you catch up those little details? So it's like, shout to I Am the Tao if you're still out there, buddy. I miss you. I'm sure a lot of us miss you. I haven't seen you. Come around. I Am the Tao allegedly used to be a chatter that I hated when I was on Benton's stream. I mean, I despised who I Am the Tao used to be. And I've since said, look, if that's true, I Am the Tao, if that was you, water under the bridge. I see that profile is no longer out here talking that shit. Me and you are cool. It's fine. And I wouldn't feel stupid for having someone have to tell me that was him. And as far as Renaissance, no, see, I saw he just chatted. I'm going to check it. You're thinking of Golden Renaissance.
Final words, Christos. I'm going to let this lunatic continue to cycle and spin. I'm going to go put my mind elsewhere. You got anything?
This is a good little check-in, a little auditing on the fucking truther community, non-community, so I appreciate it. It's fascinating. I don't check in with Tommy. I made sure to unsubscribe earlier from that Station 33 nonsense. Yeah, have a good night.
Station 33.
Stop falling asleep, Pine Needle, on your own streams. It's a bad look.
It's got something about Sean. Stop falling asleep on your streams, Neil. It's not a good look, man. All right, folks. If you want to go watch Tommy cycle and spin and hate on me 365 days a year because he's jealous and envious and wants to pretend he's exposing me as a narc just because he's in his feelers about what I've said or done like the rest of his audience, feel free to do that. I'm out of here. I'll be back tomorrow. Penile powers down there. Fucking yeah, man. I'll be back tomorrow. I love you guys. I appreciate the contribution, support, and the experience. Right, the last couple of years have been, we'll say, very interesting. Okay, it's never a dull moment. So, yeah, I'm thankful and grateful, even for the things that I shouldn't be. I guess. Because I guess on some level it takes all of these characters and all of this energy and all the narratives to make it what it is. So I wouldn't have it any other way. If they can say the same, well, then we should all be good. All right, I'm out of here. Nubs, much love, much love. Planet X Watcher, much love, much love. Much love from Johnson County, Taylor Briggs. Dace Jones, JR. All the usuals and regulars. Brian O'Shea, of course. O'Shea. Do the thing, people. You know the thing. I'm out of here. Mazel from out west. You know how this goes, right? There's levels to this shit. Standing on truth and not wavering. But these folks want to talk all this high-powered shit, want to act like they're righteous. You bitch-ass motherfucker. I'm so sick of these people, bro. Never done a motherfucker thing and seemingly never will. You bitch-ass motherfucker. First-hand experience can't be invalidated by the unknowing unbeliever. You bitch-ass unexperienced. Are you kidding? Bitch-ass. If it could, we wouldn't be here having these conversations because the devil would already have this place. You bitch-ass motherfucker. What we're talking about is so concerning to realize the majority of the public will just sit around and watch shit that's bitch-ass meaningless and valueless that gives them no application in the world to change their life. You bitch-ass motherfucker. Experiential, observable, explainable, and demonstrable. In this thing, refocus, right? Re-energize. You bitch-ass motherfucker. Do I want to go along to get to a bag? Or am I calling everybody out on how we've fallen short so we could get somewhere with this? Because if not, it's all over at some point. The question is when. You bitch-ass motherfucker. So how are you changing to meet life on life's terms and provide solutions to the problems we face? You bitch-ass motherfucker. If you're not doing that, you bitch-ass motherfucker, well then I gotta step out into the front, into the leadership position. I gotta put a target on me. You bitch-ass. I gotta do what won't be done. Bitch-ass. Right? It's not that it can't be done. It won't be done because they're cowardly. You bitch-ass motherfucker. You're gonna have to hold fast to who and what you are and what you know. You bitch-ass motherfucker. I know I'm the enemy because of what I stand for, what I do, and what I'm willing to say. Bitch-ass. And what I'm not willing to do and say. You bitch-ass motherfucker. Punk-ass bitches are riding around in their convertible. Bitch-ass. Breathing in the toxic heavy metals. Bitch-ass slave trails. You bitch-ass motherfucker. I'm here. I'm calling everybody out. Anybody can get it. Gorilla season. Anybody can get it. I'm here. So when are we going to get right for ourselves and each other and stop the content, non-tent, bit, non-bit, using all my words and lingo, trying to be me and do what I do, and then just wind up embarrassing yourselves and everybody? Because you ain't me. You haven't done the work I've done on myself. You haven't been honest and open and real with women and yourself. You haven't tried to cultivate a space where you reconcile your animal body and the primal nature and all that lust with some kind of level of objective care to do what's true and what's right. You haven't, and it's all over you.
You guys are fucking pathetic. Beyond pathetic.